are aggressive? Are they overly aggressive?
No. You know, oh my God. Moses, please. You know nobody can threaten me. Let us remove that. Nobody can threaten me. It's not possible. Not even in the whole world cannot persuade me to change my position on any matter that I know I'm right.
You're not changing your
you're
not changing,
any
but then
matter that I know that
you're not speaking.
The whole world
is
cannot.
That not fair? Is that not fair?
No.
You're not changing your position,
Mr.
but you're not speaking
Moses,
anymore.
When you are seen as a stumbling block, based on your genuine advice to somebody that will help him, and some people think that you have collected money from Atiku, you don't want his political ambition to blossom. Tell us
about
for you to withdraw and say, okay, let me watch this.
Tell us about the nature of threats that you've received.
It's not possible, though. It's not. That one is personal.
You don't want to. Are you afraid somebody might come?
Well, who will come after me for what? What did I do wrong?
You said people have called you from high court.
Yes.
So what did they tell you?
I want to stay away so that they can continue
to. People that called you from high quarters.
What did they tell you?
Hey, God Almighty! What are you
doing? That made you, withdraw.
Look, I have just told you here that when your genuine advice is now misplaced and misdirected and misplaced.
Okay. Let's look at your advice.
Let me withdraw my advice then.
Let's look at
your advice now. Your advice.
You don't know, Abi. You have not had my position on this matter, Abi.
Barrister, hold on. Hold on. I'm not one of those that called you from high quarters. Your advice has always been to form a formidable force against the APC. The ADC Peter Obi should join the ADC with, the followers that he has already. Whether or not he's the presidential candidate, it doesn't matter. He could run as vice under Atiku. That's your advice. Am I correct?
Go ahead.
Am I correct?
You have said that since you know, why are you not asking me again?
So,
and I asked, what is wrong if you join somebody? Will you run with a spirit? It's not a human being that you run with.
So my
and then the supporters say, no, as long as Atiku is in ADC, don't go there. Is that not what I've been telling him?
That's okay.
And I said, okay, no problem. Since you have a better advice, let me stay away. What is wrong with that?
Okay, so now that he has declared that he will be joining the ADC on the 31st of December, if he goes ahead to join the ADC, do you think he will be disappointing those people that have been passionately supporting him all along?
It is that time that I will now have a word for those people. You know me very well.
Okay.
I don't run away from a battle I know I can fight. It is that time I will now talk to those people.
I won't say anything now. Will you be surprised if they go to primaries? Atiku, Obi, and Amechi, and Peter Obi clinches the ticket. Will it surprise you?
On what ground? Why would that happen? What kind of magic is that?
You don't think it can happen?
It can never happen. It can never happen. It can never happen. Either now or in the next 200 years. It can never happen. Four people clinching a ticket.
Obi clinching the ticket.
Whatever. The fact remains that it is that ADC that have been saying from the beginning.
So the ADC is the only viable opposition.
Who else?
Right now.
Who else? Who else? Where else?
SDP is still there.
Mr. Moses, please don't talk what is not possible. Which ADC? We are talking of where you get victory. SDP. Who is there? Even the newly registered political party that maybe everybody thought you would go there. They are not telling you, INEC is not telling that they don't have address. Even when the address has been uploaded, INEC said they did not see it. These are things that were done just to delay tactics. By the time these two political parties that INEC choose now, by the time they now give them approval, it will take almost 8 months for them to settle that because the process will not start from now. Is that not true? 6 months for verification, 6 months for other things that all the documents they will bring for them to verify it. By the time we are ending up in October, October, September. So when will you now settle down, do your convention and your, elect your this and go into 2027?
Barrister, are you aware of these? There's the rumor mills have it that look, there's an agreement, that Atiku will not contest. That Peter Barrister, hold on now. That Peter Obi will get the ticket, and if he wins, he will just do one term and return power to the north.
Have you heard that? I don't want to hear that. anybody is saying it on his own, because those things are not written in our law books. It's not written in our constitution. So let us remove it. It is that thing that has caused problem in Nigeria. Look, Moses and Okoro, it is things like this that have brought Nigeria where it is now. Our so-called people, these people that you people call VIP, they are not VIP. They are destructive elements in Nigeria. This thing that people are saying, north to south, 8 years, this and that, where is it in our constitution? When he choose them, they will choose what to do and what not to do. Abi? When you choose them, they will tell you, this one is in the constitution. You cannot go against it. The other time, when they want to play prank, they will tell you, it is the gentleman agreement. Gentleman agreements in a matter that has to do with leadership of a country. Which gentleman agreement? Tell me, which gentleman agreement? These things are not written anywhere, so I don't want to listen to it.
Don't you think that it helps us in national?
It doesn't. The one you have been doing 8 years and 8 years in where has it helped us?
Mr. Are you very familiar with the political arrangement in Lebanon? You know, where
you have started though. That terrorist enclave, Abi? That terrorist enclave. Which one is Lebanon? Lebanon. Is that not where Hizbah is holding sway? Lebanon. Which one is Lebanon? Why not talk of America? Where we copy democracy?
Barrister, we are looking at, things that have worked for other people.
Start from where it has worked. Where we copied this democracy.
Where we copied from, it's not working for us. But I'm just giving you an instance of where rotational presidency has worked for them. And there is some
Mr. Okoro, there is no rotational president in Nigeria. Get it right. In those countries, they put it in their statute book so that you cannot argue. You cannot debate it when the time comes. We tried it here. They know to say because of their numerical strength in the National Assembly, they say no, they don't want a rotational presidency. All because of the Southeast. Is that not true? They say they don't want it. So why are you bringing it here? If you can do not as why not put it in our statute books so that it will be there? So that when the time comes, you don't need to argue.
Okay, so you prefer we make it, in the letters of our
exactly. Let it be written down. We have a constitutional provision for everything concerning our election. Why can't you do this one? Tell me why. Just because the North don't want it. Is that not true? Yes, now. The one that sued them because of their so-called numerical strength.
Abacha is a northerner, but he made that proposal and they botched 19.
That was the military regime. Where is Abacha now? Please, let us talk about what is.
When you say that the North is against it.
That was the military regime now.
But Abacha was a northerner.
And what is there a Democrat? Was he playing politics with you? Did he even succeed in his lifetime presidency? Don't bring in things that are not related here. We are talking about the people, the northerners that are present now. What is their opinion if they truly want Nigeria to move forward? If they want peace in Nigeria, are they not supposed to be the one in the forefront of this rotational presidency? Having ruled Nigeria for almost 50 years out of our 64 years of independence, I mean 65 years. Are they not supposed to be okay? Let us do it this way, so that you go around, so that there will be peace. South Africa, they have three federal capital in South Africa. In Switzerland, they have almost seven vice presidents, just to bring everybody inclusivity. In Nigeria, they say no, so that whenever it is time, Mr. Okoro, listen very well. Whenever it is time, they will use the number of people in the Southeast to shortchange them. Is that not when Buhari have told you you are a dot in a circle? They will use it to say you don't have any population, so don't worry, next time. Is that not what is going on here? But when it is rotational, you know that at a point your time will come. You will now give us a candidate. Is that not true? They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want it. And you are talking of what? In a plural society like Nigeria. If truly these people want peace in Nigeria, is that not the way to go? They shut it down. And you are telling me now, gentleman agreement, 8 years here, 8 years here. So if at the point of changing over to another 8 years, something happened, maybe the military struck in the north, they will now rule off another 8 years, I'll be making 16 years. By the time you want to count, they say, no, that one is a military regime. Why not count the number of years the military from the north have ruled Nigeria and add it up and see where we are in the south here? Because whenever they want to make argument, they say, since 1999, the south has ruled for 18 years. I've been how many years? The north only 11. The other years you have ruled, don't call in military. You don't count it, Abi. You can see deceit. Deceit. And you people here will buy it without thinking, asking questions. The other one that was done by the military, the state they created other military regime. Do we remove them now? Nobody will. That's why I don't want to enter into this type of. It annoys me.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington, for your position, and I hope you'll be able to handle those that are threatening you very well. Have no fears.
No, I said no threatening. No,
okay.
It's not that the way they were coming after me on this matter. If they have a superior argument, I will say okay, I will surrender.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, what happened?
All right,
Mr. Moses, what happened? I wanted to know the benefit of this delay up till now. I want to, at the end of the day, they will tell me what is that benefit
of the
delay. Because I told you what they lost in Anambra, in Edo, and in Ondo. Yes. Is that not a loss for them? But when I was saying, they say, that one now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Are you serious? It doesn't matter. Is there not a general that have full soldiers that will be commanding? If you don't have satellite state that will be backing you,
all right.
What kind of general are you?
Let's move on to another conversation now. The former presidential candidate Gbenga Olawikbo Hashim has criticized the All Progressive Congress-led federal government over recent U.S. airstrikes on Islamic State enclave in Nigeria. He described the airstrike as evidence of deep-rooted security failures under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Olawikbo Hashim argued that Nigeria's reliance on external military intervention is a damning indictment of the government's internal security architecture. He emphasized the need for internal reforms, improved governance, and decisive political leadership to achieve sustainable peace. Olawikbo Hashim linked the deteriorating security situation to deepening poverty, governance failures, and weakened institutions. He went ahead and warned that repeated external intervention could raise sovereignty and accountability concerns. But the former presidential hopeful called for courageous leadership to halt the country's slide into deeper insecurity. Well, we still have Barrister Darlington with us, and we're being joined by Abdulrahman Adebayo Shitu, who is lawyer, politician, served as Minister of Communication around 2015 to 2019, and also former member of Oyo State House of Assembly. Good to have you join the conversation, sir. I would like for you to adjust. Pardon?
It is my pleasure to join you.
All right, please.
I'd like to put on record, my name is Abdurrahim, not Abdurrahman.
Apologies
you have
for
to
that.
Get it right, please.
Abdurrahim. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Shitu. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Abdurrahim. Yes, we have that one on record. Now, do adjust your camera so we get your face very well. Now, yes, this is a whole lot better. Okay, now talking about the airstrikes and how Nigerians were made aware. Some Nigerians have been concerned about the fact that there was an airstrike in Nigeria between the government of Nigeria and the United States. And we heard it first from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, as he tweeted on his Truth social media handle. He made a tweet first before we now heard from our own leaders. And also the fact that this is still going on and the president has, gone abroad, is attending to some event, somewhere. How do you react to this?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now
you heard the question. How do you react to this?
Well, my position is that we had airstrikes. I just hope that it was a successful airstrike. I just hope also that in actual fact, they really hit the target. They got the criminals, destroyed. That is the important thing. The timing of the announcement by our presidency, to me, is not really relevant. What is important is that there was a collaboration between the Nigerian government and the U.S. government to eliminate bandits and criminals who have made life very difficult for our people. I think that's what's, making, controversy about who spoke first and so. The U.S. may have wanted to gain advantage for political reasons by quickly announcing before things settled down. In the type of war that was being fought, the Nigerian government would be more interested in achieving results, before the issue of, who spoke first and all of that.
Okay.
It was not an agreement anyway that Nigeria had to speak first or the U.S. had to speak first. The U.S. may have wanted to take advantage.
Well, it's interesting that you're basically trivializing the fact that the people of a country were affected and they are not hearing from their leaders first on the attack.
Well,
some will say it just shows that their leaders have no care for them. If it's a covert operation,
it is not about being careful. I am telling you, within how many minutes was the difference in the timing? What is important is that they all spoke within minutes to each other. The U.S. may have wanted to take advantage of the timing for political reasons. For me, what is important is that they succeeded.
Okay.
And I hope, I am saying, that I hope that the target was met.
All right. Mr. Former Minister, a lot of Nigerians believe that, look, the fact that the information leaked first from the American government, gives credence to the fact that the Nigerian government didn't know. They also believe that if the Nigerian government had known that the operation might not have been successful, like we had in the past when America wanted to intervene and they wanted to gas the whole place, to smoke out the terrorists. And they got there and discovered that the terrorists were already wearing gas masks and all of that. That is one part of the question. Some people believe that, look, Nigerian government didn't know, and that they are coming to say it was a collaboration is merely an afterthought.
Damage control.
Okay. Now, Mr. Minister, do you approve of the fact that Nigeria is more like in a war situation where we have another country, trying to save us by helping us take out terrorists? And we have our president in the midst of all of that jump on a plane and travel to Europe where Nigerians don't even know. We are not told the destination. We are just told that he will stop by at UAE to attend the sustainability summit. And from there to Europe, nobody knows which part of Europe our president will be. How do you react to that?
We decide to be very difficult and very impossible to satisfy. I think this is what is, taking place. When did our president travel out? I mean, the president traveled out yesterday. The striking, was not yesterday, definitely. And the president alone is not the only person in the presidency. We have defense ministry, we have, the armed forces officials and all of that. I have said it. If people decide to believe otherwise, that is their problem. The American government did not deny that they acted in collaboration with the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government also affirmed that it was an action in collaboration. But what is important to me is that they achieved results.
All right.
I mean, people who want to run down the government may decide that the government was not even aware of it, may choose to believe that.
All right. Well, it's not about people wanting to run down the government. It's Nigerians asking questions. And,
we who believe the president are also Nigerians.
Amazing. Yes.
So it's not a matter of any person being more important than any other section of the Nigerian people.
Okay. Barrister Darlington, let me get your thoughts on this as well.
From the body language of these federal governments, they don't want to give up the terrorists. They had a covenant with them, and nobody wants to break that covenant.
Are you speaking facts?
Sorry?
Are you speaking facts?
The facts are there. Listen very well. when this thing started, is there any suggestion we did not give to these people to rout out these criminals? Moses, what did they do?
But now there is a collaboration.
Hold on, let's say before America stepped in, what were they doing? Moses, before America stepped in, what was Tinubu doing? You saw how he routed out IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu and ESN, true or false? Why didn't he use the same force on these terrorists?
Well, one can say that these guys have just been proscribed a terrorist group.
Look, what action did you take against them before America stepped in? That is the question here. Even at that, listen very well. How can you explain to me that a foreign country is literally invading your country and you left your seats and came for your festival in Lagos State? From there, you took off to Europe. Please, what explanation can anybody tell me that will make sense to me? Up to today, he has not made a statement. When America wanted to take down Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad in Pakistan, Obama was in the situation room. He viewed the whole scenario. He watched it from beginning to the end.
Some Nigerians are saying the president doesn't have to speak. After all, he's not the only one in the presidency. His aides
Why was it? Has he ever spoken before? When he went to Benue, when something happened, listen. When he went to Benue, when something happened there, he could not even call out those who the team had to call him and say, "Look, Mr. President, this is not a farmer header clash." The man had to tell the president, "These are the people causing this problem." He could not call them out. He could not even reprimand them. He could not even sanction them.
Could it be that the president is not privy to some of these?
As I'm talking to you now, listen, those who want to cover what is uncoverable. Some terrorists, foreign terrorists, are occupying land from those villages so that Benue farmers can return to their home and go back to farm. Oh yeah, explain that to me. Moses, explain that to me. You and those people supporting this evil. Explain it to me that the president is on seat
the questions
and the foreign terrorists invaded his country.
I haven't taken a stance on any. I'm asking the questions.
The question you are asking now does not add up.
No, I'm asking you the question.
I'm telling you, yes, I'm supporting the same question with my own question. How do you explain that? Please tell me. Can Obama tolerate that in America? That a foreign terrorist, known to everybody, came into your country, sacked the entire part of your country, took over the place, renamed it, took over the homes of your people, the people you swore to defend and protect, and they are living there now for over 10 years. Mr. Moses, please tell me what this presidency is doing. Tell me. They are trying to make America believe that yes, so we are doing so. That was why the man got angry. In the first place, have you asked yourself why Donald Trump removed his ambassador in Nigeria? Have you asked yourself? Have you asked yourself? Because if it's a change of ambassador, of course there will be proper procedure. There will be letter of credence and the new man comes. But he withdrew him by force.
14 other African countries.
That of Nigeria, listen, that of Nigeria, I'm talking of Nigeria, yes.
What, I'm just telling you that 14 other African countries were involved.
Hold on. What was the reason for that of Nigeria? Can you tell me? Those African countries, do they have the situation we have here? Did Donald Trump tell you that?
Just to tell you that it was routine exercise.
Oh my God. I said those African countries you mentioned, do they have the situation we have here? That is the question. I don't want you to compare what is incomparable here. It doesn't add up. This one I told you about Plateau and Benue is not serious, Abi, because you are not in IDP camp. Abi.
All right, so let's
you are not in IDP camp.
Okay.
How do you explain it?
Let's get a balanced view. Let's get Abdul Rahim Adebayo's view on this one. Minister, go ahead.
With due respect to Barrister Darlington, this combativeness in argument does not help the cause of national unity. We should not see our government as, a stranger. A lot of the information Barrister Darlington is giving are baseless, with due respect to him. You are not in government. You don't know how government, processes occur. I mean, the fact that there is war in the north and in several parts of Nigeria does not mean the presidency must grind to a halt. If the president has to attend the foreign conference, does he stop attending it because there is infiltrations and all of that, I mean, by bandits in parts of Nigeria.
Should he go ahead to attend such a conference when Nigerians are dying? Does that show empathy?
Well, you can't do what you want to believe.
No, I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you the question. You're taking a combative stance as well. Does it make? If the president decides, if Nigerians are dying, if there are a record of Nigerians dying in their tents,
what is the relevance? We don't respect him. What is the relevance of Abdikanu's trial and all of that with what is happening in the Northwest? What is the relevance which he has?
I think I'm not trying to defend Barrister Darlington here, but I think he was trying to discuss insecurity at a broader level of it. Talking about insecurity and the crisis in the South. Now, Minister, you are of the position that there is nothing wrong with the president traveling. After all, the heat was on the 25th and he traveled on the 28th. But recall too that Donald Trump has promised that there will be more strikes. Let's create a what-if scenario. Now the president is somewhere in Europe that we don't even know, and there's another strike in another part of Nigeria. Who tells us what happened? Should the president be outside when, like, Nigeria is in the middle of this kind of crisis?
I don't see anything which has reduced from presidential actions in the fact that the president had to travel out.
Okay.
On behalf of Nigeria.
All right.
On behalf of all
of
right.
Now, Minister, I would like to ask you another question. The Nigerian government told us that Foreign Minister Yusuf Tuga told us that Nigeria provided intelligence, for the strike. Apparently telling us that, look, they know the movement, of the terrorists and all of their hideouts and where they are, the camps. So what is the value? What has been the value of this intelligence if they had it all this while and they couldn't use it until the United States of America stepped in? Does it give us the impression that, look, the minister was actually telling us?
I don't know whether you are aware that we need arms and ammunition, which even the United States of America over the years have not responded to providing. This is a superpower. You want to buy equipment, arms and ammunition from there, they will dictate where you will use them. There are even insinuations that American government has been part of the people who promoted a lot of the criminals. There are insinuations out there. We had paid for several arms and ammunition which were never provided. I mean, if you know,
I'm sorry, Minister, I hate to butt in at this moment, but you also understand that we had at some point, targeted airstrikes in some of these places, and they were not as precise as what America did. So blaming equipment, lack of equipment.
We are not the ones who produce the equipments for the airstrikes.
But we have been buying Tucano jets, and when we tried to hit, there was a lot of collateral damage.
A lot of time they will not even supply. That is the truth of it.
Minister, I'm sorry, it looks like you don't get my question. My position is this. Nigerian government said they provided intelligence. Now, if we had all this intelligence all this while, why were we not using them? And when we try to use them, like we saw in some parts of Sokoto and Kebbi, where the Air Force had to strike and there was a lot of collateral damage because they were not precise. But America did their own and it was very precise.
Are you certain that Nigeria has equipment which they could use from the Atlantic Ocean and it will hit targets in the northwest of Nigeria? Yeah. Are you sure of that?
Minister, you were in government. Can you recall, you were in government at some point. Can you recall how much your administration approved, for purchase of military equipment? We have Tucano jets. We have drones that we bought $5 million a piece.
I am telling you on good information. If you like, you believe. If you like, you do not believe. That a lot of times you pay for equipment, American government will not even supply them. For reasons best known to them.
No, that is quite indicting. That is quite indicting, because if a nation,
I'm saying it on public.
If a country pays and the supplying nation does not supply, then Shouldn't they be taken to international court or something? So they take the money.
Want to dictate even how you utilize the equipment.
Minister, former minister. So what you're saying is they take the money and they don't supply, and we keep quiet.
They do. I am saying this on public news. You see, you need to know the dynamics, the way the Americans behave.
That is really troubling. That is really troubling. Because even as a businessman, you're ordering something from China or wherever. If they take your money, they must.
Simplistic as that.
Okay.
Ordering arms and ammunition from the US is not as simplistic as.
I'm sorry, Minister. I'm sorry, Minister. Let me quote you, Minister. In this occasion now, in this very intervention, you have said that America will even supply you equipment and tell you how to or how not to use it.
We know there was something similar to that with the Tucano jets, but what they said was, don't use it in the southeast. Use it in the northwestern part of Nigeria where they know insecurity is taking place. They didn't say don't use it at all. That's a different.
Are you privy to discussions with the Americans on this thing?
Unfortunately,
if you do not know something, don't assume. Don't give the impression that you know everything about it.
No, Minister, you know everything about it.
I have been in government and I know these things happen.
Exactly. That's why I'm wondering that if people like you have been in government and we've been buying equipment from America, we've been paying and we've not been getting it, and we continue to drop a budget.
It's up to you to find out.
And we keep drawing up a budget and we keep paying and we're still not getting. Isn't that troubling?
But that is the situation which happens more often than not with the Americans. I am telling you.
All right. Well, America is not the only nation that supplies equipment. I think we got some from Italy not too long ago.
I'm telling you what happens with the Americans.
With the Americans. All right.
Yes,
Barrister, you have.
In fact, I have a lot to say. I am not joking. So with this kind of body language, you can see that we are not going to get out of this mess. Seriously. Moses, which other equipment do you need other than the ones we have bought? Buhari ordered that to cannot jet and told us that with it the terrorists are over. When America told them don't use it in the south because there are no terrorists there, is that not why they dropped it? They are not using it again. Did you see when Buhari criminalized IPOB as a terrorist organization and that of the south and that of the north? You remember? It took him a while. It took him a while. Listen, I'm coming. Please, Prime Minister, please hold on. We cannot go with this narrative. Listen. El-Rufai told you and me that they see them, they talk with them, they know where they are. Is that not a fact? That they listen to their conversation. Gumi told us that he goes into the bush with them and federal government officials used to lead him to those people. They discuss with them, they talk to them. Is that not leading us to where they are? Please listen again. Toju Bello have been receiving emissaries from the federal government of Nigeria. And when they are going back from visiting him, he will not say, oh, thank you for coming. You know what? I have some captives with me. Or you take these ones. Go and give your government. In fact, I have some ammunition. So you carry these ones. Go and give him. Please, what kind of is that not the reason why Donald Trump called us a disgraced nation? Tell me any nation that will tolerate this type of thing, and some people are still defending them. Where is that place in Nigeria that these people are that nobody have seen them? Just tell me. Mention that place they are, that Nigerian security agencies, nobody can see them, that we need America to come and help us out. The federal government of Nigeria is complicit in this matter. The facts are there. Let them come and defend themselves. New Rubado have told you severally how these people are selling ammunition to terrorists. True or false? He has even been implicated in arming those people in Kwara State. True or false? Please, my dear people of Nigeria, when are we going to stand up for the truth so that Nigeria can move forward? You mean this one I talked about Benue and Plateau, it is not in Abi? If the federal government is serious, why would they allow those people to be staying there, Mr. Moses? Just explain to me. Why would they allow those foreign terrorists to be occupying Benue and Plateau village, and some people are defending them? Because it is not in their own village, Abi. No, it is not in their own village. What are they waiting for? No, they cannot give order to the military to go and destroy those people there, Abi. They cannot. Please, I don't want to hear certain things. I don't want to hear it. What kind of defense is this?
Okay. Let's get back to former Minister Adebayo.
Even Bayo look at told us that he was making a deal with them. The people that came to kidnap those girls in the school. Listen, the chief of defense staff, the minister of defense told us that he will find out who gave the order for those people to leave that place. Up to today, nobody have told us.
Well, I would like to believe that some of that information is classified.
Clear what?
I would like to believe
it happened in Dapchi.
That they may not.
It happened in Dapchi, Moses. It happened in Dapchi. Remember, the same thing on the day of curfew. These people came all the way. Amnesty International was calling the military. Come on, these people are coming. They are coming. 15 high-low trucks. They move in a convoy. Came to Dapchi, took all the girls away, and they never answered those phone calls from Amnesty International. And today we are looking for Leah Sharibabi. Moses, we are looking for Tia Sharibu because of that thing that happened. Right. And no head road. In a place of curfew, no military, no police, no DSS. On that road, they cleared it on that day. And you are telling me that the federal what? Is that how they behave in the same country?
All right, Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for thank you very much. Let's go back to former Minister Adebayo. Now, former Minister. Now, as we get into electioneering campaigns and the rest, do you foresee, with your knowledge of the political space, do you see this issue of insurgency, banditry, kidnappings? Do you see the possibility of a decline in all of it in the coming months as we approach 2026 and then get into 2027 electioneering?
I want to believe, and I think all Nigerians must be generous in believing, that the armed forces of Nigeria are doing their very best within the circumstances available. And the movements which Mr. President has undertaken recently by removing some people from the Defense Ministry and bringing in an expert in former CDS Musa to the Ministry of Defense would bring in a lot of difference. CDS Musa already has given certain undertaking that he would, hit the ground running. I think we should pray for him and give him time to do the best. I think he will do the best. I have confidence that we will continue to have improvements in the security situation. I didn't see what is going to affect the 2027 elections in all that is going on. I believe the insecurity would have been substantially contained in various parts of Nigeria. In the area of Benue and Plateau, what we do see is there is a lot of people who want to take over land for grazing. It is illegal for them to do that. We also have seen disclosures of even pastors in Plateau selling arms and ammunition to criminals. It's been in the news over the years. In Plateau, in Benue, a lot of people. So one of the bad things that the US did was to, create the impression that Christians were particularly targeted. It was not about Christians. In fact, there are more Muslims are being targeted all over and it is not because they are Muslims or Christians that they are being targeted. It is because of greed for what is in their hands.
Okay.
The criminals.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, former minister. Now that's your own position. A lot of people will disagree with you. I would like for us to talk a bit about. We already started talking politics. I'd like for us to talk about politics in your state. I spoke to you on my show, Political Lens, about 2-3 months ago. And at that point, I was like, former minister, what's going on in Oyo State. Can you give us a feel of what's going on? Are you still interested in that position, Agodi House, and all of that? Can you walk us through?
I am interested. I am the most experienced politician who is aspiring for the governorship. If God sanctions it, I will be governor. If God sanctions it.
Okay,
but I leave everything to God.
You leave everything to God. But we hear the current Minister of Power, Adelabu, say, look, I'm the anointed one. And we hear that there's collaboration between him.
He has not said he's the anointed. Who would have anointed him?
I mean, Minister, I hear that there's collaboration between him, Sheyi Makinde, and the current president. Why you are not in the
far from the truth? Is cheap blackmail. Cheap blackmail. Of course, Adelabu actually said the president has not anointed anybody. Those who fabricated that story about anointing or whatever, it's up to them.
Okay.
Nobody is anointed.
Okay. So but you also said that there were 10 of you at that point that we spoke. You said there were about 10 of you in the APC.
Exactly.
Do we still have that number, or are you guys talking in terms of consensus?
If not more.
Okay. So everybody is going to struggle for a share at the primaries.
Exactly.
And you are very hopeful, according to you, if God willing.
No, I am a very religious person, religiously inclined, and I believe that God is the ultimate person, put to sanction what would happen.
Okay. And you are very optimistic that APC is going to win Oyo State in 2020.
That I can take. You can take that to the bank.
Okay.
I mean, APC is very much on ground.
Well, they were not on ground in 2019.
2027, we are prepared.
Were they not on ground in 2019?
Let me tell you, there were circumstances which I don't need to go over. There were circumstances which made him to succeed in 2019 because of mismanagement by the leadership of our party at that time. But that has become history.
Okay.
And
those circumstances prevailed in 2023. And you think they will change in 2027?
Yes, they will not happen again. Those things will not happen again.
All right, and thank you very much, former Minister Adebayo.
Abdurrahim. My name is so simple to
Abdurrahim.
I don't know why it's difficult for some of you
for being part of the show. Now, before we leave, I'd like to have your concluding thoughts on the issue that we talked about, insecurity. What's your final word on it?
You see, I'm a Muslim. My religion teaches me that we must continue to pray for our leaders. If we pray for them and they get it right, it is to our benefit. If we refuse, we are combative and we refuse to pray for them. If evil happens, God forbid, it will be on all of us. So let us continue to pray. Nobody is a saint. Nobody is perfect. The government is aspiring to be the best that it can be. And so we must continue to pray for them that they succeed.
All right, then. Thank you very much, former Minister Abdurrahim Adebayo Shitu, a lawyer, politician, former member of your State House of Assembly, former Minister of Communication between 2015 and 2019. Thank you very much for your contribution on the program. Also, a big thanks to Barrister Darlington. Barrister Darlington, let's have your concluding thoughts. Yes.
We have prayed enough. Moses, we have prayed enough. There is no leader we have not prayed for in Nigeria. This was not the impression Tinubu gave us when they were coming into office. He even told us not to pity him, that he planned this thing for 30 years. What has he done? At least, they say heaven help those who help themselves. Mention one thing Tinubu has done in office that will require our prayer. Just mention one. Just one thing that you hear that the president, he has your interest at heart. Mention one thing.
For you to be costing him. So what is the alternative?
Leave him to his own. Let him make all the promises we made. Let him keep it.
By the grace of God, he will be in office
he will not keep it.
2031.
He is not ready to keep it. He will not keep it.
He will be there. Some of us will continue to pray for him.
I disagree with you.
By the grace of God, he
swore to protect life and property. Has he done that? Has he done that? That's the beginning of it. Has he done that? That's the first
This
thing.
combativeness is not part of life.
Look, Mr. Minister, please, this is not combativeness. It is anger.
It is.
Where we are now, every Nigerian should be angry. Yes, every Nigerian should be angry.
Continue to be angry. Some of us are very calm and prayerful.
No, you are talking as an APC person, and that's not fair. Nigeria is decaying, and you are pampering it, you are watering it down. Because you are APC.
What's the alternative to that?
Look at where we are. As I'm talking to you now, 210 trillion naira is missing from NNPCL. Look at the amount of money, and they want to collect us from me. Abi, look at that money.
You are a lawyer. You are a lawyer. You can do whatever you think.
It's true. It's true.
Appropriate.
It's true. Yes, it's true. I've heard you. Others that went to court. What came out of it?
Thank you very much.
Nigeria has gone this bad, and people are treating it with kid
and then.
This is where we draw the curtains on the program, VOP, this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. Well, let's take a break now. When we come back at 10 o'clock, it will be newspaper review. We'll be going through the dailies, looking at the headlines, making sense of it all. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Bye for now.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget,
our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual, it is a declaration. a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she, too, is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and a role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bent, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual. A cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Well, thanks for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And we still have Barrister Darlington Agumo with us. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for staying back.
My pleasure.
We're also being joined by Lawale Kudayo, who is a public affairs commentator, an educationist, and a farmer. Well, thank you very much for staying with us, for coming.
Thank you.
Now, let's dive into it. Yes, this story obviously catches the attention. And we're already talking about this particular story. It says, federal government writes off $1.42 billion, 5.57 trillion naira NNPC debt. Presidential nod wipes off NNPC's legacy debts to federation. NUPRC battles 5.65 trillion naira revenue gap. Gentlemen, this of course is of major concern. The presidency, the president, the federal government, who's headed by the Minister of Petroleum.
The president.
The president himself.
Supposed to mean as minister.
Is writing off debts within that sector. Okay, maybe I should just read a little excerpt from it. So, President Bola Tinubu has approved the cancellation of a substantial portion of the debts owed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to the Federation account, wiping off about $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira after a reconciliation of records between both parties. Now, this is contained in a document prepared by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and presented at the November meeting of the Federation Account Allocation Committee. All right, so providing a breakdown of the affected balances, the NUPRC added, consequently, out of, okay, this is 1,480. This, I don't want to confuse myself with this because
like
you know what I mean. But anyway, it goes. So it says the document indicates that the approval followed the recommendation of the Stakeholder Alignment Committee on the reconciliation of indebtedness between NNPC Limited and the Federation, which reviewed the company's royalty and lifting-related liabilities up to December 31, 2024. Despite the cancellation of the legacy balances, fresh debts built up in 2025 remain.
God, it's funny.
So this is up until 2024. But the ones that have accrued in 2025 are still there.
Fresh debts.
Fresh debts.
Which might be probably written off in 2026.
Yes.
Or early 2027 to wait for election.
Let me make it straight. Okay.
The problem in all of this is that, when you don't punish small crimes, that is why the big crimes thrive. I thought they were conducting an audit of NNPCL accounts, which they have not done for the past 10 years. I understand that there was a forensic audit, that was undergoing. They should have waited for that audit, to be concluded. And now let Nigerians know what has happened in the NNPCL for the past 10 years. While that audit is going on, they quickly constituted a committee, to reconcile debts between the NNPCL and federal government. And before the release of the result of that audit, we have a president who serves as Minister of Petroleum, say, look, I've written off, based on recommendation of the committee. Now, who are members of that committee? Who are members of that committee? They recommended that a certain $1.42 billion of Nigeria's money and 5.57 trillion naira of Nigeria's money be written off as bad debt.
It's even what
without consequences. Nobody's career is damaged. We don't know what happened to that money. That money will just develop wings and fly away, and we believe that we have a country we call Nigeria. The report tells us that, look, there are also fresh debts that has accumulated in 2025, and we are going into 2026 running 3 or 4 budgets simultaneously, concurrently. Now, by the end of 2026, we also have another debt written off, preparatory
waiting to be written off.
Who did this to us?
Let's say it in pidgin. Who drew us?
Let me make it clear. In a layman's term for Nigerians, let me make it clear. Now, NNPC is supposed to remit certain amount to the federal government. So NNPC did not remit those amounts completely. So government now decided to write it off for NNPC. That, okay, since you didn't remit the remaining one, I take it as a bad debt you have. Is it debt in the first place? It's supposed to be a remittance. Like I gave business to you. This amount is supposed to be coming into my pocket regularly. That means that amount is supposed to come, but the amount didn't come. Therefore, the amount disappeared into another person's coffers through another point. Instead of going into federal government's coffers, the amount disappeared into another people's or another areas, disappeared away. And instead of looking for that where the money disappeared into, the federal government is supposed to now say, don't worry, okay, just forget that money that's about, just forget about it. Let's just leave it and then move forward. Mm-hmm. That's the layman's language of what has happened. Mm-hmm. And it's so worrisome. Mm-hmm. NNP is supposed to remit money to federal government. They didn't remit it. Federal government has said, okay, don't worry, just forget about that money. Just forget about it. Mm-hmm. Let's move forward. Let's talk about next year.
Do you know that if this money happens maybe because of natural disaster, force majeure, or something, we can say, okay, it's part of the hazards of the job. But no explanation. It's just that the money disappeared into pockets. And those pockets are too deep for you to put your hand and collect the money.
How does this, will this affect the ongoing probe of Ahmed, what's his name?
Farouk. I have told you,
you are blocking loopholes now. All those things that you can ask, they're already blocking it.
Nothing will come out of it. Nothing. If not, the man would have been in jail by now. Nothing will come out of it. I've told you here. Nothing. Don't test. Dangote can sing from now to high heaven. They're even calling him to come and explain whatever. So the information he gave, all you need to do, verify the information yourself. He has supplied the names of the children, the schools they are going to one by one. Why not go and find out whether he's talking true or not? You are not telling him to come. And the man I've told you is not coming anywhere. What is he coming to do? Act on the information he gave you and see whether if it's not true, then you can come for him.
Yes.
You come for him, yes. Say you gave up false information. But when they want to, cover up their own, that's what they do. They will not make you the whistleblower. They will not make you the victim. They make you the victim. That is what they do. Look at since this thing happened, any news. Please, Mr. Moses, since you have been hearing about 210 trillion naira, have anybody given you any explanation as to where that money is or what happened to it? And this is from the National Assembly. National Assembly that brought out during their oversight function, they discovered this money. The last thing I heard from this NNPC man is that the money was misplaced, it's not missing. And up to today, they have not found out where it was misplaced.
And the next
and you are the person that is keeping this amount of money, you are writing off the debt is owing you.
Yes. So that means the man is now, they will now properly finish off the money. The money is our own since the government has started doing the thing for.
And you call this a country, and they want to collect tax from you by next year. What is the guarantee that tax will be kept properly? What is the guarantee that tax will be properly used? What is the guarantee that tax, when they collect it, it will be used for the purpose of developing your country and all that?
No, there will be other missing by the time we get to the end of this year. If the
federal government cannot find out this money, the 210 trillion from NNPCL, they should not bother collecting this tax. So that's my own opinion. They should not bother. Let them explain to us where that money is. It's important. It's our money. 210 trillion. Mr. Moses, that money will pay our debt. And we still have change. With it, the naira can be even 200 naira to $1 at most. Look at where we are. The money you are trying to go and borrow, the one you borrowed, you have used it to line your pocket. You are telling the whole world and Nigeria that there is no money. Which country can lose this type of amount of money and still be existing? You and I know very well that in the Western world where you go and borrow this money, they can never lose this type of amount of money. You can't even steal $1,000 from China and live to eat it. You can't. You can't.
Even in UK, they'll fish you out. Even in
Look at the amount of money that Nigerian government they cannot explain to us where you went to. And they want to come and collect tax from you and I. And Nigerians are they are not even talking of the real issue. The question now is whether it will go on in January or not. Meanwhile, you are not prepared the grant for this tax. Where is it going into? Who is going to collect it? What are they going to use it for? Nobody have told you. It's just that you must pay this tax. Whether you like it, you must pay. The one we paid, where are they? This money that we are looking for, is it not taxpayers' money? Money that should come to us. Now, upon that, Nigerians and Lagosians, listen very well. Upon this money that is missing in NPC, the federal government is now writing off debt they are owing us. 5 trillion naira.
1.2 billion dollars.
Can you just imagine?
It's not even $1 billion. It's unremitted. Don't use the word debt. Use unremitted amount. It's preferred. That debt is confusing.
What kind of thing is
unremitted? They're supposed to remit it to federal government. They didn't remit it, and they are now writing it off. So it's unremitted money. It's not debt.
What business is an NPC doing for us except to give us money from our crude oil? What happened to the crude oil? This one that you suffered debt, is it that the crude oil is dried up? You couldn't, bring it up? I don't understand. Let them explain to us how they incurred this debt. How did you incur this debt? What happened?
It's not by solidarity. It's not debt. They are just trying to
let us call it what they call it.
It's unremitted. Unremitted money fund.
How did you incur it? Because when you go and borrow money in a bank, and you are talking of whatever, they will find out how did the money miss. Did you use it for your own personal use and all that? That's when they will now begin to talk of whether they will give you soft landing or whatever.
To restructure the loan.
To restructure the loan and all. But
sometimes they even give you more money to invest in the business
exactly.
So that they will be able to recoup their money.
If they see that you are making progress in the right direction, they will help you. But in this case now, the federal government of Nigeria wrote off that kind of trillions of naira.
It's not a debt.
Trillions.
It's confusing.
And now they are coming to collect us from you and I in the next 2 weeks, Abi 1 week. Yeah, by
Thursday, like 3-4 days.
In the next year, first of January.
By Thursday will be January 1st.
You can imagine a country being run like this. How can you make progress? Please tell me. So when they are promising us all this paradise, this and that, you ask yourself, where is the foundation? Where is the foundation for what you are trying to do?
Did they promise? Tell us, what did they promise? They don't promise us anything.
That is why I was asking one of the members who came this morning. All the promises, where are they? All the promises. At least when somebody is making effort, you can say, okay, let us encourage him. From beginning to the end, nothing to show. And we are now 3 years down the, I'm not 3 years down the line. 3 years now, nothing to show. And you are still telling me I should be praying for who? Why can't they pray for me? I prayed enough. Let them pray for me.
The question is, did they promise us anything? One. Second, this, I don't know why Punch put it as debt, because it's worrisome. It's not debt now, it's unremitted. It's supposed to be federal government wrote off, forgo unremitted money fund by NNPC. So federal government forgo it. So why did they use the word debt? It's not a debt now. But that's why I was wondering. Is NNPC borrowing money from federal government that it became a debt? This money was supposed to be remitted. There was a shortfall in remittance. And federal government say, okay, we'll forgo it. So it's not a debt. It's supposed to be unremitted money by NNPC. Federal government forgo unremitted money by NNPC, which amount to so and so something.
Because they know where the money entered.
Okay, well, let's look at other headlines. And I do believe that Nigerians will emphasize this one because it's a major concern.
How much is defense? So how much did they budget for defense for next year? How much did they budget for education? This 5.5 trillion will take care of so many ministries.
If you convert the 1.42 billion it's about 2 trillion.
So making about 8 trillion, roughly 8 trillion.
Look at the amount of money.
It will take care of half of the whole of our ministries.
Look at the amount of money disappearing here and there.
Health will work very well. Health will work perfectly.
And then they will go and borrow money again. They go and borrow money.
An audacious level of corruption.
I am telling you.
And that's why I don't know why. But that's why I said I don't know why Punch will report.
That is why I'm very angry. And somebody telling me this morning that I'm very compatible. How can you show this and not be angry? Please, how can you show this and you not be angry? If you're a patriotic Nigerian, how can you see all this and you not be very, very angry?
You will not collect the small money that I will make.
They are just pushing it to your face. They are not even apologetic. They are not even sorry. They are not even remorse. You steal our money right in brazenly.
Under our nose like this. Under our nose.
You steal our money and somebody said I should be very. I should not be angry. Is it not my money that is there? Money that would have used to repair your road, equip your school, equip your hospital, and it's in somebody's pocket, and you are telling me I should not. When they were stealing this money, is it not combativeness? No, did they not carry out a coup against me? They have wasted our life for nothing, and you say I should not be angry. Should not be angry. 210 trillion naira. In Nigeria just disappeared. And everybody just kept quiet as if nothing happened.
If you know what they call 1 trillion, many countries in Africa did not even have a budget of 1 trillion.
Okay. Well, let's touch on another headline here. This speaks to your jurisdiction, Barrister Darlington. Judges from the Punch, it says, judges appointment, NJC shortlist 28 as 34 fail integrity test. The Guardian reports it, says 34 out of 62 lawyers fail integrity test, disqualified from High Court judges race. And then 28 shortlisted for NJC interview. All right, Barrister, what do you know about the process?
Integrity test process.
Moses, you see, I am getting fed up with talking about this judiciary. Even this one they just listed, are you sure that yes, they actually qualified? Or that some people have a higher connection than the other people? It was in this country that they sent this man at Abuja Division to go and represent us at ICJ. That he's heading a judicial division. Somebody who is heading that you expect the best from that person. He got there, the 3 tests they gave them, he failed all of them. Moses, he failed all of them at ICJ in The Hague. They had to tell him and the other 9 people that are supposed to have to come back to Nigeria. As if, and this was a place where Bola Ajibola, Taslim Elias, and other legal luminaries made their mark. Yet all of a sudden we don't have anybody again to represent us. So this selection or whatever, I am not amused until I see performance. Did you hear me? Because so far these people have messed all of us up. I'm not just proud of what is going on today. Only few lawyers. With all this that politicians are using them right, left, and center. It is only when they are leaving office that you see the CJN trying to tell us that the judiciary is corrupt. Are you serious? But when you were there, what did you do? No, tell me. The last 2 that left office, is that not what they told us during their validation session? That the judiciary is now cash and carry, this and that. I said, really? Go and listen to what Ariwola said when he was leaving office. Moses, you'll be ashamed of this judiciary. A man that presided over that body is not telling you on the day of leaving office that look at what is going on here. I said, really? I should clap for you, Abi. No, I should clap for you now that you have told me something, Abi. Please, I am not interested. Let them select whatever they like. The Messiah is yet to come. When he comes, everybody will see it.
Want to say something?
No, it's just the criteria that I'm so much interested in, because
the selection process.
Yes, if you want to employ somebody, you must have your criteria, and then you make it known to everybody so that it can be fair. So it's supposed to be something visible. I've seen, like what I see in the Senate when they clear people, I just, it looks, so I don't know which other area I'm going to look at when it comes to Nigeria. Even when it comes to getting job in federal government, you know how the things go here and there. So it's something.
These people these people are in the saddle now. Listen, these people that are in the saddle now, Moses Okoro, were they not screened? No, hold on. Were they not screened? And they now approved that yes, this is they are qualified. So what happened?
You mean the ministers or what?
No, I mean the judicial officers that in the saddle now. Were they not screened? Did they not tell us that they are more than qualified to hold that position? So
what I don't understand in this is that this exertion of exam to qualify as federal high court judge, is it novel? Is it something that they have been doing before and all of
in the civil service? It's something that was not recently
introduced. Okay. Now,
yeah, I think,
the civil service judges are not
6 years or thereabout.
Judges are not one of the male civil servants, so to say. The judiciary, they have some level of. In any case, the important thing is that exams were written. Some people passed, some people failed. It's a normal thing, and I like the fact that this has been made public. So that we don't get to a situation where half-baked lawyers, are elevated, to the bench.
It makes sense.
And by the time they start dishing out, controversial judgments and all of that.
So the people that we are here, people that are here now presently in all the judicial divisions and all that, were they not screened?
Now, barrister, that is what I'm saying. This exercise is novel.
They did not write exams
recently.
We were here when body of benchers, judicial judges were holding their meeting the other day. What was the highlight? On your mandate.
Barrister, we are talking about exams that were written and exams that were failed. And it is now public knowledge that out of 62 people that wrote the exam, in 28 passed and 34 failed. Now, these 34 people will not be elevated to federal high court judge, to judges and that position and all of that. It's a good thing. And I wish, like Moses just said, that even in the federal civil service, there are promotion exams. In my state, there was a certain time that when I looked at it came, he sacked all the permanent secretaries and said, okay, we need new permanent secretaries. And he conducted exams. And then there were a lot of people that failed the exams and they were not promoted to the level of permanent secretary. It speaks to the kind of competent people that we should get into government. It's a good thing.
If you want competency, your level of exam or whatever you are going to do to get them into that post must be standardized. Now, I'm coming. What I'm trying to say is that it makes sense, but not in the form of like you are writing CBT.
Mr. Lawal, do you know the method they use?
That's why I'm asking that maybe you should let us know. But if it's CBT, then it's
people wrote exams and some pass, some fail.
See, when you are going to...
So what's your point now?
What I'm saying that when you say you conduct interview or exam for promotion to any post, even when it even comes to become a president, they're supposed to conduct exams. We have our own way of conducting through coming for interviews, coming for debates. All those are part of the screening process for selection of political posts, even up to the presidency. It's only here in Nigeria that president will never come for debate and he will still win. In other countries, you come if you don't come for debate, you are automatically out of the race. You have to go for debate, you have to go for press. Those are the ways by which we screen the people that will become presidents, governors, or political posts. Now, the same thing if you are screening like judges or you screen permanent secretary, it has to be a standardized thing because when it comes to that post is more of you are dealing with people that you are doing exam.
No, so I don't know the point you want to make.
What the point I'm saying
has been. Do you know if okay? So you think this one was not standardized? Or
no. That's why I said that the way it is conducted is supposed to be made public. You understand me? Supposed to be made public. Do you have a group of?
They have a template for these things. They have a template they follow. And if you did not meet it, that is where this disqualification comes in. That's what they said. The integrity.
I think I understand.
Some of them failed integrity test.
Yes.
But like I keep asking you, there was a.
How do you conduct integrity test?
Now listen, there was somebody who conducted or who presided over an election matter in Imo State. And for that reason, a whole America, the same America that has been trying to save us and we refuse to leave, the same America say you can't come to our country because of what you did.
Barrister.
What did that person?
That's their own integrity test.
Barrister, let's zero it down. How do you conduct integrity tests?
By checking on the whatever you are doing in office and all the
past judgment.
Then we should have a problem. If it's not written exam per se.
It's part of it. It's not one off. It's not the one off thing. No, it's not the one off thing.
There are stages.
That's why integrity test is part of it.
Also have integrity test.
Exactly. But
your character in office.
What I'm saying,
complaints about you and all of that.
Your past judgments.
What I'm saying,
out of 34 people have been found not to have integrity. That's what it means.
No, that's not what they say. You could have integrity and fail the written exam.
Integrity test.
Yes. You could pass the integrity
I'm focusing
test.
on integrity.
No, barrister said that there's a template, that they used to write the exams. And so I don't know how he brought in integrity test.
Yeah, but he said integrity.
No, but that's what they said now. That's what they said. They say,
He said integrity test. So now Moses is saying that 34 people failed integrity test.
Which means that they don't have integrity.
And I'm saying no, I'm not saying
no. That is the logic.
They failed the exam. We were not told that they failed the integrity test. We were told that they failed the exam.
That means
Moses is right. You know why? Moses is right because
don't say that Moses is right.
It's like promotional exam. If you fail it, they'll say you fail promotional exam, isn't it? So if they say integrity test, you fail, that means you don't have integrity.
Mr. Kunda, you're listening.
Or you are low in integrity.
Mr. Kunda, you're listening. If you come to exams, exam will have section 1 and section 2. Section 1 could be written. Section 2 could be multiple choice.
Yeah, okay.
You could pass one and fail one.
But everything together, what do you call it? Integrity test.
Is not integrity test.
Is that what they wrote here?
The real law is what is. I think that one it has 60% or so.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Knowledge and law.
Yes. Okay. Your capacity.
Okay.
Are you getting to take over cases, to preside over cases?
Okay. Then the other.
Other one will come. Yes, exactly. That one. Yeah. So it's not as if.
If you get 40 in the real law itself, and you fail integrity test, you've passed.
No, you passed now.
No.
Yes, now that's based on
the real law is 60.
Hold on.
You score 50 there. You score 50 over 60, and you score 10 there. That is 60 now.
40 or 50. In the real law, knowledge 50. Of law, that's a pass mark.
Yes.
Good.
Then you now score 10%.
Then you don't have integrity. It's okay.
That's not what they told us.
No. That's not what they told us. No, wait. You have 40, yes, 60.
Whatever you are scoring is over.
Okay. And it's still over now, which is 60.
It's over 100 or 200, depending on the template. That this changes from year to year.
Okay.
It's not written in our cast on stone. Okay. Are you going to say based on the prevailing circumstances?
Okay.
They can raise the bar.
That's okay.
They can raise the bar.
You see, the thing is that NJC conducted exams to promote judges to federal high courts. There were 62, 28 passed, 34 failed. And those 34 that failed. The important thing for me is that we don't want to see or hear that their names were smuggled and eventually became high court.
You may not even know that one. When you go to court, you ask the judge, were you among those who paid the other side?
No, that is it. The NJC and the Ministry of Justice should have.
All right, let's take a few
I don't get the example. I get the example of what happened in Abuja
that test
and the ICJ. That one, it did not surprise you. A whole person heading a division is not even as if it's a.
Bella and I have always repeated this story here that a certain group of people, I think brigadier level, were sent to Russia, Nigerians, to go and do training. And so after the training, normally they write your report and give to you. So the report they gave to 2 of our own generals, Nigerian generals, 2 of the generals. I said, this officer is not trainable. This officer is not trainable. The same Russian that wrote those reports came back years later and discovered that 2 of those people had become head of states in Nigeria. Talking about Abacha and Buhari. So it is not today that we started writing tests to promote people.
Was it not here that somebody told us that even if the man has a NEPA bill, he's qualified to rule us?
So even the president, while we were campaigning in 2015, he said, look at them asking for General Buhari's certificate. What are they doing with the certificate?
All right.
That's blind followers.
all
let's
this
move on. Let's move on to
qualification and no qualification.
other headlines here. Politicians, let's go to Rivers State. Politicians scheming for 600 billion naira in Rivers coffers. Wike. Now, Wike is saying that...
I like what is going on in Rivers
Wike is saying that politicians are scheming for the 600 billion naira that Ibokete Ibas left in the coffers of Rivers State. Struggling to grab it.
No, he's putting himself out of it. Say politicians are scheming.
He's the governor now, so he's not Wike that want to...
The former governor. Wike is the former governor.
That's what I'm saying now. He's the one. He's the man that is talking. Is he not? Wike is the one.
Wike is the one talking.
Oh, talking.
The politicians are scheming for 600 billion naira.
Who are the politicians?
We are asking.
Who are the politicians?
The politicians.
He knows he's the
a lot
person.
of things.
He knows he's the person. No other person can come for that money in Rivers State. He knows he's the person.
But he's not the governor.
Is that not what has causing problem?
I said, look, the camping or not the camping does not change anything. Agreement is agreement. The camping does not mean that a governor will win second term. He has said it.
You see, the thing about barrister, when you say someone is singing Kennedy, what is the meaning of Kennedy?
You understand what he's saying? Let's move on.
Okay. You know that bed now that they call
yes.
So when he's singing, that means he's spilling everything out.
Okay, I think Wike has been talking about
I'm telling you.
And the way he talks,
no, it's good.
I think he's threatened.
He's not just threatened. He feels and you understand that
he's
probably he's losing.
He's losing out. That's what he feels.
He understands that the power game, the power matrix is gradually shifting. You know, the tectonic plates are shifting, you know, underground, underneath his legs. And he feels it. You know, so that is why he's talking
because
about
nobody is different to him again.
And the way, and I think that something serious might happen again in Rivers State. Fubara looks like no holds barred. You know, he's ready to, before he
think the president will reach an agreement with Siminalayi and, you know, assure him of retaining the governorship in 2027.
Look, if the president wants someone that will deliver Rivers State,
if Tinubu,
Wike is already working towards
if Tinubu promised
Fubara in Rivers State,
if Tinubu promised Fubara he will get Rivers State, he will get it. Nothing you can do.
Now, already, what it seems like the agreement is that Siminalayi will do one term and leave. That's the agreement is agreement.
No, it cannot happen. It can never happen.
It may not happen.
Now, if it doesn't happen, don't you think we feel
like that is when EFCC
has started.
That is when
yes, but then it hasn't. He hasn't blown up in his face.
Because as a matter of fact, if Fubara was not interested for second term,
he will not decamp.
He will not decamp. He simply stay in the PDP.
Exactly.
And, you know,
and finish his time and go away.
So now he's interested and he's look at the way he's talking to the speaker. Telling the speaker, you know, trying to shut him down and look, you are just the speaker and anybody can say anything in Rivers State. It doesn't matter, you know. We know where we are, we have come and things like that. He's talking tough now. Before he went to a gunfight with a knife. But I think now Fubara is like guns are blazing.
Now, how do you think that will play out for Wike support?
Yes, except to give. Except to
the
give. The
president might just have to rein in the both of them and say no.
And Wike will just continue as a minister.
No, listen. Listen.
I don't know.
Probably.
Listen very well. Tinubu will tell Wike to stay back.
Because Tinubu doesn't abandon people.
No,
he doesn't abandon people.
No. When he comes, when his interest is at stake, especially in 2027 and Rivers State, Tinubu will not play with it. If he knows that the fight between Fubara and Wike will cost him river, he will call Wike to stay away. No, seriously.
Because as a matter of fact, the president himself is currently struggling for his political support.
Of course.
Currently struggling.
So he wouldn't want anybody to add to it.
My own take is this. Now that before it was Fubara and Wike that was the main attention in Rivers State. Before Fubara decamped, you know, if the president need anything from Rivers, he will simply look for Wike. Now that Fubara has decamped to APC, there's a rivalry in that area now. So and Fubara has an upper hand because he's the current governor and is automatically in charge of the structure of APC.
He was current governor when
Wike has The local government
see, leave that area. You don't want to, because see,
he has a local.
Wait, it doesn't really have. Now it's losing grip of everything. You know why? Because Fubara automatically become head of the of APC in Rivers, and all those.
He was head of PDP now when the problem was
No, what I'm saying, you know, that time there was a battle between him. Ibeke was putting pressure using
some pressure is no longer there.
It has reduced because it's already decapped now. What pressure are you going to put on him again? The only pressure you have is the agreement.
Mr. There's something you don't understand. Wike has his name. The state chairman of the PDP, of the APC, is Wike's man.
Wait, you see, you don't understand this thing. What I'm saying is that when you become the head,
which head are you talking about?
Is the governor not in control of the structure of the state?
Was he not in control of the structure of the state as PDP governor?
No, there was a problem because 27 local government decamped. The federal government is in support of APC in the state, and the governor.
And I'm telling you that the state chairman of the APC,
you don't understand.
And all of those people are single.
Listen to me. Listen. You don't understand politics. Politics in Nigeria is basically about your personal interest. Now, the E is in control of it. Before, it wasn't in control of that structure. The structure can work. That's the APC structure in Rivers now.
Which APC are you talking about? The 20 local government chairman that moved from PDP, contested election in APC.
So who is now in control of them now? Who is now in control of them?
Do you know that?
As when even the chairman of the party said he's going to work with Fubara. Fubara is in
what do you want him to say?
And I saw he's the one
who put him there as chairman of APC.
No, listen. Listen. Do you know why Wike have not defected to APC proper? Do you know why? Why?
Why?
He will lose grip of PDP. And if he now decides to go to PDP,
APC.
PDP now, if you want to defect, that very day EFCC will come after him, just like Malami.
If he defects to PDP?
Yes. If he defects to PDP,
it's in PDP.
He has not, listen very well. What he's doing now, he has not explained where he is.
Wike,
he has not, seriously. I said, leave this thing you are telling me is on paper. In reality, he's not.
So where is he?
Is he not
he's still working with APC.
Yes, we know.
So what does that tell you?
So you say if he decamps to where?
If he decamps proper to APC now,
APC.
Good. You will now see that he will lose grip of PDP, which he doesn't want to.
Okay.
Now, if he now decide to settle down in PDP proper and leave APC alone, that's
which he will not.
Well, that's what they are waiting for. That's the trap they set for him.
Who said?
What are you talking about?
He's the one that's setting trap for other people.
He's catching him now.
Go and ask Malami.
The trap is catching him.
Go and ask Malami. Go and ask him why he left APC and entered
He can't be as relevant as before in Rivers now before the president, because the president has a rival for him already, which is the governor.
I see some kind of contradiction.
APC cannot make you and allow you with all the money you have stolen and now use it to go and build another party. They will not tolerate that.
But that's what he's doing in PDP.
PDP. Who is PDP in power? PDP was not in power now, so you could do anything with them, and nobody will sanction you.
Lost, honestly.
You can be it's not a question of loss. I am telling you, I'm challenging Wike. Decide today to settle down with PDP to build your political career and see what will happen to you.
You will become irrelevant to the
No,
president.
not even irrelevant. You see what EFCC will do with you.
And it's already losing the relevancy. What I know is that in that river, so he has a rival now, which is Fubara. No matter what, Fubara will begin to galvanize his strength in that area. All this one you say they are Wuke's supporter. We have seen it in Lagos State before now. We have seen it in some other states. Look at what happened to Ambode and so many others. Where is Bokno today? So many like that. Even Pedro before he was
where is Pedro?
No, we don't.
What did he do? No, what did he do now? Look at what Jamdo. There was a time Jamdo moved to I think he came back again.
What is going on in Lagos State is an aberration. I don't think there's the politics going on in Lagos State here. No politics. So whenever you want to campaign, don't mention Lagos State. The people of Lagos State, they know what is pursuing them and they know what they are pursuing. You cannot tell me that a whole Lagos State center of excellence, this type of thing is going on here, and you want to use it to compare.
That's the reality. That is what is going on.
That's why I'm telling you that it's not. I don't see politics here. I don't.
What
Nothing.
do you see?
Nothing is going on here.
So what happened in River State? What is it? Is it not similar to what?
At least somebody resisted somebody. Somebody resisted somebody. Yes.
Okay.
And we don't have a godfather who will install and remove anybody. That's the truth.
All right. So, Gazetted Tax Act illegal. Amounts to forgery. Atiku insists.
No.
Let's see the riders to that headline. Okay. The riders there. Alteration allegation baseless. Patriots back presidency. Nigerian airlines will collapse under new tax laws, says Onyema. All right. And then Zamfara attack. Tinubu's trip to Europe, UAE, shows lack of empathy, says ADC.
Of course.
FG seeks to calm markets as US airstrikes test sovereignty, economy. Airlines, agencies fear low patronage as US visa ban begins January 1. See, this was really what I wanted to ask earlier in the day. The issue around visa ban persists between Nigeria and US.
Yes.
And we are collaborating in the area of military, in the area of fighting insurgency. Now they are banning some Nigerians from getting different levels of visa. Nigeria is threatening to do same, but they are collaborating. So it feels like I don't know. It feels off.
We need the US more than they
off to me.
We need the US more than they need us. So if you want to do retaliatory diplomacy, it will not favor you.
How many Americans want?
I wonder how many. So that's why they are just talking tough. They are
holding us by the jugular with the visa ban, and then we're basically dancing to their tune.
They were selective in it. This is how Nigerians so. They mentioned the different levels.
The different level, the category is more like it was more like a total ban.
The sweeping ban, really.
How?
Tourist and B1, B2, tourist, business tourist, student visa, and there were 4 categories.
Yeah.
And if you put them together, you discover that even ordinary visa, it affected practically everybody. And mind you, also, there's already sanctions, on some level of civil servants, who can all go to the United States. I think what America is trying to do in that extent is to create some kind of discontent
amongst
Nigerians, so that they can, even if they don't revolt physically, they can go to the polling booths, and revolt. That is one thing. But in the area of this collaboration, I find it strange, I find it curious that our president could, in the midst of, this bedlam, jump on a plane and leave for United Arab Emirates.
You don't want to be mentioned a sort of Mo Simbel. Emma Goruko Simbe, Mo Simbel. I'm not there. Don't mention my name.
But he's the president.
Really?
The president.
Okay.
That I just feel that the president is going to Europe for something personal. Otherwise, he could have also sent Shetima to.
And the truth of the matter is, there's nothing wrong in going for. If it's a health-related issue, there's nothing wrong in going.
No, but he should tell Nigerians.
But he should tell Nigerians.
He should tell Nigerians.
Not
that he's going to Europe.
You know that I have problem with that one you said. I've always had problem with that.
Going for
yes.
abroad.
Right? Yes. One thing is this: if your health system, because you are the one who provide the health system,
your point.
You are the one who cook the soup. And after cooking the soup, you will never eat part of it. You will go and buy your own food outside while others are eating in it. Then something is wrong with what you have cooked. So he is the one fixing the health system, providing health for Nigerians, and you don't use that. Anytime you need to go for health checkup, and they are there to help you go out of the. It doesn't make sense at all. It's totally out of it. How many times do you see even United States of America president or even Saudi prince? You really see a reasonable country, their leaders or political office holders flying out of the country when they need a health checkup or health. They need to check their health. It's only in Nigeria that we have it being done and then every year the government, the president will make a budget for us and tell us that our health will work, and at the same time you don't make use of it. It's like cooking a soup. Like I said, after cooking the soup you will never eat part of it.
Do you know the problem here? These people have free money to spend abroad. If we have a determined health allowance for the president, is it not when you overshoot it, you will now stay behind? Is that not true? But here, they just collect money. Nobody, who are you to ask them how much? Did Buhari, all the while he spent in the UK and all that, did anybody tell you exact amount he spent there? That we don't have a country yet, seriously.
That's why they will write off NNPC 8 trillion debt. Government will write it off.
You cannot run a country like this and then you expect to make progress. Moses,
Boris
it's not
Johnson,
possible.
how much did he take that was struggle for him?
Just to do party in a down street.
Just a party in his office.
And then a journalist. That's why I said that you people are very lazy. You don't go and get all these things for us.
Moses.
Journalists, you don't do like that man in Ghana, and us. Go and be swooping on them. All these things they are doing in their guest houses with their misuse. Take it and see how much they are doing.
The 210 trillion naira that you have been hammering, where did you get it from?
It's the National Assembly. The National Assembly.
Now, who broke it to you?
It's the National Assembly said it. You people have not given us any breaking news. You journalists, Nigerian journalists, especially Lagos Ibadan Press, you don't give us breaking news here. You don't.
So that's it. Even education, you see them, their children graduating outside the country. I begin to wonder. And then every year you sit down and then you tell us,
by now, Moses and Okoro, by now, somebody would have told us what Tinubu is always going to do in France, that particular place he goes to, what he does there. By now, the CNN would have.
They told you before.
The CNN would have. The CNN would have told us.
Provide flight ticket. I'll go to Europe and find out.
All right, there are a few more headlines. A few more headlines here, but unfortunately we can't take them all. It's the 29th day in the month of December. A few more, I think. 2 more days to the end of 2025. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution. Barrister Darlington Agumo, thank you very much. And Lawale Kunayo, thank you for your time as well. This is where we draw the curtains on the show today. And Chidimo Okoro makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agumo, and we'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting stories. So we might just start the recap, to let us into what happened all through the year from January to December. Join us, then it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it. And that's it on the show today. Sports is coming up next. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye for now.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Nyekwena and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977. The same year, Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. First, the headlines. Reps minority calls for suspension of tax laws. Atiku demands fresh look at controversial tax laws. Miati Allah warns U.S. strikes could backfire. DSS arrests killers of abducted professor. Resident doctors threaten fresh strike. LASMA cracks down on illegal parking. In business, NCAA dismisses tax claims behind airfare increase. In sports, Shell Lords Eagles after thrilling Tunisia win. And in the world of entertainment, Burna Boy, a very dark man, visits Kirikiri for inmates release. Now the news in detail. The minority caucus of the House of Representatives has urged the federal government to halt the implementation of the new tax laws amid controversies over alleged alterations. The call comes after Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, insisted last week that the implementation dates for the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act are fixed. In a joint statement, Minority Leader Representative O.K. Chinda, Minority Whip Right Honorable Ali Issa JC, Deputy Minority Leader Right Honorable Aliyu Madaki, and Deputy Minority Whip Right Honorable George Ozodinobi called for a suspension of the tax laws until investigations are concluded. They pledged to address the alleged discrepancies in the interest of Nigerians. The controversy began after Representative Abdul Samad Dasuki raised concerns that the gazetted versions of the tax laws differ from what was debated and approved in the National Assembly, arguing that this breaches lawmakers' legislative rights. In a related development, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for a fresh legislative review of the Tinubu administration's tax reform laws. Atiku said this move became necessary after the Senate confirmed that the gazetted version of the Tax Act does not reflect what was passed by the National Assembly. The call comes ahead of plans by the federal government to implement the remaining tax reforms for January 1, 2026. Atiku warned that any law published in a form not approved by the National Assembly is legally invalid. He stressed that under Section 58 of the 1999 Constitution, a law must be passed by both chambers, receive presidential assent, and then be gazetted. He argued that gazetting is purely administrative and cannot correct a defective law, criticizing attempts to fast-track re-gazetting while legislative investigations are ongoing. In another development, a retired Nigerian military officer, Abdullahi Bakaji, has cautioned that reported United States efforts to weaken insurgents could pose serious risks if not properly coordinated with Nigerian authorities. Bakaji, who is also the Kano State Chairman of the Miyelsi Ala Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, said while foreign military support may be well-intentioned, poor coordination could endanger civilians and worsen insecurity in other areas. He warned that actions taken without full local cooperation could displace violence and undermine trust between communities and the government. Bakaji added that while external assistance may offer short-term relief, lasting peace depends on strong governance, effective security institutions, and active engagement with local communities rather than foreign military action alone. Meanwhile, the Police Service Commission has warned that despite heavy spending on policing, Nigeria remains insecure due to weak accountability and poor oversight in security governance. The Commission Secretary Onyemuche Nnamani said lasting security cannot be achieved through firepower alone, noting that weak oversight undermines discipline, professionalism, and public trust in law enforcement. Nnamani spoke in Abuja at the public presentation of a book titled Police Service Commission and Police Accountability in Nigeria, authored by a retired director in the Commission, Anuli Okoli. He said the nation's security depends not on the volume of weapons deployed, but on how effectively the use of force is controlled, adding that the Commission's constitutional mandate has been weakened by poor funding and institutional neglect. Okoli said the book draws from her years of involvement in police oversight and reform and is intended as a resource for policymakers, scholars, practitioners, and the public. Senator Victor Ume, who chaired the event, commended the author for documenting key experiences in security sector reform. Elsewhere, operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, have reportedly arrested the suspected killers of Professor Ekanem Philip Ephraim nearly 2 years after her murder. The suspects were apprehended at a medical facility in Cross River State while allegedly planning to kidnap another doctor. The DSS had been tracking the gang since Ephraim's abduction and killing in July 2023 when gunmen posing as patients kidnapped her. The suspect reportedly confessed, admitting they killed the professor after collecting multiple ransom payments from her family. Her kidnapping had sparked nationwide protests by the Nigerian Medical Association, which went on an indefinite strike, crippling the health sector for over a week to press the government to rescue her. Now, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has warned of a possible nationwide medical strike over the federal government's failure to implement a previously signed memorandum of understanding. In a post on X, NARD Secretary General Dr. Shaibu Ibrahim cautioned that the country is on the verge of a total and indefinite strike if the government continues to ignore deadlines for meetings the association's demands. NARD has suspended a 29-day strike on November 29 after signing the MOU under which the government committed to fulfilling the doctors' demands within 4 weeks. The association stressed that failure to comply within the agreed time frame would force them to resume a full indefinite strike. Now, in a recent development, the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, has warned motorists against indiscriminate parking during crossover night celebrations. In a statement, the General Manager of LASMA, Olaliko Bakari Oki, said unlawful obstruction of access routes around places of worship, markets, nightclubs, event centers, and other public gathering points will not be tolerated. He noted the crossover night usually records heavy vehicular and pedestrian traffic, often worsened by poorly coordinated activities such as carnivals, street jams, and roadside celebrations. Bakari Oki advised motorists against abandoning vehicles on carriageways, road shoulders, medians, pedestrian walkways, or key access routes. He cautioned organizers of carnivals and street parties against blocking roads without proper authorization and coordination with relevant authorities, warning that offenders will be sanctioned in line with traffic laws. The LASMA boss appealed to religious institutions, market leaders, club operators, and event organizers to show civic responsibility by providing adequate parking facilities. Still in Lagos, the State Fire and Rescue Service has confirmed responses to 2 separate emergencies on Sunday in the Lekki and Apapa areas of the state, resulting in 1 suspected fatality and several rescues. In a statement, the Controller General of the service, Margaret Adesheye, said a distress call was received at 2:31 p.m. reporting a road traffic accident at Wole Olateju Crescent, Lekki Phase 1 in Etiosa local government area. Firefighters from the Oniru fire station were deployed to the scene, where a speeding jeep reportedly lost control and rammed into 5 male children aged between 8 and 13 who were standing at the gate of a residence. 4 of the children were rescued with severe injuries and taken to hospital by sympathizers, while 1 was suspected dead. Adesheye said the damaged vehicle was evacuated to the Maroko police station, adding that officers of the Maroko Police Division have taken over the case for further investigation. In a related incident, she said firefighters from the Ajegunle fire station also responded at about 4:47 p.m. to a distress call involving a broken down fuel tanker opposite an EcoBank branch in Apapa. Now joining us in the studio for the midday news analysis, we have Barrister Darlington Agomo. How are you doing today, sir? Welcome to the midday news.
Thank you,
And happiest Mass and New Year in advance.
Compliments of the season to you as well. I hope you had a happy celebration. For many Nigerians, they would say it was a happy celebration, while for others, they would say it wasn't a very happy celebration. But if there's one thing Nigerians were elated about, it was the fact that we did not have, widespread mass attacks on people like we have seen in previous U-type seasons. Some people have made jokes out of it, saying that, oh, everyone had a blast, including the terrorists, referring to the U.S. missile that was struck in Sokoto State. Anyway, Miati Ala Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, well, one of their leaders, he says he's speaking for the group, but he may well be speaking for himself, as some Northerners have come out to say that they're not happy with what some of their leaders are saying. But are you surprised that MACBAN, Sheikh Gumi, and some other Northerners are against the U.S. strike and the attack on terrorists?
I am not surprised, because that is their character. When somebody is acting out of character, you should not be surprised. And the only reason why these people have continued to behave in this way is because Nigerians have, we are giving a lot for these people. Because when people say they're not all Fulanis, it's not all Katoriaras. But when the leadership is talking like this, are they not talking for the generality of the people? If it is an ordinary member or roadside person is talking, I'll say okay. But this is the leadership speaking for the group. That means this is their stock in trade. Let nobody be surprised. How will it backfire? In what way? In what way? Is there anything we have not done for these people to give peace a chance? Many states have called them, come and take land if that is what you are looking for. We'll provide you everything you need to do your business. They said no. The government have provided Roga, provided cattle colony, all manner of things just to please them. Yeah, they don't want it. They prefer to go into people's farm and rape women in their farms.
The problem is they are saying it could backfire. It could affect civilians. It could affect innocent people who are just going about their duties. And when it comes to striking terrorists, we've seen situations whereby the Nigerian military actually mistakenly struck civilians. The U.S. cannot make such a mistake.
They should leave that to the U.S. and their precision bombing.
Don't you think it will pose a problem for this administration if the U.S. should actually mistakenly bomb Nigerian civilians?
In any matter like this, there will be collateral damage. But is it not better that the main target is achieved?
We have to bear in mind that these collateral damage are actually human beings, people with flesh and blood, people who do not want to leave their ancestral land due to the activities of these terrorists. Why are they good collateral damage?
Now, listen. In a normal setting, these same people you claim to be innocent, have they not been routinely kidnapped and at times killed? What do you make of that? When these people go on their rampage, don't some people die? People die. So I don't see why this should be a very big problem. If the 90-95% target is met, then any other thing is, yes, it is expected. In any war, somebody must die, but let the main target be achieved. That's what I'm after. And America is doing that so well. So well. So telling us it could backfire. Backfire what? The people you are kidnapping, what did they do to you? The people you are killing in their farm, what did they do to you? The over 600,000 people in IDP camp from Benue, what did they do to you? Those ones, it did not backfire, it did not. It is not that America wants to stop your rascality. It is, you now remember that it can backfire. Really? Let them keep their summons to themselves. We are not interested. If they don't want anything to backfire, why can't they give peace a chance? If there's peace in Nigeria, will anybody be talking of backfire or even bombardment? They should be asking themselves the question, how did we cause all this problem? Yeah, that's the first question. How did we cause this problem? When you answer that question, they begin to talk of backfiring. No matter what they try to do now, this bombing must continue until they surrender or they leave Nigeria, because they are not from here.
When you say they're not from here, it makes it look like they are not elements within Nigeria that actually support them or that are a part of them. If they're not from here, how come the federal government keeps telling us that they're going to reveal who the terrorist sponsors are amongst Nigerians? So it's like we keep blaming our West African neighbors for our problem. If they are a problem, why are our borders porous to allow these elements to infiltrate our communities?
They are not from here. The facts are there. If they are from here, why would they sack people in Benue and Plateau and take over their village and stay there and rename it, and they're occupying their homes? If I have a home, why would I leave my own home and go and occupy another person's home? It's not possible now. So the facts are there that they are not from here. That is the truth. They are causing problem in Nigeria. That means they are not from here. They should go back to where they came from. That's what we are saying. Until they do that, the bombing must continue.
All right, then let's now look at the controversial tax laws, which has actually been a source of concern for many Nigerians. You know, on my way to work this morning, I was trying to withdraw money, and even the person who was doing the POS, she was very embittered. She was really lamenting. She was saying, I don't know what these tax laws portend for me, but I think I might have to change this business. I don't want a situation whereby money is moving from one account to the other and it's being taken. Why does the federal government want to take our money? What exactly are they using it for? You know, it's been a whole lot of lamentation, despite the fact that the FIRS and Taiwo Yedele himself has been trying to educate Nigerians. Well, would you say that there has not been proper orientation? Because even some people within National Assembly, even Atiku Abubakar, are saying these laws need to be suspended, especially with the recent controversial development or revelation, whereby a member of the National Assembly was saying, look, this was not what we passed as being gazetted. In fact, FIRS posted just yesterday that if you fail to, there's a way they put it, say if you fail to pay your tax or to submit your taxable income, you'll be fined 200,000 naira. Then you have to pay double the tax that you did not pay with interest at the current CBN rate as at the time the person defaulted on that tax. And I made a comment. I said, is this not overburdening already burdened Nigerians? Because we say someone did not pay tax on maybe 100,000 naira, then you want to fine them 200,000 plus 100% surcharge on the tax that was not paid, plus interest at the CBN rate, which can climb up to 18, 10, 18, 19, 20, 25, 23, 13%. Do you go with what Atiku is saying?
You are expecting the citizens to be sincere and tax compliant, but you who is the operator, you who is the leadership giving the order, are you sincere? You cannot give what you don't have. If you want people to obey paying their tax and all that, then you must be sincere in implementing the tax reform. The tax reform, is it not this one that is now shrouded in controversy? You want people to be sincere and all that. You too, are you sincere? It will be difficult too, because look, no matter how they look at this thing, it will be very difficult. Because the system to power this tax reform is not there. It's not there. It is open to exploitation. It is open to extortion. The banks are going to have a fee day in people's account in the name of tax reform. That's the truth. Most illiterate bankers, they don't even know when money has been taken away from their account. They won't know. They won't know until you call a forensic expert to help you check. And the illiterate bankers, they don't even know what is forensic audit and all that. And so there will be heavy exploitation and extortion in people's accounts. That's the truth. A very good example was that of Innocent Motors. Eh? If that man was not a very rich man, which business will you remove 24 billion naira and the business is still standing? That was how much one bank took away from his account until he asked his forensic auditor to look into it, and this thing was discovered. 24 billion naira in one man's account. And so this happened without the tax reform. Oh. Now that this thing has come, you think it will be over? Or do you think that man was the only person that the bank had been making his account? No. There are many more. It's just that they have not taken time to go through their statements and see what is happening there. Eh? So all these threats, it will end up in court. Oh. It will end up in court. I'm sure of that. It will end up in court. Let them be ready.
So who will take it to court? The Reps Minority Caucus has called for a suspension of the tax laws.
Yes.
This is the House of Reps now. Part of them saying, look, this should be suspended. We do not think that the people, I mean, the time is ripe for this. And also, do you think that this might actually send Nigerians back to the streets? Or maybe not back to the streets, but like there may be a large, disobedience amongst the people who feel like the government is not deserving of their taxes?
Of course, because the ones we paid before, we don't know where they are. Up to today, we are still looking for 210 trillion naira from NNPCL. All we are hearing is that the money was misplaced, but it is not missing. Where did you misplace it? Is it in somebody's pocket or in somebody's bank account? Bring it out now. They have not. They have not. Meanwhile, the federal government of Nigeria is writing off a debt owed by NNPC. Can you imagine? If you calculate the dollar and the naira equivalent, it's about 8 trillion naira. That the government said, okay, you can go with that money. Don't worry, don't bother. Just, Can you imagine? And you are looking for tax. You are looking for money. This government is not serious. I'm telling you the truth. They are not serious. With all this evidence before us, do you think this government is very prudent in managing our finances? The answer is capital no. Capital no. They are spending money as if the money is going out of fashion. Trillions of naira. Trillions that people have taken away from our accounts. And yet, they still want to collect tax from people. Shamelessly. And Nigerians are not asking them questions. Me, I will ask, I will ask.
All right, let's ask some more questions. As the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors have warned that they could return to a strike, a nationwide strike, as the federal government has failed to implement a previously signed MOU. Now, in a post on X, the Secretary General of the association, Dr. Shaibu Ibrahim, said the country is on the verge of a total and indefinite strike if the government continues to ignore deadlines for meeting the association's demands. After many years of backs and forths, after many years of renegotiations, it was just last week that the federal government and ASU came to an understanding which may see our lecturers returning to the classroom for a long period of time without strikes. What is hindering the federal government from reaching this kind of agreement with the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, knowing fully well just how, very low our healthcare system? Some people, in fact, with these strikes, many people found it difficult to get access to adequate healthcare because they could not afford the private facilities. Can we afford for our healthcare providers to go on another strike?
Look, government is not interested in your health. I'm beginning to think that there is a conspiracy to depopulate Nigeria.
You're beginning to think?
I am thinking so, because why should anybody pay lip service to health issues in Nigeria?
These are the people who come out every 4 years and demand votes. Why would you think they want to depopulate Nigeria when they actually need more numbers for more votes? If they depopulate Nigeria, who then will they rule over? Isn't our strength in our population in the Committee of Nations? So when you say they want to depopulate Nigeria, isn't that a conspiracy theory taken too far?
Chioma, maybe you are not aware. One of these people you claim they come every 4 years to, do you think it is your vote that they use to get into office? He said it that even if it is only two people are in Imo State, he will rule Imo State by force. A governor said this to his people. So what are you talking about? You think that they are interested in your... No, they are not interested. Because look at it this way. That money they wrote off for NNPC. Please, will it not take care of the lecturers and the doctors' demand? And they will still have change. But look at how they wrote it off for NNPC. Without interrogating, how did you inherit this debt? What happened? Why did you not pay? Was there any disaster in the oil well rig? At least to show that yes, we made losses and all. So what exactly? Why can't you remit this money that you are owing us? What happened? No natural disaster, no force majeure. So you can see how government behave. Federal government of Nigeria writing off over 8 trillion naira to a company, an agency of government that is already owing government 210 trillion naira.
Some would say that is the start on a clean slate.
Look, there are things that you don't even begin to think of because you may have problem with your mentality. I cannot connect it. NNPCL cannot explain where 210 trillion naira is from their custody. And now that the government, they are owing government almost 8 trillion naira. And government is okay, you know what, that money, we forgive you, can go with it, we write it off. Without any explanation. Add it to the 210 trillion naira. In fact. And you still want to collect tax. After squandering all this money, Abi, you want to collect tax. You can see. I thank God it's the National Assembly that is populated by APC that brought out this issue during their oversight functions. And the NPC have not denied, though. They have not had to say it's a lie, it's propaganda, it's gossip, it's rumor. They never say so. So where is the money? Where is the money? 210 trillion naira. Where is the money? It's unfortunate, seriously.
All right, as we coast into the year 2026, what would you want to be seen done differently in different sectors, in the oil sector, in the health sector? What would you want to see Labour do differently? What would you want to see our opposition do differently? What would you want to see politicians, the federal government, and even Nigerians do differently so that this progress, this success, this better Nigeria we've been talking about and preaching about and saying it is well within our hands, so that we can actually get there? We know that we'll be entering into a year of heavy politicking in 2026. Many Nigerians say they are prepared for it, but just how prepared are Nigerians, and just how better or worse could things get?
Tinubu should step aside for a while.
Step aside and hand over to whom?
Good. In international labor, you can hire any hand to do any job.
What happens to the vice president?
Example is Okonjo Iweala is now the DG of WTO. Is that not true? He's from Nigeria. They hired her to do a job there. And she's doing it so well. That's why they are keeping her there. So what is wrong if we hire somebody to help us run Nigeria? No, tell me what is wrong.
Barrister Darlington.
Because
you want the Nigerian president to step aside and hand over the country to somebody else who is not a part of the governance structure. Again, I ask, what happens to the vice president? What happens to the president of the Senate?
Now, let me tell you. Forget about your election or no election. Ali, let us bring a novel idea in governance. Any country that their leadership is not performing, let them hire somebody elsewhere.
Doesn't that undermine our democratic institutions that say this is the way Nigeria should be run as a federal republic? So we should tell Okonjo Iweala, hold on with the WTO, come in. Is our economy the only thing that is not going well? So if someone is running the economy, what about other areas of the country? Who runs it as well? And what would the president be doing in that time? He will go and be lounging somewhere or what?
He should be resting the same way Fubara was resting for 6 months when they imposed the state of emergency in Rivers State.
What would be the role of the vice president in all this? I don't think you've answered that.
I don't want to say, they should leave office now. The man will hire those who will help him run the country. At least we'll hire him for 6 years or for 6 months or for 1 year.
Let's say he takes your advice, right? You know, just like when Rivers State Governor Fubara went on the suspension, many people who know, you know, lawyers and like yourself have been saying he has to complete his 4 years, which means Rivers State may now be part of those that run off-cycle elections. So if he walks away for a year and then he returns, that means he will not be leaving office in 2027.
No. Let us even start. Let us try the experiment first. Let's try the experiment and see how it goes. After all, we don't even have a democracy as of today. I hope you know that.
Some would say that your advice, this suggestion is very, very porous. But if it were one that would be taken, one would wonder just how it would work. But are you really expecting the president now to take this your advice, knowing just how hard it works to be where he is today?
You see, is it better? Is it better we have this thing that they have in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger and all that? Is that what you are waiting for?
That's the military regime.
So
some will tell you it can never happen in Nigeria.
So that's what I'm saying. So to take the easy way out, let us call people who will help us run this gun, because the way it is, we are bastardized this democracy. We are not running a democracy. Let nobody be deceived. We are not running a democracy in Nigeria. And the facts are there. The evidence are there. So instead of this thing that we are doing here, say we are running, no, let us call people who will help us out.
If we're not running a democracy, what are we running?
The same way America is helping us now to secure our life. What do you call what America is doing?
You keep saying America is helping us, and you know you cannot just help someone at the detriment of yourself. So what's the advantage to America?
They are doing something.
What is the advantage of helping Nigeria to America? Nigeria is not the only country in distress. What is the advantage to America?
The fact remains that they are doing it, and we are not even complaining.
Right, Stanley, you are deflecting.
Hold on.
What is the advantage of the help that America is rendering to Nigeria to their own country?
The advantage is that sanity has come back. Yes,
to where?
The terrorists are now, they are beginning to realize that there is a powerful force that can deal with them.
Okay, you do not think America wants anything from us? They just want Nigeria to be better. Because we are the best country in the world, we are the best people, we are the best friends.
Hold on. What do you need that America does not have? What do you need? Have they made any demand from you?
You think they will make any demands?
That. What I'm telling you is already happening, but you don't know. Have Tinubu not left Nigeria for America? Hold on, where is Tinubu? These things are happening and you're still doubting. No, have Tinubu not left Nigeria for Donald Trump to run? Is that not what happened here? A country have literally invaded your country. Instead of you to start, you just left and took a walk outside your country with all the crisis around you. Tinubu have already outsourced his responsibility, and you are here complaining. Donald Trump is running Nigeria as it is today. Can't you see it?
You may think so, but it is definitely not official.
It's happening.
Okay, so you answered the question when I say, what should we do differently in 2026 so that the country can get better? If the president steps aside, you feel that every other thing will be better in the country. Nigerians will be happy, the economy will be stable, our healthcare sector will be the best. All the president needs to do is to step aside.
Good. But
would you have given that same advice to former President Muhammadu Buhari?
Hold on. No, that one is gone. Let's talk of the president. Now that America have started to bring sanity into our security system, teaching us what we don't know, telling our military how to bomb terrorists since they don't know. By the time they finish, because Donald Trump just said that this is the beginning, he said he's coming back. Are you getting it? So he said he's coming back. By the time he finished with that phase, maybe other sectors, sanity will come in. We will not tell him that Oga Trump there are some people who are stealing our money here. Please, can you help us deal with them? They know how to deal with those people too. By the time we finish, we will not tell him, Oga Trump, there are some area boys and agberos who do not want us to do with the election. Every time there's election, he said, don't worry, he'll find a means of dealing with them. And he'll come out with a plan. By the time these things are concluded, don't you think there will be sanity here, Chioma?
Because of our time, what would you say to people like Sheikh Gumi, who says Nigerians who are supporting the U.S. airstrikes are, in his words, stupid? And he says that Trump's hands are blood-stained.
Nigerians who are supporting bandits and terrorists are more stupid.
Let's try not to use, derogatory words on national television. I'm just telling you what he said. I'm not asking you to repeat what he said.
I'm just telling him too. The same way he called you stupid to those people. Those people are not saying that anybody supporting bandits and terrorists is more stupid. Yes? Is it not balanced?
The thing is, when you say it is balanced, the people who are supporting this, Sheikh Gumi says he just advocates for them, right? That he talks about how kidnapping school children is less evil and all. He's just advocating for them. Some people say he's part of the terrorist sponsors in the country. Some people, in fact, even from around the world, many people, including Muslims, have been calling for his arrest. Some Muslims have been coming out to make videos to speak against what he is saying. Don't you think he's just speaking for himself and the terrorists?
Look, if you tell me your friends, I'll tell you whom you are. Why is he hobnobbing with bandits and terrorists? Why? Tell me. Is it a patriotic Nigerian that will support what these guys are doing? Kidnapping. Do you even saw what one of the things he said the other time? That it is better to kidnap children than to kill a military man. Can you just imagine? This is something that somebody opened his mouth, an adult opened it, that children is better you kidnap them. Can you just imagine? Such a person, do you think are you not suggesting that they should go and check him out as Yaba left?
Some would say that is just his own opinion, right? But if that opinion does not sit well with the people in government, why do you think he's not been arrested before now, despite the calls by many Nigerians?
Because all of them are the same people. They are the same people who refused to do something before Donald Trump came in. Yes. They are in bed with the terrorists. That's why the man in America got frustrated. That's why he got angry. You didn't even hear what he told Nigeria, that Nigeria is a disgraced country.
Is it not ironic that he's saying he's trying to save Nigerian Christians from a Christian genocide being perpetrated by those whom he called Islamic jihadists and being supported by those whom he called, quote and unquote, scum? And yet, he's preventing Nigerians from entering his country.
He selected those who will not enter. Did he say all of you will not enter? He selected those who will not come in. Why not? He's protecting his country from terrorists and jihadists. What is wrong with that? But you open your border and brought in terrorists here, have you?
I did not open the borders.
Oh, is it not you that supporting Nigerian government?
I'm not supporting Nigerian government. Now. I'm asking questions, and I just want you to answer in an unbiased manner. All right? Because if you don't like the government, you don't like the person in power, and you always speak against them, don't you think people want to take whatever it is you say with a pinch of salt, because they'll believe that it's already quoted, is covered in bias? You've asked the president to step aside. Would you ask the president of any other country to step aside? Would you ask the president of Benin Republic to step aside because there was a military coup in the country? Have you asked the military regimes of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger to step aside? Would you have asked former President Muhammadu Buhari to step aside? Why would you say the Nigerian president should step aside for one full year? He may not be doing things right. You're not even saying he should put better people. He should work with people that can do things better. You want the president to go and sit down for 1 year?
Please let me ask you, Chairman. It's like are you the only new man in Rome? Have you not seen presidents all over the world stepping aside and say they cannot do this? Go to UK, our former colonial master. How many times have their prime ministers resigned and stepped aside, say they cannot do this? From the time Boris Johnson left office, how many prime ministers, the two ladies that came after him, did they not resign and step aside? Please tell me.
Resignation is, you didn't say he should resign. You said he should step aside and hand over to somebody else.
They left office. They left office, not that they were elected or voted out. They left on their own. Because so it is done all over the world. I don't see what is saying. It's just because you people don't want to. You don't want to do the right thing. That's why you believe that somebody leaving office in Nigeria is a strange phenomenon. But all over the world, some cabinet have left office. They resign, all of them, they sack themselves. All over the world, go and check the record. So what is different if Tinubu said, look, I am tired of this and I'm leaving office? What is wrong with that? No, tell me. What is wrong? Has it not happened anywhere in the world? Don't tell me I'm lying now. I don't know when we say people have left office because they cannot carry it. They will now bring another people who can do the job. It is done all over the world. You cannot just stay there like a dog in a manger. What you cannot just sit down there. You are not too moving forward. Pass the class. Put in class. You just sit down in class. Year in, year out, you are there. Are you doing yourself a favor or the country?
We have to go. We have
it has happened.
Thank you
Mandela was told to go for second term. The man refused. Mandela, after he suffered for 27 years to try to liberate South Africa, he refused. Is that not something?
We
Look
have
at
to go,
South Africa where they are now. So
we have to go, Barrister Darlington.
If you can leave office,
if you expect the Nigerian president to take this your advice from many Nigerians who say to you, you have another. It's a very good advice.
Yeah, to save himself and all the embarrassment he has suffered. Yes.
All right.
Embarrassment that another country has invaded your country this time and you left. And
they're working together with the country, so is it an invasion? Anyway, the conversation continues later on. But thank you, Barrister Darlington, for joining us on the Midday News today. We'll take a very short break, and when we return, a very tragic development where 4 people have died and many were hurt in the Nasarawa Carnival truck crash. This and more stories coming up right after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. A very tragic development has occurred in the north-central part of the country where 4 people have died in a tragic accident involving 3 trucks during the annual Egon Carnival in Nasarawa Egon local government area of Nasarawa State. The incident occurred when a truck lost control and ran into a procession moving from the palace of the Are Egon, the paramount ruler of the Egon people, to Egon Community Secondary School, the venue of the carnival. 2 other trucks later collided into the scene from behind. The Nasarawa State Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Yahaya Sabo Adiku, confirmed that the crash occurred on Sunday, December 28, attributing it to reckless driving. He said the bodies of the victims have been deposited at the Federal University of Lafia Teaching Hospital and stressed the need for mandatory drug tests for drivers of articulated vehicles before they are allowed on Nigerian roads. In another development, President Bola Tinubu has left Lagos for the next leg of his end-of-year break in Europe. Presidential spokesperson Abayo Onanuga confirmed the trip, saying the president is balancing rest with upcoming diplomatic duties. After Europe, President Tinubu will fly to Abu Dhabi at the invitation of President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. He's expected to remain abroad throughout the first week of January to complete the summit program with a formal return to Nigeria planned shortly after. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress has criticized President Bola Tinubu's decision to travel to Europe amid rising insecurity in Nigeria. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi called the move insensitive, saying Nigerians need reassurance from their leader. Abdullahi made the remarks on his official X account, noting the trip comes after deadly incident, including a bomb blast in Zamfara and a U.S. military strike on Nigerian soil. He warned that the president's silence on these events raises concerns about leadership. The ADC urged the government to focus on national security and public anxieties before embarking on international trips. We now take you into the world of business, where the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has dismissed claims that the December rise in domestic airfares was due to government taxes. Michael Achimugu, the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at the NCAA, said in a Sunday post on X that the increases were driven by market forces and high demand, particularly on busy festive routes. He noted that the trend is seasonal, affecting not just aviation, but also transport, accommodation and food prices during the festive period. The clarification follows comments by Airpeace CEO Alan Onyema, who said Nigerians pay some of the lowest domestic airfares globally, but airlines retain only about 81,000 naira from a 350,000 naira ticket after taxes and charges, putting operators under financial pressure. Still in business, the group's CEO of NNPC Limited, Bashir Ojulari, has announced that the $2.8 billion Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano AKK gas pipeline is expected to be activated for export in early 2026. Ojulari made the disclosure following an inspection of the project by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ekpo, and the NNPC executives, including Executive VP for Gas, Power and New Energy, Olalekon Ogunleye. He said welding of the pipeline's main line, including the River Niger crossing, a long-standing technical challenge, has been completed, paving the way for connection early next year. Once operational, the pipeline will deliver gas across northern Nigeria, supporting industrial and economic activities. Ojulari attributed NNPC's improved performance to reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act, which have repositioned the company as commercially driven and independent of federal allocations. He added that President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his goal of attracting $30 billion in new investment by 2030 and raising oil production to 2 million barrels per day by 2027. The AKK pipeline, first conceived in 2008, is expected to expand economic opportunities, enhance power supply, and support national industrialization, particularly in northern Nigeria, where energy shortages have long constrained development. From business, we'll take you into the world of sports, where Nigeria's coach Eric Chal has praised his team's performance after the Super Eagles survived a late Tunisian rally to secure a thrilling 3-2 victory in Fez, booking a place in the round of 16 at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The match appeared firmly in Nigeria's control after the Eagles surged into a 3-0 lead, with Ademola Lookman providing 2 assists and scoring a fine left-footed strike in the 66th minute. Speaking after the game, Chal highlighted his team's intensity during the first 75 minutes, expressing satisfaction with their ability to win the ball both high up the pitch and deep in their half. He said this allowed Nigeria to transition quickly into attack while maintaining possession for long periods. Chal, however, acknowledged Tunisia's late fight back, describing their energy as typical of the North African side. Still in sports, Uganda Crane striker Ivan Ahimbisibwe has backed his team to put in a strong performance against Nigeria's Super Eagles in their final Group C match at this year's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. While Nigeria have already secured a place in the round of 16, Uganda must win to keep their hopes of reaching the knockout stage alive. Ahimbisibwe expressed confidence that the Cranes can get the required result against the 3-time African champions. The forward, who is yet to feature at the tournament, said he's ready to wait for his opportunity if called upon. And finally, entertainment. Afrofusion singer, Burna Boy, and social media activist Very Darkman have visited the Lagos State Command of the Nigerian Correctional Service over the release of inmates eligible for discharge. In a statement, the command spokesperson Osho Onimisi Joseph said the duo visited the Kirikiri Maximum Security Custodial Center to inquire about the legal and administrative procedures for releasing inmates whose sentences involve fines. They were received by the officer in charge, Sanni Richard, who explained the processes for fine payments, eligibility criteria, and safeguards to ensure transparency and strict compliance with court orders. The command stressed that fines are paid strictly in line with court judgment and correctional regulations, noting that no inmate is released without due process and proper authorization. The visit followed a recent Instagram video by Very Darkman in which he disclosed that Burna Boy donated $100,000 to help secure the release of inmates unable to pay fines and to settle hospital bills for patients in public hospitals. He said half of the donation would go towards freeing inmates detained over unpaid fines, while the remaining amounts would be used to clear hospital bills in government-owned hospitals. And that is on the Midday News and Voice of the People television. My name is Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching. Up next is Spotlight with Precious Agumanu.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Ntetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Ntetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, then he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. Yes, this is the place where voices matters. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, it's just how many days to, the new year. And it has been a lovely season. And I trust you that you enjoyed your Christmas. And because me, a lot of people have been eating the chicken, doing a lot of things, but they not remember me, but there is God. So yes, we are back again, and this is actually beautiful. Yes, please get ready, everyone, because we're about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And yes, this is Spotlight Show. And first off on our list today, we are going to talk about a lot of things. But yes, first on our list today, we're going to talk about the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has revealed the reason he stopped working with female secretaries, stating that the decision was a deliberate personal precaution rather than a policy against women. So Pastor Adeboye made this known during a sermon where he explained that the nature of his work eventually required him to stay late into the night. So particularly after relocating his office to the redemption camp, according to him, working alone late at night could create situations that might lead to temptation or misunderstanding, which he chose to avoid entirely. Do you get? The respected clerk further noted that the decision was based on self-awareness and his commitment to maintaining moral and spiritual discipline. He emphasized that he knew his background and personal weakness before giving in his life to Christ, and therefore took proactive steps to guide against anything that could compromise his integrity or ministry. Pastor Adeboye stressed that his action should not be interpreted as discrimination against women, but as a personal safeguard amid at upholding his values and preserving his testimonies. And please, I support what happened, because in as much as we ladies, you understand, we too dey dramatic and the rest of them, everybody they run away from temptation. See, it is the truth. You just need to avoid it. So you can't blame him and say, that why did he stop having a female secretary or whatever. He knows himself. That is the main reason he did that. So he has even come out to state it. There are a lot of people that will still, hide their character, and you say, because I want to get a female. If you know yourself, you know what you can do. So definitely you just have to avoid it. A lot of people don't come and talk, say, why you go they talk like this? Maybe you are just trying to discriminate the women. And no, it's not it. It's not it at all. Because we women, we are too dramatic. We can do, people just, especially the rate of women now trying to blackmail pastors and the rest of them, because things just, they fly up and down. So if now pastor will come and say, no, I don't want a female secretary, is supported. I'm telling you, because nobody, they trust anybody again. I'm not basically stating this because, I'm trying to say because there have been lots of, allegations flying up and down this time around with a lot of, pastors, secretary, people. Is a lot of things this time around. All right. A lot of people don't come and talk, say, Papa, what do you do now the best, to avoid wahala. Because the first time when they go hear this kind of thing now, everybody go carry on for their head. Oh, this pastor carry this person. So to avoid problem, you run away from it first. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what Papa has said, Papa Adeboye. And yes, let's take some comments of what people have come out to say. And yes, somebody said, sometimes it's not even about knowing yourself. It's the devil, and we have flesh. Apostles all through the Bible talks about how weak our flesh is. Even the strongest, most disciplined can fall. Yes, that's true. So yeah, the best way to avoid sin is to run away from it. Supported. Do you get the best way to run away from this kind of problem? Run, no. Because them say later, they pay and pass. All right, let's take more comments of what people have come out to say concerning what Pastor Adeboye has said. And Vicky Adoli said, this is a man of God who is taking precautions to avoid temptation. Yes, you should not take this is human flesh. Tell me, because we are all human beings. We are human we be. So you cannot say, no, I'm the strongest man. They play. Okay. Adamilare said, man, know thyself. Yes, so please know yourself and run away from it. And Ayos Fiction said that the Adeboye is wise and a smart man because even Jason Virello of the world is doing the same thing now after experiencing Shege Pro Max. All right, Hadassah Esther 23 said, flee from temptation. Yes, run. Okay, me, Tarj said, even Baba no even trust himself. God, I beg you. See, for you to see all these kind of things, you need to run away from temptation. If you know, say you know, if you do them, you know, anything where you know, say it will bring you problem. Kuku just avoid it because waiting, you know, fit finish, not just start them. I'm telling you, because now the end, now matter. Because when they go drag you up and down, it's not, nobody will save you. Because a lot of things are happening now. People just they lay allegations up and down. People they carry this. We don't know which one we want. We don't even know the truth of the matter again. Because if you even explain your own side of the story, the bill I say now last time you even opened everything, everybody could attack you up and down. All right, as well. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments, and people are actually talking about it. And yes, that gender mad girl, as Richie Savage is well with you. And Adola Wooden said wise. Then Sisi Timi said run away from temptation. Yes, so then Lekan Feishan said one thing that most people miss about Papa Adeboye is that he is full of wisdom. Yes, he knows when, where, and how to approach matters. Everything is not gra-gra or about social media wisdom. Wisdom is profitable. Yeah, wisdom is profitable. Oh, that is just it. All right, let's take more comments of what people are saying. And me, see, this brings me to even talk about, 2026. That is, it's few days to the new year. I know everybody don't they get their mind and say, I want new resolution, everything. See, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. See, another thing now is how to accomplish those things, and it's discipline. If you tell yourself, like, I'm going to change this kind of character, but before I even talk about that self, see 2026 when they come, so everybody, you see, if you get bad character, change that bad character in Jesus' name. So 2026 is the time for you to, be better. Maybe all those things that you never achieved during 2025, that as is ending, definitely 2026, you just bring out, set your goals. Know what you want to do with your life. See temptation, run away from it. Sing. I don't know that I'm going to tell you. See, I don't want to do this again. It's not, you have to be determined to decide. You will decide to say, I don't want to do it again. You have to work on it. If you really want to stop those things. And trust me, everybody they do their, plan how their 2026 will be. You make you try plan good one. Not be bad one. Not be every time you go they get bad character. Bad character go they fly up and down. Change for once. This 2026 made them see you say you be good person. All right, let's take more comments of what people are saying about Papa Adeboye, about him and taking the secretary as a female. And yes, Eyeglass 14 said, leave spirituality aside. Understanding who you are is very important. And yes, that's true. So Vivera Milneri, as I said, he is wise. He is a wise man who sees from afar and takes precautions to avoid unnecessary dangers. And that's true. And the due praise said, simply wisdom. Yes. Okay. Another person said, the best way to resist is to run away. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And everybody is accepting what everybody just agrees with what Papa has said. Because trust me, you that is saying, I'm a strong man, I can. You have already told yourself that, I don't want to do this year. But, when you just, one sight of something where you could just see, your body don't. Hey! See, this 2026, now for you, personally, you have to start talking to yourself. I want to change you. You go decide I'm now. If you really want to bring that change to yourself, you decide, write them out, and pray about it. It's simple as that. And see, run away, flee from all evil devices. I'm telling you. And yes, we have more and more comments of what people are saying. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And me, Terrell said, even Baba don't even trust himself. Who I can be. I beg you. Liz Dana said, lol, all men are the same. Take it or leave it. Just that some get sense past some. Even if you be pastor, you are not exempted. Okay. All right. It's Toy B of Jojo Official said he's not. See, this time around, make we just tell ourselves the truth. Try to do things right this period. This is the year 2026 is forthcoming. So change. Live bad character. Try live good. Help people. Be kind. Be the courage people need. Be an inspiration people need. Not you coming to do a lot of things. Say this, in fact, this 20 days. Some people have already decided. Say this 20 days is God. I go see war for war. They calm down. No be everything. No be fight. Everything no be war. Everything no be fight. Everything no be war. Try be kind to people because right now a lot of people need this. And trust me, 2025 was a good one. Thank God for life. We celebrated. So 2026 is coming. Just plan yourself. Know what you want to do. And yes, you'll be helped. All right, let's take another story. We have been talking about a lot of things. And the second on our list today, we're talking about Senior Pastor Chris Okafor of the Mountain of Liberation and Miracle Ministries has publicly addressed swirling online allegations involving a woman, claiming to be his daughter as he confronted the situation during a church service amid a wider reputation battle. So a woman identifying herself as Miss Chi Okafor made claims online about her relationship with the cleric, prompting Pastor Okafor to call his children forward in church to directly ask if any inappropriate conduct has occurred with his children, denying the allegations. So, and describing the claims as unfounded, the pastor insisted that nothing inappropriate ever happened under his supervision and called for clarity as part of his response to the controversy. So the matter has also played out in the media and legal arena, with Okafor's lawyer demanding an immediate DNA test to verify or disapprove the paternity claims and threatening legal action against those spreading what they label defamatory content. So the cleric has denied being the biological father of the woman making the claims and has framed the saga as part of a broader attempt to damage his ministry, while social media personalities involved in this case continues to challenge him to produce evidence. This matter is a long one because we don't even know who is saying the truth again. Pastor Chris will come and say his own. VDM will bring out his own. Doris will bring. Everybody just gets waiting they want to talk. God. Ha! What have we... See, basically, I don't know what we have turned the church into. Like, a lot of people don't have respect for the body of Christ. I'm telling you, no more respect, no regard. People come to church, behave the way they want to behave, and they feel because they want to, they just do anyhow. And a lot of things are just happening. And like, God just, they watch us from heaven. They say, now my pikin be this. If to say God now, mommy, see, plenty people they for wipe a lot of people. But see, our God is a merciful Father, and trust me, that's why. And in God does they see all these things they keep right. So we don't even know what is going on again, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this Doris issues with Pastor Chris. This one will come say, now my pikin. This one will come say, no be my. What is all this? It's a lot of things, but yes, let's hear what he has actually said and his daughter on the pulpit to talk about the allegations. Let's see the video.
Since you know me as your father, I gave birth to you. Have I ever hurt you in any way in this? Huh?
No.
Has it ever happened in any way?
No.
If you lie, God will judge you, and God will punish you. Has it ever happened?
No.
In any way?
No.
It has never happened?
No.
Never!
Now, see, I even saw a video that came up one time about the so-called, daughter of the pastor that came out to say, she regrets even having the DNA or the blood running through her vein, running through her body, kiniko, where video brought her out, but her face wasn't really showing. So my own question is, the complexion of the lady I even saw wasn't the same thing I'm seeing right now. So who is now Like, everybody does they deny their own. Let's see me this. It's a lot of things. Trust me. I don't know what people have turned this church into. Everybody is now saying that they can, you can do anyhow in church now. Everybody, you just go scot-free. It's crazy. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, the issues between Doris Ogala and Pastor Chris Okafor. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Baba Legba TV said, be careful when you are trying to correct a negative impression. You might end up creating another terrible one. Damage control most times creates damage you can't control. Exactly. I think that is true. Sometimes when you don't plan yourself, say you want to explain, person don't talk petty bad things about explain yourself. There are some things that need to be that just need to be left alone. Allow sleeping dogs lie. Not be everything you go come out, they talk. See, because you go end up, they shoot that. You try to calm the situation down, but it's not going to work. Yes, it happens. It happens. And come to think of it about this Nigeria where we did. So people know they believe waiting that one way they talk. As far as they don't hear, say, you do this kind of thing. If you like, you go explain tire. I'm telling you the truth. You go explain tire. People know they hear the truth again. They don't want to hear now that one where they talk. Now they want to believe. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, Nikita Yembe said she's not saying her mind. Okay. And another person said, official Jay Benson said, obviously she's not having it. They've cursed her into submission. Okay, I think a lot of people talked about the video that we just watched right now, and people are saying that the lady is acting as they actually forced her to say those things. So, I don't think it was a question they asked her. If definitely she was forced, definitely there should be signs, but I don't see any signs. To me, do you get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. Somebody else said we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Ekulumi said, what a shame display. You literally threatened her on stage. See, what you're not sure of, make, just open mouth, talk am. You don't know if this is actually true. You don't know if it's a lie. So be very sure of your information before you state that she's lying, that they just forced her to say these things. How sure are you? Yes. How sure are you? So just be very sure of your information before you go to talk. Plenty say, but what I'm watching right now doesn't look like, she was forced. But people are still saying that she was forced, but it's well, because they already don't get that adage on their head, say, this person, do this kind of thing. But it's well. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, Pre-Deluxe said, this doesn't feel right. Bringing out your child in front of the congregation and whole world to ask her such a question. What could have been prevented if he had kept a clean record? Oh, it's well. I get very correct men. It's well. Let's take more and more comments of what people have come out to say. We have a lot of comments of what people have come out. And Coco said, I am a certified, all right. Another person said, may I never find myself in a situation where I have to start explaining to the whole world. I'm telling you. That I just feel that when people say bad things about you and within yourself, say no be true, why don't you just keep quiet, avoid the whole display, the whole drama? Because sometimes when you try to, fix the whole thing and try to correct and do that, you might end up, scattering the whole thing and everybody go just misinterpret it actually. Yes, they will misinterpret it and say a lot of bad things, and you yourself feel already know, say you was just set the records, straight, say do this kind of thing, but end up they will come, they tell you, say now you do them, and all this kind of thing don't need you to talk plenty. You just allow sleeping dogs to lie for your own safety and your own emotions, because it's a lot. Trust me. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying, because it's a lot of things. And yes, another person said, Lord, this man thinks we wear diapers. Okay. Abayomi Alvin said, if you lied, God will judge you. If you lie, God will judge you. I think as a pastor, are you meant to say such make such statement, because I heard when he said, if you lie, God will judge you as well. Let's take more comments on what people are actually saying. We have a lot of comments of what people are saying concerning the issues between Doris Ogala and Pastor Chris Okafor. So yes, official, the twins 07 said, just imagine she said yes, everywhere go first blow before congregation go scatter. Church Abasa. Okay. And Kiki Bam Bam said, he definitely violated this girl, no doubt about it. And Sweet Awilo said she couldn't even look at him. I don't understand. How do you expect her to look at you guys? They asked the question. She was supposed to look at the church and explain. Why are people reasoning this thing the other way around, for crying out loud? A lot of, like, una too, they imagine things for una head. And definitely now we don't carry and say, hey, now the truth be that. Calm down. Things are not meant to be this way. If he has explained, may we watch and see, because we don't even know who they talk to again. God is not talking on. VDN not talking on. Pastor Chris don't bring out your own matter. Everybody's saying something about this case. So make una they calm down. Definitely, we don't say nothing is hidden under the sun. It's going to come out one day. All right, let's take more comments on what people have actually come out to say, because it's a lot. And somebody, Sweet Awilo, said she couldn't. And Igala Cowboy said, make he try sue. May you no go there. Make I first of all advise. Don't go there, because if you even try anything concerning VDM, wahala go boss. Everywhere go first blow first. Before you go realize what they do. So Kuku just leave this matter, make it just, everybody will forget about it. Because definitely this thing will, you see, social media will remember, but for now, make everything just lie. Because everybody just, they bring their own story, bring their own matter, bring their own problem. It's a lot. I beg. All right. And yes, we have lots of comments. Let's take more comments before we move to our next topic. And yes, official, the twins said, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments of what people are saying. And then the intentional twin mom said, people who mostly need to defend themselves at all costs have a lot more going on that meets the eye. Yes, may God have mercy on him, on the body of Christ. Amen. And Shadyville 08 said, which one is God will punish you? Wahala. Okay, Rosemary Isong said, I really don't blame him. I blame those people clapping for him. Because what is all this? People are just listening. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Please, let's check, see more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Martins Wosu 21 said, give this video to a psychologist. The girl can't even look at her father in the face. Something is wrong. Pastor Chris should step aside from the pulpit, go back to God and repent of his sins, humble himself and concentrate himself back to God after a while before mounting the pulpit. May God have mercy on him. And my heaven said, body language never lies. Before the mouth speaks, the body has already told the truth. Pay attention to what people do, not just what they say. All right, it's well. I just feel this has to be, fixed. A lot of people have turned this church. I've been saying it. The body of Christ is now something else. People don't have respect or regard anymore. You come to church, you do a lot of things. I've seen like countless stories of robberies in church, fighting. Those days when you go to church, I think that's where a lot of sacred things happen. You don't just come and, behave anyhow, do anyhow. But now, things that are happening are overwhelming. They are actually scary. And if people will never even still believe, believe in God, or see one, come to church and do all those, and come to church and worship with people. But because of all the stories where don't they happen, a lot of people don't they draw back, say, if not so church be how you won't be. So make I just live my life the way they live. All right, see, it's a lot of things. I think this whole thing has to be fixed. Yes, it has to be, because a lot of people have turned the church into something else. All right, it's well, but I just feel that everything has to be all right and fixed. If the lady is lying, nobody can help her, but if she's saying the truth, then fine. It's left for her to decide. It's her choice. All right, and yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of juicy to talk with you and say with you. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things, gist upon gist. And yes, next we have on our list, we're talking about, there has been a viral tweet saying, if you use money to attract a lady, that lady will leave you when there is no money again. And this question goes to the guys, because I would like to ask this question, that kind of thing. So I'll be asking the question. So my question is, do you think marriage can last without money? Because tell me, you see, if you use money to attract a babe to be yours, no worry, one day she will leave you for a person who fine past you and has more money than you. So when love is the foundation, not money, the relationship stands a better chance of lasting. So some guys go meet woman, same day, they will say, what bag do you like? Hems, the girl self go talk, say yes. The woman is well. See, as a lady, me, I know say ladies, we like money. But you see, love is actually sweeter when there's money. In as much as there's this marriage, but the love, the money has to be there. If you say you want to do the love alone, I won't say 100% that marriage will last for long, because definitely money, when money don't enter, when it's where you tell your wife like this now, or your husband, everything will enter where you go, they understand. But trust me, to me, I just feel that money and the love has to be involved, because yes, it is what it is. All right, a lot of people don't come out and say, me, I know what. See, I want just the money. You know, a lot of ladies have actually come out. Guys, don't talk their own. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. Their own experience. They've said, me, I can stay with me, I cannot. All right, Prosper Crew said, life no get manual. Do whatever works best for you. Yes, and that's true. If it work for you, if you send a love, now you like, you want day inside love, you don't want money. Oh, voila. Good luck to you. All right, as what Billboard said, whatsoever you do, don't date or marry a broke, non-potential woman. Even if you put a woman, still don't marry a broke, non-potential man. Do you get? You need to balance this thing. Make it not be like sister now. Only the ladies now they chop. I beg you. At Rafi 2K3 said, if you are still dealing with girls that needs money for nails, hair, food, cooking gas, and the rest of them, he thinks you're a joker. I don't understand. See, you people should be coming down. Definitely, we ladies, see, this thing, it has to be balanced. As a man, you already know your job. As a lady, you already know your job in there. Yes. Because you cannot say, please, I'm not looking for anybody that don't want money. I just want love. You are joking. You cannot tell me that you are looking for somebody that will not look at the fact that you need to get married, financially stable. Even before entering marriage, you have to be financially stable. Not basically for the men. I'm saying this generally for both the men and the women. You have to be stable. You where they come marry, you supposed to get what you they do for yourself. So that man no go they use you, they play, hanky panky. And yes, for the men too. More na you understand what ladies want. You want a lady, but you cannot be, at least be romantic for once. You don't say ladies, they like all these, flowers, all these little things that makes them happy. But you now coming to say, hey, my love, see, when there's love, please, money should also follow it, because a lot of people cannot stay in that love alone and tell you that from thy kingdom come that there's no money. Not only you go carry yourself, no way till you carry yourself for. So, all right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, a love that you buy with money will be sustained and maintained with money. A love that you did not buy with money will also need to be sustained with money. Right? So choose wisely. All right, official KBEC AB said, nothing like a foundation built with natural love. Bro, there is love, but when there's no money inside the love, now you know what you did. All right, Investor Grace said, lol, even the one we love self, they break. Take a play first. All right, Barris Esselsa said, most Nigerian men don't know how to love. They believe money is all they need to offer. And most Nigerian ladies don't know what love is. They believe if a man provides money, then the man loves them. It took me until I left Nigeria and started earning money for myself to really understand this. Okay. And Wanyi Buego said, even if you are using anointing oil to attract the babe, she will still bill you. No be lie. If you like rub all the whole anointing oil and say, God, he must love me. Forget that thing. Women, we love money. We love to be taken care of. Because tell me, why won't you love? After that, they go say precious is their vein. Man, tell you now the truth. Leave the vein. Leave that vein thing for us. Yes. Because you cannot tell me, yes, love has to be there, but money too has to be there. But you cannot tell me that, okay, you have to leave because a lot of men don't do that. You understand? Because say the woman get money, they don't relax. Based on say now the woman go they provide everything. More now they calm down. See, this life not just hard. Now you just try to make it hard. All right, let's take more comments on what people have actually come out to say, because this is a lot. And yes, Wanyi Buego said, just make sure you are with a woman that's resourceful. Thank you for that. And not selfish. Every woman loves money. Yes. But her empathy will keep her with you. Trust me. And that is the truth. All right, let's take more comments. And Olai Mata said, man, we use money buy love. No, they pay finish. At DJ Reeves said, when love, not money, is the foundation, a relationship has a far greater chance of lasting. A relationship built on love will outlast one built on money. Love is the foundation that makes relationship endure. Money alone can never. All right, when love comes first and money second, the relationship stands stronger against time. All right, I think I support that, because when love comes first and money second, there should be money. That is just what I'm trying to say, because you cannot sustain. I'm telling you, you cannot sustain marriage without these two things. That is just the truth. For peace to reign. Let's take more comments. And CJ Best said, love don't cost a dime. If you like, go pay for them. You go later cry. Even if you no pay for them, bro, you go still cry. All right. At Finset, Mama said, then go don't collect soon. Okay. Vic Far said, you can't buy love with money. But you cannot stay in that. See, I even say this thing again. You can't buy love without money. But let me tell you the truth. People know I'm sorry, but I just feel that people know they love again. You don't even trust people where they love again, because love self, don't they? You know they fear people. When person tell you, say, babe, I love you, or guy, I love you. See, you need to check and wear. I'm telling you the truth, too. All right. Another person said, if a man meets you and wants to have, run away, if sex is the foundation of the relationship, they will leave you for money, for more beautiful girls with sabi. All right, love and patience should be the first foundation of relationship from both parties. So Dimi Darling said, even if na love be the foundation, see, if you love somebody, that is just the truth. If you love somebody, you would want to see that person happy. You cannot say you love somebody and not be there for that person, support the person, both financially and, otherwise. So trust me, if you say you love somebody, definitely you have to be given. And basically finances and the rest of them. So don't say you need to settle a woman with the two of them are very important. The love and the money. Both of them are important in a marriage. And yes, that's it. So let's take more comments on what people are saying. Someone are saying, me, I cannot love somebody without money. All right. For people who want an understanding girlfriend, I in the talk. All right, let's take more comments on what people are saying because it's a lot of things. And somebody said, money is not everything. As a man, you should take care of your woman to your power extent. I talked about that. But make sure she loves you genuinely from her heart, not because of anything. Me, I don't even care about all that. Just a man who is humble to the core and respectful and responsible. A man that knows his woman, values that all. I'm okay with that. Okay, Zari John said, your soulmate doesn't care if you don't have money. She only cares about how to help you in life. Actually, that's true too. And we have a lot of comments. And somebody else said, if you use money buy love, you know fit pay finish. Okay. All right, somebody said there's an old saying that says, man, where use money buy love, no they pay finish. Also, where your money stop now, where another man money starts. So note this. Okay, and Tony for real said, if you are dating or marrying a girl born between 1995 to waiting age year now have to do with this. Una don't start. Una won't bring age matter for this thing now. Una don't start. See, I feel that ladies are ladies. See, don't carry age matter to this thing. No. I'm telling you. Because, all right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And somebody said, if you use money buy love, you know fit pay finish. All right, we have a lot of comments of what people are coming out to say concerning this. Before we move to our next gist, because it's a lot. See, I believe and I know that there are good marriages, there are good love, there are good relationships out there. In as much as a lot of people are not trustworthy nowadays, you will want, fall in love, and if you say, yes, it's the right time, be very careful, because a lot of people that come and tell you, I love you, I do this, true, no be from their mind. You understand? And definitely those kind of people, shishi, you're not going to see. But trust me, anybody that says, I love you, genuinely, they want to see you happy. They want to, do things for you. You don't even need to open your mouth to talk. They do it for you. I'm saying this generally. Yes, actually, that's true. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we are talking about Nollywood actress Yvonne Jegede has stirred public debate after stating that marriage is overrated and that people should consider cohabiting, instead of placing excessive importance on traditional marriage. Speaking during an interview, the actress explained that her view is shaped by personal experience and observations around her. So according to Jegede, many couples date for years and appear compatible only to separate shortly after marriage, suggesting that the title of marriage sometimes introduces pressure, unrealistic expectations, and reduces tolerance between the partners. So she clarified that she's not against marriage and remains open to remarriage if it happens naturally, but she's no longer actively searching for it. So Jegede advised that people should prioritize love, understanding, and peace of mind over societal pressure to marry, adding that for some individuals, living together with someone they genuinely love may be more fulfilling than pursuing marriage for its status alone. So her comments have since sparked widespread reactions online, with supporters praising her honestly, while others defended the cultural and emotional value of marriage. See, in as much a lot of people have, bad experiences about marriage, please, there are still good marriages. I am telling you this. There are still good marriages that you can look up to and you will be happy. See, don't come and be saying plenty things. Yeah, it's her own experience. That shouldn't be yours. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's what she feels that maybe she doesn't want to get married again and she just wants to, a lot of things. But then there are good marriages. I've actually counted like a lot of breakups we've been seeing this time around, and it's a lot of things. People just get married 1 month, they are dead, they are done, settled, and the way we see it is shaky. A lot of people, and it's because of the pressure that maybe our parents are putting on their children, or maybe because of the pressure they're having when they see their fellow people and fellow mates, or getting married, and they'll be like, I just want to get married, and they feel that marriage is something that they can just wake up to one day and just rush into. My dear, it's not a plaything. You can't just wake up one day and say, yes, you just want to get married. Yes, you have to know that, but you have to know the person you're getting married to. Because trust me, if we can count how many breakups that they've had recently, a lot of people, and some things, all these little things we're not supposed to make person quite good. I'm done before you need. I'm not in this marriage again. And there's a lot of things people don't even think about. The depression this comes with, the pain this comes with, your emotions. We put at stake, and a lot of them. I don't know how you people do this, but then, see, cohabiting is not me. I don't even support that. I don't support that personally. You get what I'm trying to say? Because if it do the cohabitation later, you go already fall in love. Trust me. The person will go find another person. Person will won't be with you, go still be with you. Yes, that's the truth. So let's take comments of what people have actually come to say concerning what Yvonne has said. Let's take some comments of what people have said. All right. And Shoes by Dara said, what do they mean by overrated? Okay, Dara said, marriage is never overrated. The people who get married makes it complicated. All right, marry right and watch your marriage blossom. Let me shock you. You feel still marry right, eh? Still come up for that marriage. Yes, you can marry right and still be divorced. Okay. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, just say it's all right. Somebody said, because you didn't work or you can't find one, then it's overrated. Misery really love company. Okay. At Seymour Studio said, it's love, not overrated too. Love yourself and forget finding love from anyone. Advice from frustrated and wounded heart. I beg, shift one side. Okay, it's well with you. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Miss Okifo said, just say it's better for you. It's not the standard. You're saying this because you had a bad experience, but my darling, a beautiful marriage is underrated. And Gingy, the artist, said, marriage is not overrated. Now you marry your partner. Abina, you be the your partner. Said, in all, when two great souls meet and are intentional, they reproduce and enjoy all benefits of a blessed home. And that's true. And Onyi Dibia said, I beg to differ. I feel this is misleading to the younger ones. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Yes. And another person said, people should stop projecting their inadequacies and failures and think it is the normal. All right. We have a lot of comments of what people are saying. See, in as much as they are bad people, they are bad marriages, there are still good marriages that you can, go into. Not be everybody. You cannot compare yourself to you will never marry. You don't already get that mindset. Say, me, I know. No, calm down. It's not like that. You should always have that, good, positive mindset that you will meet the right person. And trust me, when you meet the right person, it's actually very beautiful. So yes, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments of what people are saying about Yvonne. And yes, somebody said, wow, isn't this why marriage was instituted? 1, find the person you love. 2, learn to cohabit because life will test you both, but the love will keep you two together. This has been the idea till you guys start to redefine marriage. Marry for money, marry as retirement plan, marry just to adopt another man's name, marry to look good to the society, marry for the perks, marry to just give birth. People started destroying this semester of marriage. Please, in all your marital pursuit, marry for love. Merry Christmas, everyone. All right. And Nigeria Delta Relator said, this is not what God said. Social media is a menace indeed. And we have a lot of comments, It's a lot of things this time. Right? Even the Bible said, he who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Because me, I don't even understand the game. Because a lot of people now say, the women, when they're supposed to find now, all they shout, say, see, the marriage this, marriage that. Come on. I think in as much as it is your own experience of how you saw marriage, doesn't mean that every other person has to experience the same thing. Life differs, and life happens too. So let's take more comments on what people are actually coming out to say concerning Yvonne. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And somebody said, yesterday's sermon as streams of joy, really, okay. And all she said is the storm. Don't let your storm define you. People speak from a place of trauma. Most times she isn't wrong. Neither are you. She's only is allowing herself be defined by the storm she has experienced. So my dear, you and your experience are just as good as bad as the conditioning of your mind. Emancipate yourself from the prison of a negative mindset and seek to live just as God would rather we do. Marriage is divine, and anything outside of it, per opposite sex relationship, is outside of God's will. I pray she heals, not because it's the next best thing to say, but because I really wish that for her. She's a sweet lady and a very of the good things. Okay, that's actually beautiful. Marriage is beautiful. We should always try to not have that kind of mindset of saying, that because somebody else has a bad idea about marriage, you yourself, you want to know it's not right. So just, don't get those things in your head. You as a young one, you want to get married. They are beautiful marriages. And trust me, love is a beautiful thing. Yes, just find the right person. Of course, it is. And, we've been talking about a lot of things, and this is where we draw the curtain. So to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. It's a lot of things. All right, before we go out, I would like to take a short break, and when we come back,
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the voice of the people.
So you welcome back, yes, my beautiful people, and I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things, and we talked about marriage, we talked about love, and right now, there's something that had just happened recently, and they said Anthony Joshua just got in a road accident, and it's really painful. Oh my God, I can't really even believe this. And I just pray he's okay and he's fine, and pray for healing. That's all I can say. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain to my amazing viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please always stay true to your stories. And please don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Till next time, I'm still Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zugero, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. the Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by Northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Good afternoon and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People TV. I am Solomon Ofem. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Now the news in details. Somalia is leading an international backlash against Israel over its decision to recognize Somaliland as an independent state. Mogadishu says the move violates Somalia's sovereignty and is completely unlawful. In a statement, the Somali Prime Minister's office described Somaliland as an inseparable part of the country. It also demanded that Israel immediately withdraw its recognition. The African Union, Arab League, Nigeria, Egypt, and several other African countries have also condemned the decision. They warn it poses a serious threat to international peace and security. Somaliland declared independence in the 1990s but has never gained global recognition. The controversy comes amid reports linking the move to proposals for relocating displaced Palestinians, a plan widely rejected by the international community. Meanwhile, China has openly opposed the recognition of Somaliland as an independent state. Beijing says it fully supports Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Chinese Foreign Ministry warned countries against backing separatist movements for political or strategic gain. It also urged Somaliland authorities to halt what it described as separatist activities. The statement comes days after Israel formally recognized Somaliland as a sovereign nation. Israel says it wants immediate cooperation with the territory in areas like technology, health, and agriculture. Somaliland declared independence from Somalia more than 3 decades ago, but it is not internationally recognized. China's position aligns with the long-standing stance of the Somali federal government. Moving on, polls have opened in Guinea for the country's first presidential election since the 2021 military coup. The vote is being held under a new constitution approved earlier this year. Junta leader General Mamadi Doumbouya is widely expected to win, facing little real opposition. Several challengers, however, were barred from running, while others remain in exile. Doumbouya's campaign has focused on infrastructure projects and reforms, including the massive Simandou iron ore project. Authorities say the plan will create jobs and help diversify the country and the economy rather. Despite Guinea's vast mineral wealth, poverty and food insecurity remain widespread. Security has been tightened nationwide as millions of registered voters are expected to cast their ballots. Hopes for peace in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are fading after fresh clashes erupted in Uvira. The violence comes just days after regional leaders reaffirmed commitments to a U.S. brokered peace deal. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels had earlier captured the strategic town despite talks ongoing elsewhere. Residents say fighters remain in the area even after claims of a planned withdrawal. Local security sources say Congolese forces used drones to strike rebel boats at a lakeside port. Gunfire has also been reported between M23 fighters and pro-government forces. The renewed fighting has forced tens of thousands of civilians to flee across the border into Burundi. Aid agencies warned the latest clashes are deepening an already severe humanitarian crisis. Vote counting is underway in Ivory Coast following legislative elections to choose 255 lawmakers. The polls were held amid deep political divisions lingering from the recent presidential vote. President Alassane Ouattara's ruling party is expected to dominate the assembly after fielding candidates nationwide. The opposition, however, remains divided, with Laurent Gbagbo's party boycotting the process. More than 2,700 candidates contested the election, including hundreds of independents. Civil society groups say the outcome will reveal the true balance of political support across the country. Attention is also on a new party hoping to emerge as a third force in parliament. Final results are expected within days as the country watches closely for what comes next. Central African Republic President Faustin Archange Touadera has voted in an election where he is seeking a third term. The poll follows a 2023 referendum that removed presidential term limits. Voting went largely without incident across the country, with counting beginning in the capital, Bangui. Provincial results are expected early next month. Touadera is widely seen as a favorite after touting security gains backed by Russian mercenaries and Rwandan troops. Analysts say his re-election would likely deepen Moscow's influence in the country. Opposition groups have raised concerns about fairness, with the main opposition bloc boycotting the vote. Despite the complaints, the president says the election is key to restoring peace and stability. Guineans have voted in a presidential election widely seen as favoring junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya. The vote is expected to formalize his grip on power 4 years after seizing control in a military coup. Polling ended peacefully in the capital Conakry, with officials reporting no major incidents. However, turnout appeared low as many voters described the outcome as already decided. Doumbouya faced 8 candidates, but none posed a serious challenge, with key opposition figures still living in exile. A provisional result are expected in the next few days. Rights groups and the United Nations say the campaign was marked by restrictions on opposition activities and media freedoms. Despite the concerns, Doumbouya's supporters say he represents stability and economic opportunity for the country's youth. Joining in the studio to help analyze our African news item is a public affairs analyst and, of course, a legal practitioner, Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo, thank you very much for joining us on African News.
It's my pleasure, Solomon. How are you?
Very fine, thank you. It's good to see you here.
So
let's go to the first topic for discussion, which is controversy emerging from the Somaliland story, where, according to the news, Israel is officially recognizing Somaliland as an independent country, despite it not being internationally recognized. Of course, the talk is that Israel is recognizing it because of stories from outside quarters that the plan is to relocate Palestinians to that land. What's your take on that?
You know, this issue of recognizing some states as an independent state and all that is not something you do by word of mouth. We know of so many who tried it did not work until the UN, the international community, US and all that came in and said, okay, a very good example is Sudan. They are the latest independent African states. That is South Sudan. So there are processes for you to be recognized. If not, every family wants to be a state. If it is not checked. But the question is, what is causing this recognition and all that? There must be a reason. Somalia, Somaliland. Yes. Why haven't Somalia recognized this Somaliland? What is the problem? What are they dragging? Is it that the Somali on his own could not recognize these people or could not integrate them as part of their country? These are issues that we need to look into. Whenever there is agitation for an independent state, go and check. Something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong. And so, let Somalia recognize the problem at home before blaming Israel. That is the issue here. But as for that recognition, it will not stand until the UN and other international bodies come in.
But the issue that Israel is trying to bring in some Palestinians, you know, we understand what's going on with Gaza right now, where several countries, especially countries in the West, are opposing the U.S. plan to relocate some people from Gaza, you know, and effectively, according to several international countries opposed to the situation, taking them from their ancestral home. And about this, having to bring them away from ancestral home to faraway Africa. You begin to wonder this is where the African Union is supposed to step in. And then that's a lot of issues for the African Union itself.
Look, initially, when the Gaza war was going on, that was the initial plan of Israel and Donald Trump. You know, to reclaim that land and then
turn it into Rivera.
Yes, and then dissipate the citizens to different parts of. In fact, the initial plan was Egypt, but Egypt and many Arab nations rejected it. That look, that cannot happen, and so the idea was jettisoned before the peace plan was signed, and then the bombing stopped. So I don't think Israel can go on with that. It's not possible.
I mean, but if the United States supports them, even the United Nations will not be able to oppose a powerful, make an enemy of the U.S.
But then, U.S. cannot risk such a plan because...
Well, they've risked supporting Israel.
Yes, they can. But in this particular instance, all the American allies, they are opposed to it. And America cannot be America without allies. That's the truth. If the NATO nations said no, Europe and American nations said no, I mean, there's no way Donald Trump can go ahead. That idea has
Donald Trump has already falling out with a lot of their allies already.
But remember, like I told you, the initial plan was to, do that. But when people started recognizing Palestinian states, UK did, Canada did,
Australia
did. So that was a signal for Donald Trump that look, this thing will not fly you. That was when they started talking. That was when Donald Trump called Netanyahu and said, look, stop that bombing. And they started talking of peace and all that. So the Western world will not agree with Donald Trump. And so this latest idea by Israel, it cannot work. Because the Arab nations are already, contributing money to rebuild Gaza. That's the latest plan now. To rebuild Gaza so that the indigents can go back to their ancestral home. It would have been possible if Donald Trump was the one financing the rebuilding. But now the Arab nations are doing the job themselves. So I don't see how Israel can go on with that plan. They just said it to maybe they're testing the waters. It cannot work.
Just to shake the trees to see what falls.
Exactly. The Arab nations will not agree. Why would you do that?
But one wonders why the African Union rather, is not exactly coming out strong against this, which further gives legitimacy to some people that says the African Union is just a toothless bulldog as far as Africa is concerned.
African Union is I don't know how to call that organization because they have not represented Africa very well. First, they were here when Donald Trump was bringing in ex-convicts into Africa. They couldn't form a united force to say, look, this cannot happen in Africa. Rather, they left it to the decision of different African states. They couldn't come out strong. And they are hiding under this principle of sovereignty of a state. You don't interfere in what happened in what is going on in an independent nation. But that's not why you are formed. You are formed to defend Africa. That's why you call African Union. The same way you have the European Union. The same way you have NATO. And these are issues. African Union have no standby force to enforce their decision. So they are like a lame dog. They are like a lame dog. They can only bark, they cannot bite. That's the truth. They don't have the power of coercion.
And then, as expected, China has lent its voice opposing the recognition of the Somaliland. Do you think it's consequential or it's consequential either way, if China lends its voice or not, considering how strong China's hold is in Africa?
China, with their population and their economy, they are voice to reckon with. They are the one that built the AU building for Africa. So they can speak on such issues. Yes, they can speak on such issues because if you check China, they are not interested in colonizing anybody, enslaving anybody. You know, China may be a communist state, but they don't want any country imposing themselves on another. So wherever they see such thing, they will always oppose it. So their voice is very important in this issue. We are waiting for US and UK to say something on the matter.
I mean, without US, we will oppose because of joint forces with the US. 100% so far.
Donald Trump will be shooting himself on the right foot if he supports the idea, because his European allies have already rejected it. When they recognize a Palestine state, when they are talking of a two-state solution, and now the people that they have recognized as an independent nation, you want to ship them into another country. Do you think that will work? It will not work. So Donald Trump is well aware of this, that the European allies and all that, they will not, and so he will be very cautious. That's why they have not spoken. Meanwhile, China has spoken.
Perhaps they want to remain neutral as far as the situation is
but
concerned.
not for too long. It will come to a point where he will now call Israel. And that is through Netanyahu and say, look, this your idea will not work.
Don't you think the Israelis would have seek the approval and support of the US before they make that pronunciation? Because that's what has happened so far.
Most times, yes. Most times, some of them walk behind the scene. Israel will test the water and see, if it will fly. Then before, when the noise becomes too loud, America will now rein in and say, okay, look, Israel, stop your idea, stop this thing you are doing, so that they will not claim the credit, because they are the one who is always reining in Israel. Remember, whenever Israel is running overboard, it is always America that will come and rein them in. It's always America because of historical alliances with their heart.
Now, let's move on to Guinea, where the the polls are open for the first presidential election since 2021 after military coup, where junta leader General Mamadi Doumbouya is widely expected to win. What do you think of that situation?
There is nothing wrong in it, as long as the man will lead well. At least he was... the reasonable enough to conduct an election. He was reasonable enough to say, look, I want to become a civilian president. So,
with no opposition?
It is left for the people if they want it. After all, your country, are you better? Are you better? What is going on here now? So it's not, it is left for the people. If they want it, if they don't want it, the same way he carried that echo, somebody will equally topple him. Yes, it will happen. It is left for him to provide good governance for the people. That's what will determine how far he stay in office. That's all.
But I mean, providing good governance, it will start from the way he treats, the way the country see him as a fair leader. And how can we call him a fair leader if he's creating an election environment where there are no strong opposition?
If they are the ones that ran the country aground before the man took over, what do you expect? Will they be comfortable with his leadership? They will not. So they will not tell the whole world what is chasing them and who is chasing them. If they decided to stay outside the country because of they have polluted their country, whose fault is that? After all, some people are still in that country. Some people are there. Did the man chase everybody away? No. It is those politicians who didn't know what to do. Look, Solomon, if you ask me, the so-called civilian administrator who claimed to be president and whatever in Africa, all of them need to go back to school. They don't know what is leadership. Seriously, that's why the military always strike. How can a man come into office? Your people elected you. All of a sudden, you left what you are told to come and do and start doing another thing because you have power. You have power, B. Just take an example with Nigeria. What is happening here? What is happening in Nigeria today? Is it not a call for concern? No, be serious with yourself. Is it not a call for concern? Do we have leadership in Nigeria? And Donald Trump is now running Nigeria. Look at it yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, we know the situation in Africa is bad. You know, of course, we're taking a look at the Guinea situation now, but this is like a situation of two wrongs, and two wrongs will definitely not make it right.
Let us start correcting it from somewhere. The correction must start from somewhere.
Do you think this is a correction?
In the correction of a bad situation, there will be collateral damage. The people of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, are they complaining? They have leadership, and that leadership is working for them. Who called for it? Is it not the civilian leadership that called for what is going on in those countries? If they have been doing well, the people will support them. I have seen where people, the citizens of that countries come out and say, no, we don't want coup. They block it. They tell the military, we don't want you. In fact, the military will quickly go back to their barracks. But how come each time this thing happens in some of these countries, people will be jubilating, dancing. Dancing and jubilating. No, look at it yourself. So, I mean, it's akin to when Donald Trump said they were coming to strike these terrorists in Nigeria. Did you not see the avalanche of
supporters?
Oh, so don't bother yourself. Don't bother yourself. And the man who claimed to be your president tactically left Nigeria so that Donald Trump can take over and do his thing. Can't you see it? Tactically, Tinubu left Nigeria. When Donald Trump said that he's coming back to strike again. What does that tell you? Well,
from Guinea, let's go over to DR Congo, where now two major things that have plagued Africa is corruption, bad leadership, bad governance, and of course, conflicts. And this is a situation in DR Congo where the conflicts there have continued unabated. What's your take on it?
My take is that for Kigami, he thought that we have forgotten the Rwandan genocide. That man is getting out of hand. Why will he be backing a rebel group in another country? What is he looking for in DRC? For Kigami, this is a man that the whole world was praising the other day because of his antecedent in Rwanda. All of a sudden, the man now turned rogue, sponsoring a terrorist group in DRC. What happened to Rwanda? Can't he run his country and leave other people alone? They should rein him in. ICC should call him for questioning. Yes, they should call him. Even when they went to sign a peace agreement in Washington, these guys came back and continued doing what they are doing. Continued. A rebel group, M20 rebel. They are now become a mercenary in the hands of for Kigami. They have moved from DRC to Burundi now. They are making inroad into Burundi. For what reason and for what purpose? These are issues. I don't know why people would not just want peace to reign in Africa. They just sit down and plan how to disturb the system and everything. If a rebel group take over a country, who will recognize them? What would they do? What would they do? If the M20 rebel now succeed in what they are doing, what would they do? They can't form a government. Nobody will recognize them. So what are they wasting their time and energy for? Just to take one part of the country, like some people want to do in Nigeria, and stay there and have their own parallel government, Abi? Is there any other reason? It's so sad, seriously. It's so sad.
And the US have tried to broker a peace deal several times to no avail.
The thing is that you people blame US and the Western world for exploiting you, but you are the one inviting them to exploit you.
Which is exactly what I wanted to talk about. We keep mentioning neo-colonialism, and then African leaders we're not doing anything to stop that neo-colonialism.
You call for it, like they say in my play. They say any man who goes into the bush to go and fetch ants-infested firewood, when he bring the firewood into his compound, won't lizard come there to come and party? Lizards will come for a feast now. So what are you? Will you blame the lizard? You are the one that brought the firewood that is infested with the ants. And so lizard must come for a party. That's the truth.
And once again, the questions keep coming in. What is the role of the African Union?
Forget that body. They are just there in as a. I said when I knew that body is completely useless. I mean, completely. It was when a whole China, one country, built their AU building in Addis Ababa. And they are foolish enough to go there and be holding conference. They are not even ashamed. Imagine Africa, 54 countries in Africa. 54 countries in Africa. I am very sure that at the snap of a finger, each of these African countries can raise 1 billion equivalent in Naira. Maybe Nigeria will now provide the 50% of whatever it will take to erect that building. And every other thing they need there. Nigeria can afford it. But they allowed a country called China to build it for them. There are things that can bring shame. There are some gifts they give you, Solomon, because of the embarrassment that will come with you. Say, no, I don't want it. Sam, in fact, I'm fine. You can keep your gift. Thanks for the gesture. Just for your own self-respect, you don't take such a gift. Yet, they will go there and be holding conference.
Well, African politicians are known to be shameless.
I am telling you, it's like somebody building a house for you and your new wife. and every night people go there and be doing romance. You are not ashamed. A man like you build a house for you and your new wife, Abi, and you are happy for that. He gave you a house. What happened to you? We are talking of a whole continent, a whole continent. They couldn't afford a building for themselves. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, just in Nigeria alone, oh my God, you are looking for 210 trillion naira that some people or somebody put in his pockets up till now.
From DR Congo, let's go over to Ivory Coast, where counting is underway following legislative elections to choose 255 lawmakers. But the same thing being questioned, the same question is being asked here, where we find ourselves in a situation where the ruling party make a conducive environment for that to make the environment not conducive, rather, for opposition to thrive. And that's the allegations we're hearing here in Ivory Coast, where the President Alassane Ouattara's ruling party is expected to dominate, and then allegation there is the silencing of dissent, and the opposition parties are finding it difficult to field candidates to challenge the ruling party.
Now, Solomon, with what you said now and with what has been going on all over Africa, will you be surprised when the military strike in such places? You can see. These are civilian people that you people claim that you love democracy, you love democracy. Is this what democracy entails? Is this the definition of democracy in Africa? This same man was the man that did Laurent Gbagbo in. Now, since he took over, he now refused to, do the proper thing. You can see. If tomorrow now something happens, they say, no, we don't, AU will come. It's only during this period that you see AU coming out to give condition. That's why these people in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, that's why they are not even listening to AU. They even moved out.
Unexpectedly, they're going to send election observers.
They moved out too. So these are the issues. This AU, have they ever reprimanded any of these tyrants in office? Have they ever? This AU, have they ever told their tyrant members, look, this thing is not proper. Do the right thing. Have you ever seen them reprimanding any of these tyrants in office? Have you ever? But when the military got fed up, you say, he don't want military, he don't want military. Are you not the one that invited them? Please.
Well, it seems to be an election season for a lot of these African countries, because from that we'll go to Central African Republic, where the president, Faustin Archange Ouattara, has voted in an election where he's seeking a third term. And, which happened after a 2023 referendum, remove the presidential limits, term limits. And this is exactly what we're talking about, where the politicians are giving democracy a bad name. They're bastardizing their constitution, and which has given these presidents an opportunity to run for a third term.
Of course. These are the things we are talking about. All of them is like a bug. They have caught the bug. It's now a trending issue in Africa. When you get in, amend the constitution to stay put. When you get in, amend the constitution to stay put. That is now what is trending in Africa. All of them. When it happened in Cameroon and the man succeeded, the man succeeded. It happened in Uganda, the man, so it has become an in thing. Everybody is now flowing with the trend in Africa. And you are telling me that something will not happen. It's like if you don't do it now, they will say, don't mind that man, sabi anything. No, if you don't do it the way these Africans are doing it now, They will not regard you as a human being. But when it happened, AU will come out and say, look, we don't want coup in Africa. You must give conditions to come back. We give you 24 hours to return to civilian. Your civilian administration, is it better? Is it better with what they are doing in office now? Is it better? Almost, look at small CAR, what they are doing. Small, I say small. Have you seen them in the map? Since the days of Emperor Bokassa, the man was so brutal that they call him the butcher of Bangui. That's what they used to call that man. And when you see him, he look like a witch doctor. Very brutal. Eh? Since that time to Bozuzu and whatever, that country have never seen leadership. They have never witnessed leadership. Have you ever had their name in any good thing? Just one single good thing you can say, this, you know. Have you ever had their name? Well, in fact, I have been saying it. If I have opportunity, you see these African leaders, I will put them somewhere where generations on board will go and be looking at them. They will tell you, look at this one, look at what he did. They will point out, you know, they will write that when you give them a banner and they wear it on their body, you see their name, what they did in their country and all that. And they will be using it to study in school. And that's what feeds them. Because these people, they are thinking. If they don't think like people who are very futuristic, people who have vision. In the Western world, their leaders built those countries because of the vision they have. Mention any of these African tyrants that have any vision, except to stay in office and steal all the money.
And of course,
steal all the money.
And of course, the president seeking third term is being supported and backed by Moscow, Russia. What do you think of the increasing Russian influence in Africa, especially in these authoritarian countries?
Of course, because Africa has become a battleground for Western powers.
US versus China versus Russia.
Yes, for superpowers. Yes, you can see now. The second colonialism is here. Whether you like it or not, the second colonialism is here. With what is happening in Nigeria, the giant of Africa. Solomon, are you not ashamed that you are a Nigerian? Good thing, Trump is coming to, but have you ever seen this type of thing happen anywhere in Africa or in the whole world? Have you? Giant of Africa. Giant of Africa. Where is the giant here? Tell me, where is the giant here? Tell me. All the people, all the noise about sovereignty. I like as Donald Trump has come, I like it too. The other issue is secondary. I'm telling you, I like it so that we will not know who is the man here. Because every time they'll be telling us of those who are master strategists, those who know politics more than God, those who, you know, where is all the noise? No, where is all the noise now? All the noise, all the praises, all the support. Where did he end up? The man was so ashamed that he had to leave Nigeria. He couldn't stand it now. Will somebody come and tell me tomorrow that I said what you have in Africa are local champions. They can't even stand before Donald Trump. If African leader gather, they can't stand before Donald Trump and talk. The whole of them, not one person cannot. So the whole of all our African leaders, local champions who are always good in oppressing and suppressing their people, who can go out there in the international community and speak with their fellow leaders, who recognize them, who know them. They are bombing your country and you are running to Europe and Dubai. And you call yourself...
we have to end it here, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you very much for your time.
They should direct Donald Trump very well so that some of these missiles don't drop in Asoroko and they say it's a collateral damage. Because when the man is not the anchor, so they should be...
Thank you very much. You're watching the African News on Voice of the People TV. More stories after the break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
If you're just tuning in, this is Voice of the People TV and you're watching African News. Egyptian-British activist Alaa Abdel Fattah has apologized for controversial social media posts made more than a decade ago. He described some of the posts as shocking and hurtful. The apology follows renewed scrutiny after he arrived in Britain last week. Several politicians and groups have since questioned his presence in the country. British media reports highlighted posts from between 2008 and 2014 that appeared to endorse violence. Abdel Fattah says while some were misunderstood, others were clearly unacceptable. Calls for his reportation have come from opposition figures, while the UK government has condemned the historic post. Abdel Fattah was recently freed from an Egyptian prison after serving much of his adult life in detention. The United Kingdom has reached new agreement with Angola and Namibia to accept the return of illegal migrants and criminals. The deals follow warnings from London over possible visa penalties. At the same time, Britain has imposed visa restrictions on the Democratic Republic of Congo. Officials say the move is due to poor cooperation and migrant return. The UK Home Secretary says tougher measures could follow if compliance does not improve. She insists countries must take back citizens who have no legal rights to stay in Britain. The agreements mark a shift under the UK's new migration reforms aimed at speeding up deportations. British officials say removals have increased sharply over the past year. We go on another quick break, and when we return, it will be time for business and sports stories. Stay with us. Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. Now to business news. The South African rand weakened slightly in early trading on Monday. The move followed a pause in the recent rally in previous and precious metals. Investors booked profits after silver and gold pushed back from recent highs. Analysts say safe haven demand has also eased for now. Despite the short-term dip, the rand remains one of this year's stronger emerging market currencies. It has gained more than 12% against the dollar so far in 2025. South Africa's improved fiscal position and steady inflation have supported the currency. Stocks were mixed while government bonds edged slightly stronger in early deals. And for a quick look at our sports news, Benin have recorded their first ever Africa Cup of Nations victory after edging Botswana 1-0 in Rabat. The result keeps the Cheetahs firmly in the hunt for a place in the knockout stage. Fans poured out their emotions inside the stadium, celebrating with music, dance, and color. Botswana supporters, however, questioned their team's defensive approach and called for a braver display. Elsewhere in Group D, Senegal needed a late strike from Sadio Mane to force a draw against DR Congo in Tangier. The result leaves both sides level on point as the group remains wide open. In phase, Nigeria held on for a dramatic 3-2 win over Tunisia despite a late fight back. With qualification still on the line, AFCON 2025 is already delivering high drama and on and off the pitch. Senegal has recorded a double victory in beach handball at the 2025 African Youth Games in Angola. The West African nation won both the men's and women's gold medals on sand. The competition marked the first time beach handball was featured at the African Youth Games. Senegal's teams stood out with dominant performances across the tournament. In the women's final, Senegal edged Kenya in a closely contested opening set before pulling clearer in the second. The men's team also beat Togo in the final to secure gold. Officials praised the high level of play and the rapid development of young athletes at the event. Senegal's success adds momentum ahead of its role as host of the 2026 Youth Olympic Games. And that's all on our African news. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happenings near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon Offem. Thank you for watching.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on at VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In the heart of Ebonyi State lies Afikpo North, the birthplace of a woman whose name has become synonymous with integrity, excellence, and resilience. Born on November 15, 1958, Professor Nnenna Oti's journey from a serene town to national prominence is a testament to dedication and unwavering principles. Nnenna's academic journey began at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she earned a first-class honor degree in soil science in 1982. Her brilliance was evident as she emerged the best graduating student in the Faculty of Agriculture, receiving the Federal Government Merit Award and the UAC Prize for Best Student in Agriculture. She furthered her master's studies in soil science, specializing in soil microbiology and biochemistry from the same university in 1986. In 1987, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in irrigation engineering with distinction from Katholieke Université in Belgium, courtesy of a European Economic Community Scholarship. In 2002, she earned a PhD in Soil and Environmental Conservation from FUTO, winning NUC Award for Best Doctoral Thesis in Nigeria that year. Professor Oti made history as the first female vice-chancellor of FUTO in 2001, scoring 75.5% in the selection process. She officially assumed office on June 19, 2001, succeeding Prof. Francis Eze. Under her leadership, FUTO witnessed significant advancements including improved research quality, the launch of gender-inclusive policies, and strengthened industry partnerships for student training and employment. Professor Nnenna Oti gained national recognition as the Independent National Electoral Commission returning officer for the 2023 Abia State election. Despite facing immense pressure and bribery attempts, she upheld the integrity of the electoral process. Her declaration of Alex Oti as the winner was applauded nationwide, with her statement, "If I perish, I perish," becoming a symbol of courage and integrity. Professor Oti's unwavering commitment to truth and transparency earned her a widespread acclaim. She was celebrated as the heroine of democracy, with various organizations and institutions recognizing her contribution to academia and national development. Beyond her administrative roles, Professor Oti's legacy lies in her dedication to mentoring the next generation, promoting gender equality, and advocating for good governance. Her story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity and excellence can pave way for a transformative leadership.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
All right, it's all about the African Cup of Nations, which is currently ongoing in Morocco. And of course, the round of 16, it's been decided by various groups. The Super Eagles is among that number of teams that have done it 100% so far so good to make it into the round of 16. We also saw the defending champions Cameroon, I beg your pardon, Cote d'Ivoire taking on the indomitable Lions of Cameroon. And of course, the Man United guy, talking about Ahmad getting the goal for his team. Of course, Cameroon pulling one back, showing that they're still a powerhouse when it comes to football on the continent of Africa. My name is Jerry Apeliohai, saying welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room in this very interesting season of celebration. And of course, it's a full house. The guys are with me, talking about Ikechukwu and Mayowa. We're here to peruse all what we have as far as our football is concerned. And they say charity begins at home. Ikechukwu, so far so good. The Yellow Tide season has been interesting with football action. Before it used to be only the Premier League. I think this is the first time in my entire life that I've seen the Nations Cup played during Christmas period. This is the first time it's happening before. And so far so good. Has it been worth it, talking about having the African Cup of Nations during the Christmas season?
Good evening, sir. Yes, I think yes and no. I mean, the Youth seasons usually is for players to actually relax and unwind, and of course people who really want to bond. Families go to places, get to ease off a lot of energy that they've expanded during the year. But then this AFCON would definitely deny a lot of family that particular moment, because I mean, a lot of men would definitely want to follow the game, and it's definitely going to divide their attention as regards what's going to be happening this particular time of season. So that's the part I say no. But of course, for the part I say yes, I think it's part of the extras for the year, the season. A lot of game to actually follow. It's going to be a very busy season. I mean, go to you definitely not lack what you want to actually see if you're a football lover. And of course, if you're a sport lover in general, the teams you definitely want to follow. And so I think it's been a lot for people who have actually been on the pitch and those who have organized it. For me, I think the only downside, or the only thing I'm not particularly happy about this AFCON so far, is the fact that it seems to be rainy when these games are on. I mean, for December, I want to expect that it's supposed to be dry season, but unfortunately, we've been having a lot of rains in Morocco, and that's the only downside. But so far, so good. I think we've been entertained. We've seen good moments in the games that have been played so far. So far, so good. The Super Eagles have lived up to expectation. I mean, we all expect them to actually top the group, and they've shown strength. So hopefully, we'll see what happens after the group phase, which obviously Super Eagles are part of the next rounds in the championship. So yeah, a lot to cover up, not just in the Premier League, and of course, the AFCON as well, which is definitely the biggest, as far as I'm concerned, going on in this particular month of December.
All right, of course. You said just now the Premier League reminds me of how interesting this weekend was. It looks like the rain has started falling out there at Stamford Bridge for Maresca. It looks like anywhere you go, we'll find you and bring you out. Ikechukwu. All right, my understand is now in. Okay, and of course, I even saw the news that Amorim is now ready to change his formation. It looks like the man is actually confused, if you ask me, but it is what it is. The AFCON during the Christmas season, the first of its kind. Marwa, so far so good. Have you seen the best of the African Cup of Nations? Better than the ones that have been hosted just starting January, ending February?
Well, it's always amazing to be here. We saw the World Cup in 2022. It was held during the December period because of, because of the weather, and we all enjoyed it. It was an exciting World Cup, and I think for this Nations Cup, it gives a lot of people a lot of options to a lot of things to watch out for. I would confess, on Christmas Day when there was no football, apart from the fact that you had some other family engagement, I was a bit bored because literally there's nothing literally to watch on on cable or on TV. So I mean, for football lovers and those who are really interested in football, definitely they've already filled their calendar. And also remember, the APL has changed their format. There's no football this particular period. So this AFCON, to be honest with you, filled a whole lot of slots, and a whole lot of people are enjoying it. And the AFCON itself has been very, very interesting. The game played so far, it's only one game that we've not recorded any goal in this particular tournament. That shows how dogged the team are. That shows, how good the teams that have come to this particular tournament have been. And they've been scoring goals with reckless abandon, and that is what we want to see. So for me, I think after in December, I don't mind. I mean, even if the AFCON is not going on, majority of the players that we have at the moment, they'll probably be in their clubs training and just of that. Except some few, leagues that give off during this particular period, La Liga, the Bundesliga. I think every other league, they are in session, and players will probably be stuck in their clubs and be playing football. But in any case, we've seen good football so far, and to be honest, I'm enjoying it. Nigeria getting to the second round, and other teams struggling to qualify. Manchester United players representing very well, while Liverpool without Mo Salah is flourishing. So all around, a lot of football to talk about.
All right, and of course, I must say that that Viranvit's goal was actually world class. I saw that game. It was a pure class of a top player. What a way to score your official first goal, because for me, I think this is his second Premier League goal. He was denied the other goal due to deflection, but it is what it is. Let's talk about...
Darwin has also scored a lot of, top quality.
Darwin is not in the past. He's not playing in the Saudi.
No. I'm just saying we've seen this script before.
Chelsea needs a striker
We've seen this script before.
Chelsea is looking for a striker right now. Darwin is available.
Jerry, we've seen this script
he wants
before.
to return to Europe. Yeah. Chelsea don't have a striker. Imagine struggling against Aston Villa.
No, come on. Aston Villa is a very top team.
Your team, they were leading by as much as 65 minutes.
Jerry, Aston Villa this season is a top team.
They were leading for more than 60 minutes.
Jerry,
at Stamford
for more than 65 minutes, and they lost it.
Capitulated and lost.
No, Jerry.
By 2-1.
Somebody came from the bench and scored 2 goals.
From that.
Jerry, the truth is,
it was a smiling weekend for me.
It will be disingenuous to say Aston Villa is not the top team this season. They've shown strength.
Some Chelsea fans have said that.
Some, but the truth is, the table is a reflection.
Aston Villa, yes. If Liverpool can beat Aston Villa, why can't Chelsea?
Aston Villa defeats Manchester City and Arsenal.
Yes.
These are teams that are head and shoulder above Liverpool this season.
But
even with the PGMO law,
Liverpool beat them.
That's what any team can lose to any team can lose to any team.
But Liverpool beat them.
That's what I'm saying. Any team can lose to any team. It doesn't change. I mean, you lost to Crystal Palace.
Yeah, Crystal Palace has always been our voodoo. That one is registered. Even
no, don't tell me it has always been. A lot of teams that Liverpool.
There's a team that's always your boogie team. Chelsea has Brighton.
That's true.
As your boogie team.
That's true.
Man United has theirs.
No, Jerry.
Even Man City has their boogie team.
Jerry, whether you call it boogie team or not, the truth is there are teams below you that defeat that team easily.
Oh, really?
That's the truth.
Oh, really? Anyway, I like this lyrics and analysis, but the fact that you lost Aston Villa, that is the big story. All this one I'll see after that. But let's talk about the Super Eagles. They won by 3-2. And of course, the big story out of that is the fact that the goalkeeper of the senior national team of Nigeria, Stanley Nwabali, was lucky to escape what would have been a serious injury in their 3-2 win over Tunisia at the ongoing African Cup of Nations. Nwabali was lucky to escape what could possibly see him miss the rest of the season, not just the tournament, but the manner with his knee twisted in his attempt to stop Tunisia's first goal. He slipped as he attempted to approach the header that helped Tunisia to reduce the deficit to 1-3, and his feet was stuck in the playing surface, but he wanted to force his movement, leading to an awkward twisting of his left knee. I think Nwabali needs to be very careful, but we must say that it was quite an interesting game, and saw Victor Osimhen getting in on the goals. Ademola Lookman Wilfred did his first goal in 10 years for the Super Eagles.
His first goal for Super Eagles, first national team goal.
Wow. And his Kanu One celebration said that his father is a big fan of Kanu, and he had to do that to at least make his father happy, feel the vibe, and so on and so forth. It was an interesting game, but the 2 goals considered took away the gloss out of that game. But let's start off with the performance of the Eagles in that game against Tunisia. Did you see that coming?
I think it was a decent performance. Eric Chell had his his plan cut out, well cut out. He looked at Tunisia. He understands that the strength of Tunisia was very much in the middle of the park, and he just did one thing. Hannibal Madbury, he just gave Ndidi one single assignment, ensure that this guy doesn't have a free flow of the game, ensure that this guy all through 90 minutes, you are breathing down his neck, and it was difficult for him. It reminds me of the Fabregas and Mascherano of Liverpool and Arsenal back in the days, where Fabregas at some point he even needs to come out to complain that he's so scared anytime he wants to play against Liverpool because he feels Mascherano's breath right in behind him every single time. That's exactly what Ndidi was doing. A thorough police job. Best described as Italian job. Now, Frank Onyeka was busy breaking the lines, and Alex Iwobi was excellent. I've never seen him in Super Eagles jersey that awesome, in a long time. And he played just like you usually see him play at Fulham. But then, the game was on. The Super Eagles was, Bright Osai-Samuel also stepped up. Bruno Emechi, awesome, But then, Eric Chewa decided to actually do, what he knows how to do best, make you happy, and when you're actually basically floating, he just pulled the rug on. And then something unthinkable start happening, and that's exactly what we saw in that particular game. But then the Super Eagles have shown that if they want to actually give the right result, they know exactly what to do. If they are actually in their element, definitely they'll get the triple. Ademola Lookman, awesome. Osimhen was also wasteful. I must say that was very wasteful. But then he was so lucky to actually get one goal in that particular game. But the Super Eagles, all in all, that game we should have had maybe 5 or 6 goals in that particular game. But the three goals scored earlier was actually quite enough for us to actually see the result through the line. I just hope that the Botswana game will get to see other players being tested. And for Stanley Nwabali, I think he should really watch his temperament. I don't know why he continued to actually do that. At this point, you don't need all of this. You're the Super Eagles #1. You understand how valuable you are. So Madiko Okoye, who is supposed to deputize for him. At this point where the nation will be like, okay, I think we have a lot of confidence in whoever it is that is stepping up the rank. It's actually not there, and then you're actually acting the way I don't remember the last time any Super Eagles goalkeeper going to a major tournament like this, and then you'll be so afraid of him picking up a yellow card in almost every game. And this has been a recurring decimal, and it's so unfortunate that we actually saw that happen again against Tunisia.
I think in the case of Nwabali, I think he's getting over his head. I saw that interview where he said that the Super Eagles, every team is meant to concede. The Super Eagles is meant to concede goals coming from a goalkeeper. That means, Mayawa, we should expect him to concede in all the games the Super Eagles play at the AFCON. He has conceded 3 goals in 2 matches. That means in the game against Uganda, Nwabali is ready to concede again. What kind of mentality is that? Is it out of frustration, or the fact that he believes that there's nothing he can do to get a clean sheet?
I think he's battling a whole lot, and there's this confidence issue, and he's been getting a whole lot of stick. And his performance sometimes leave little or nothing to desire. In that particular game, he was also very lucky not to pick up a red card. To be honest with you, the way he launches into tackles, he doesn't play the game with a cool-headed. And that's a risk for Nigeria. In that particular game, the 2 goals he considered in that particular game, I think I won't blame him. The first goal, his leg was stuck, and we all know that it was a rainy pitch, and that will happen to anybody. The second goal, I'm calling out VAR. That was never a penalty. The ball hit Osai somewhere in the head first before hitting his hand. There is no way that will ever be a penalty. I don't know what the ref was thinking about before he decided to point, to the penalty spot. But those 2 goals, I would not want to blame Nwabali. Yes, he needs to calm his head down. He needs to, watch how he behaves. He needs to watch his temperament. The way he plays, you're always skeptical. You're always afraid if he's not going to pick a yellow card or even to calm it down. For the game overall, I think the boys, really did well. And I tell you something very correctly. After the first game, we said something about, what's the name? We don't want that character. We want people that can actually play football. And Bruno Emechi came in, did a very decent job. Osai Samuel, that had a very terrible game in the first game, stepped up and did his job. And I tell you something also very, very important. Decided to put Chukwueze on the bench and bring a Frank Onyeka in. Frank Onyeka that he brought in unlocked an Iwobi. We saw the best of Iwobi in that particular game. And the reason for that is Iwobi was not restricted. In the game against Tanzania, he was restricted. He was playing from the deep line of the midfield, and that hindered his creativity. But against Tunisia, there is a Frank Onyeka who is solidly behind him, and that unlocked Iwobi. That gave him the opportunity to be able to roam around and break free Ndidi was policing Medri very well, while Frank Oyeka was breaking up play and also joining the attack. That is what you get from Frank Oyeka. So I think our midfield was very perfect. Blood rushing to his head and make some wrong substitution that start putting us under pressure from the 75th minute upward. I think generally for that particular game, Nigeria actually showed class in that particular game.
All right, show class in that particular game, and of course it means that Frank Oyeka, we hear, is having an injury as well. If anything happens to players like Frank Oyeka, what is now going to be the situation on the Super Eagles going into the round of 16?
So I was expecting Rafael Ndika to step into that particular game when he was actually taking out Frank Oyeka. That was my expectation. Let Rafael Ndika step in. They are like for like. He's also a player who likes to break into, join attack, and the game will still very much be the same. In fact, it's going to come with different level of tenacity because Frank Oyeka, as much as Frank Oyeka, he likes to score goals. So definitely, it's going to really help, in the attack. If you are taking out Akwa Adams, you can bring in Chidera Ejuke, let him play wide, force these guys to go more defensive. But what you did, what electoral chose to do is to actually put us, under pressure, take out, Frank Oyeka. And again, right, the good side of what we saw on Saturday was the fact that it was Frank Oyeka that, his exit from that particular game that broke the game down against the Super Eagles. If it was Victor Osimhen, we would have been screaming Osimhen FC. I was so glad that Osimhen played the whole 90 minutes, and we all saw that it wasn't about him, it's actually about the team, and just one man can actually make the difference, and that's what exactly what we'll see. Going forward, I would like to see Frank Oyeka, Rafael Ndika, beg your pardon, step into that particular role, do his job. I mean, we've qualified, we've topped the group, so I want to see Akin Samiro also play this particular game. Even perhaps Tochukwu Nadia as well. Let the three of them play against Uganda. Let's get to see these three guys play together as a team. Ndidi and Co have actually done a decent job. I also want to see the likes of Chidera Ejuke more, and of course other players, Paul Onuachu. Let all of these guys get a feel of what the last game is definitely going to be about. I think a draw definitely going to cement our place as the winner of the group. I mean, that should be enough for us. So, so far so good. We've done a decent job, but the shares should just mind it. If you want, the Super Eagles to actually, possess him, definitely it will be need to be free, and that's exactly what we saw against, Tunisia. We don't need to. We will be playing deep. He's not a good ball winner. So why waste that particular position by actually forcing him to play deep? You only play it will be deep like Richard actually Pasero actually did. You can only play it will be deep by actually playing three centre back. But you're not playing three centre back. Why are you playing it will be deep? So that's exactly what he should do. If he wants to play it will be deep, let him play three centre back. Then we'll know that okay, definitely the defense will not be under too much pressure. Yes, we may not be able to win a lot of balls in the midfield, but then of course it's going to be difficult to actually break us down, in the heart of the defense. But if you're playing that way, then of course give us three-man midfield, and that's definitely going to unlock him. Will be even Ndidi was at the highest level of his game, because it was easy for him to now look at the man who is going to actually tasked to actually take out of the game, which is Medri. His job is not about being creative again. He just needs to win ball, and he was winning those balls awesomely. If you remember the game against what's it called, Republic of Benin in the World Cup qualifiers, one of the things that Ndidi did in that game was he was winning ball. He was also tasked with the job of creating, because what's his name, Alex Iwobi was forced to actually play deep, and now Ndidi was very, very, very free. He was comfortable. He knows that he just needs to win the ball. There's a man who is always waiting to actually get the ball. If the midfield seems to be difficult for the Super Eagles to actually find their way through, Frank Oyeka will definitely break through the line. So it was a very beautiful midfield trial to watch. So I expect the Richard to actually look at this particular game and then understand that the biggest mistake he made was taking out Frank Oyeka without bringing someone who is like him to actually help shore up the midfield.
All right, and of course, talking about the coach, Eric Chell refused to accept that his decision to substitute midfielder Frank Oyeka and striker Akwa Adams played a role in the team's capitulation in their 3-2 win over Tunisia. And Chelsea's team were leading 3-0, but considered twice in the final 15 minutes to pick all 3 points. And we're lucky to pick all 3 points with Tunisia, ending the game on a high with chances that went begging. The coach was accused of poor game management as well. His team capitulated with his decision to introduce 2 wingers in Moses Simon and Chidera Ejuke after taking off a forward in Adams and a midfielder in Onyeka. Maiwa, before we take that interview, because that's the press conference before the game against Uganda, what do you have to say about the decision making of Eric Chell when it comes to making subs? Sometimes he makes some subs that make you wonder, is he actually a coach that is thinking, or maybe a Ruben Amorim that's on the bench?
Wow, how did Ruben Amorim get here? But in any case, the thing is this: you cannot compare a church to Ruben Amorim if you have to go there, but don't let us go there. The thing is this: I think this is not the first time he's making that mistake. Remember the game against. The reason why we are not at the World Cup is because he refused to manage the game against Zimbabwe. We scored in the 75th minute. We were leading 1-0. What did he do? He didn't make the right substitution, and that cost us that particular game. Apart from the fact that he played a 2-second that was injured, and that was the game that cost us going to the World Cup. Topping that particular group and going to the World Cup. This is not the first time he's making the mistake of managing games. And him not accept. Yes, I understand him. I don't want to accept and the rest of that. But everybody could see Educate was practically, for a lack of better word, was practically surplus to requirements in that particular game. A lot of people were even criticizing Educate because he was just running, and after the game he was falling down, he was breathing heavily, and everybody was wondering why is this guy playing? The job of a coach, one of the key job of a coach, is to manage your team, your team, to ensure that they don't drop, their performance will not drop. The substitution he made was very wrong, and I hope he will not go into the next game strong-headed. I hope he corrects this mistake. We are in the crucial stage, in the quarterfinals and the rest of that. He should not make this mistake. It worked out against Tunisia, does not mean it's going to work out against a much more tougher team. The last 5 minutes of that particular game, I nearly had BP, and that's just the honest truth, because we are under a lot of pressure, and the reason was he took out a Frank Onyeka, who had gave us, some kind of strong goal in the midfield, and there was no strong goal again. There was no balance in the midfield, and the pressure was too much. So I think going forward, obviously we don't want to admit it. I think it's very clear for everybody to see. I will not make that kind of mistake again.
All right, so let's hope that he'll make those kind of mistakes again, because there are going to be crucial stages in the competition where Eric Chell will be called upon to make the big decisions when players who are important in the game picks up injuries, like what happened with Frank Onyeka. Immediately he left the pitch, and the decision to bring Moses Simon and Chidera Ejuke looked like the midfield was left helpless, and the Tunisians took advantage of that.
Jerry, you also recall that after our game against Zimbabwe, where Trusecon was heavily criticized, I think our next game was against Rwanda, and Eric Chell actually played.
I think it was South Africa when we played 1-1. I remember he messed up the formation, changed everything.
No, our next game after Zimbabwe was Rwanda.
Okay, yes, Rwanda.
He played the young Benjamin Fred. No, was it Rwanda? Yeah, it was Rwanda. No, it was Rwanda.
Okay.
He played Benjamin Frederick, and we were like, okay, this is the backline we want to see. And then we went straight against South Africa. We saw something else.
Yeah, he changed everything, brought in Trusecon, who scored the own goal, and so on.
You also recall, after that, we played against Gabon. It was the young Benjamin Frederick against Kevin Bassey. We were hoping that was the same line that he's going to play against DR Congo. And what did we see?
Change everything again.
So, this is not a case of, Nigerians just saying Eric Chell is fond of this particular mistake. I think it's something about, there's something about him, He's this man who...
He has a bad character and he needs to change.
Is this man who is not very... I don't think he's comfortable with success.
Yeah, I think sometimes he wants to overdo.
He behaves like...
He wants to show off that he's the man in charge. So he wants to show I can do it without this particular formation. Some coaches get over there.
Like Arnold Slot.
Yeah, like Ruben Amorim. Well, so Amorim has been doing. Now he's confessing he wants to change formation. But Eric Chell, Eric Chell, please don't Ruben Amorim our chances at the AFCON, please. Anyway, let's listen from the man talking about Eric Chell. I was even going to say Ruben Amorim. Let's listen from Eric Chell. And of course, you're still watching The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television.
Cannot say nothing. What about the rotation that you asked about? Yeah, I just asked to the question. You will see tomorrow. For me, I have my feeling, I have my vision, because every time I take my responsibility, So,
are you going to rotate in this game since we have already qualified? And on the injury front, how is Nwabali feeling? Because when he was trying to make the save for the first goal, looked like he twisted his ankle and his knee or something like that in saving it. And Onyeka was seen hobbling as well. So, what was it like injury-wise?
you saw well, yeah, he has a little pain on his knee, Frank on his ankle. So we will manage for the team. I have to think about the team. We have a last training session today, and the most important thing is our state of mind about this game. And it will be a surprise for you to see the 11 start tomorrow. But at this moment, I can say nothing. Cannot say nothing.
What about the rotation that you asked about?
Yeah, I just asked to the question. You will see tomorrow. For me, I have my feeling, I have my vision, because every time I take my responsibility. So,
are you going to rotate in this game since we have already qualified? And on the injury front?
All right, talking about responsibility, he has to make big decisions because that's his biggest responsibility of making sure that the team wins games. And coincidentally, when I looked at that group correctly, Uganda and Tanzania will be co-hosting the next AFCON. And they are currently in the same group with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What an interesting coincidence. And Tanzania, Uganda is not looking bright for them in terms of making it to the round of 16. And of course, it's also the birthday of the original Victor, VO9, Victor Osimhen. Okay? And of course, he got a birthday goal on Saturday. Quite a beautiful goal, if you ask me. The way that guy jumps, it reminds me of Cristiano Ronaldo on the pitch when he jumps to head the ball. And of course, the Super Eagles have more headed goals than any other team, and they have got.
Yeah, and that's because we have wingers who can actually play the ball in for someone who can really make good use of his head. I think last time we had a striker that we can really rely on when the ball floats is Victor Agali. He's quite awesome with his head, and there seems to be something with Super Eagles and Victor as their striker. But then, Victor Osimhen, his quality cannot be overemphasized. Bruno Yemechi was also busy whipping in those crosses. Ademola Lookman was also there doing his thing. So, it was an amazing night for the Super Eagles. the 3 points was well deserved. You talk about Uganda and Tanzania. We all know that when it comes to football in Africa, the East African nations are actually not, right up there when it comes to football. Yeah, they are very well good when it comes to tourists and other stuff like that. But when it comes to football, they are way behind. So it's just one of those things we have to deal with in Africa. Yes, they are developing. Back in the days, if you're playing against the Tanzania or Uganda side, you'll be expecting 4-0, 5-0. But now it seems like they're also stepping into the ranks, and you want to also respect them when you step onto the field. You have to do your work if you want to get the entire 3 points off them. All
right, I was just talking about the original Victor, and of course the fact the team is scoring goals from set pieces, from headers. That was what we were missing in the Super Eagles: set pieces, not being able to take advantage on the air. And we're seeing most of that this time around, dominating a team like Tunisia. At a point, Tunisia was just catching up. You could notice...
No, they don't have the quality we have. And Tunisia League at this point, Jerry, and to be honest with you, Tunisia League at this point is not, I don't think it's top 3 when it comes to even the North Africa. Of course, we know the North Africans have a very good league. But in terms of quality, they're not even there top 3. So it says a lot about, the quality of player they have. Looking at the Tunisian side, you see that, a Manchester United rejects Medri is actually their biggest export. So it says a lot about the quality.
Man United rejects is not the biggest
export. Back in the days, we saw the Tunisian side in 2004, the like of Trabelsi, Dos Santos.
Trabelsi is currently their coach.
Not this particular one, but the dark one, the one that is that's actually I think it's a fullback, right fullback. Actually very awesome player.
Talent,
yes, and of course what's his name, Dos Santos, the Brazilian who actually naturalized to play for Tunisia. So they have a lot of players you look back and say, okay, these guys are actually very good. But today they don't have that, quality. And that was the era of Esperance of Tunisia when they were top, team in African CAF Champions League. They don't have that quality. They have Esperance playing Champions League regularly. They have Eto'o Desire for Convention Cup. So, and that was a club of our own Austin Nigeria at the time. But they don't have those clubs are playing at the highest level when it comes to CAF competition. So their football, when it comes to talent wise, they've really dropped, and that's why we are seeing them the way they are playing. We know that the likes of Algeria will always be Algeria. I mean, Egypt, and of course, not forgetting the host Morocco. They've always shown that they have top quality players, even in recent times. So I'm not surprised that we will easily will defeat the Tunisians, because I look at the quality, I know that they are not right up there. But of course, they are not Africans. We want to expect they'll come in with certain trick in their bag. But I think the Eritrea, like I said, had his work cut out until he took that decision to almost give Maiwa another Nigerian BP.
All right, of course, Maiwa, you heard from the coach. He talked about rotation. That don't be surprised if you see those players. Do you think it would be better safe to leave the injured players out, because you have options? Francis Uzor is there, and Masu Basoje, who I'm not really confident in, is also there. There's a lot of players in the midfield, the likes of Akin Samiro should be given a look in. Chukun Nadi should be given a look in, unless he brought them for tourist attraction.
It will only make a whole lot of sense for him to test out those players. Let's see what the players can offer. And the reason why this is good is this. If you test them out now, you know exactly what you will get in case, something happens in our crucial game. I mean, in the interview, there was talks about Frank Onyeka, hobbling off the field. There's talks about Nwabali. We don't know if he will be fully fit in the next game because of the way he twists his ankle. So definitely, you want not in those crucial games that you test them out. So, I mean, obviously doesn't to admit, but a sensible thing to do is to rest your play the ones on the bench. Let's test them out. Let's see exactly what they can do. Even a Paul Onatu, maybe he's going to be able to get a goal, because since Sime has been able to score a goal now, I don't think Paul Onatu will have any opportunity to be able to play. So the Sime delivered in the last game. So this is an opportunity for Paul Onatu to be able to, show Nigerians what he can do, and also show the coach what he can do. So it's only sensible for the coach to rotate the team and allow the next 11 play, and let's see what they can offer Nigerians.
All right, and of course, Sir Desas too is also available. A lot of options as far as the attack is concerned. Igor Ogbu, Chidozie Awaziem, Francis Uzor, and of course, Rian Alebiosu. Those are players who can actually do something. Bashiru is also on the bench as well. Okay, let's talk about last 9 games where reigning African champions Ivory Coast and fellow heavyweights Cameroon played out a 1-1 draw in the Group F clash at the Marrakech Stadium on Sunday night. Respective goals from Ahmad Diallo and Junior Chamedio. Early in the second half saw the Elephants and Indomitable Lions share the spoils, and they sit level on 4 points each atop Group F. These are 2 big guys when it comes to African football, most especially Cameroon. It seems like things are falling apart for Cameroon, but picking up the pieces, they're still a very, very dangerous side. They can cause a lot of problems for any team.
When it comes to major championship everywhere in the world, there are traditional teams. There are teams that the tournament would definitely always revolve around, except on 1 or 2 occasions where you get the dark horse come from nowhere to actually pick the title. But always, that's always been so. You get the traditional team, and Cameroon will always be there when it comes to teams that will be picking up the. In fact, I think they have the first right of refusal. I think I can actually use the word. They have the first right of refusal when it comes to picking up the African Cup of Nations outside the North African teams. In particularly, I'm talking about the Egyptians. So definitely, they've shown that. We want to talk, a lot of people want to have an argument or a contradictory opinion because of how they actually won almost all of their titles. They did win under the great Issa Hayatou, who actually was at the time when they actually won their first 3. But again, Cameroon is a team you always want to actually show respect. And Cote d'Ivoire have also shown that, I think, they've been that team that, I think they're the most unlucky when it comes to picking up the African Cup of Nations. They've had a couple of generations with superstars that didn't actually get to pick it up. The Drogba generation didn't pick it up. The Fofana generation in '92 didn't also pick it up. So they've had awesome generation that have lost out on the major championship. But again, they don't have that top of talent at this moment. But they are a side that can always hold their own. Defending champion. Let's see how far they can actually go. These are heavyweights in African football, so it's expected that the game is going to be tight, as we also saw in the scoreline. I know both of them will definitely find their way through the knockout phase, and they will get to see where they go from there. But of course, these are teams you always want to put your money on when it comes to African Cup of Nations.
All right, and of course, on the stands, we also saw the likes of Kylian Mbappe, Chouameni, and Yus Koundé. Imagine these guys on that pitch, in that game between Ivory Coast and Cameroon. These guys are big stars. And of course, Africa missing out on very, very incredible talents in such players. They were on pitch side watching that game as the Elephants took on the Indomitable Lions. Maiwa.
I mean, remember the controversy that
Right. Okay. All right, we're struggling to hear you, Marwa. It looks like there's a technical bridge there due to the network. Okay, and talking about it because they claimed the lead in the 51st minute as Diallo drove forward from a counter-attack and provided a superb finish from just outside the penalty area, which gave goalkeeper Davis a passy no chance. And yet Cameroon restored parity just 5 minutes later. Junior Chamedo tried an ambitious shot from wide right in the penalty area, and the ball deflected up off Gisland Conan, just enough to loop over the hands of Yahya Fofana and find the back of the net for 1-1. And of course, the teams will conclude their Group F campaigns on Wednesday, the 31st of December. Ivory Coast will face Gabon in Marrakech, while Cameroon will take on Mozambique in Agadir. That group is a very, very fearsome group. Mozambique are no pushover as well, and Gabon surprisingly has not really impressed a lot of people. At this Africa, we expect them to hit the ground running, but of course, against Cameroon, you don't want to push your luck too much. But do you see Cameroon Ivory Coast picking up this one eventually?
Yeah, I think this is one of the group where we'll be seeing one of the best losers come out. It's very possible Mozambique might just pick that slot for the best loser position. If they manage to actually hold Cameroon to a draw, and definitely I see them picking one of the best loser tickets. It's also very beautiful to see the likes of Kylian Mbappe and co coming to the AFCON to actually see. Definitely we're going to see more of this later. Of course, you recall that in the Algeria game, the Zidane family were out there rooting for their son. We will definitely get to see a lot of players of African descent come trooping when it comes to AFCON to watch this game, because they will definitely want to be proud of where they're from. This is just the start of it. It starts like this, just 1-2 occasions, but then very much later you get to see a lot of players coming to even ex-international coming to watch games of their country of origin before they actually either they are born there or choose to play for that particular the country they're playing for. But it's also going to actually bring a lot of eyeballs to the AFCON. Also going to also translate to the marketing rights and all of that, so viewership. So a lot of money is going to definitely be coming to AFCON. That's one of the side attraction of this particular thing that we're actually saying. But it was actually a very beautiful one. I'm actually looking at Mozambique side. I'm wondering, a lot of people were actually expecting Gabon to be that side who actually expected to give Cameroon and Ivorians, run for their money in that particular group. But it seems to be Mozambique who's actually doing the job right now at this point. And that's exactly what AFCON brings. It brings surprises. I mean, no team wants to be pushed over. Every team wants to make a statement. And I'm so happy I'm actually seeing, Mozambique actually doing that thing, in this particular AFCON. And it's also beautiful to also see that the Republic of Benin has finally actually, won a game in their for the very first time in the history of AFCON. I mean, it's good. I mean, Ghana Throw actually find a way to actually make history for that particular country. It's done a lot for that particular country.
All right, of course. And Maiwa, let's talk about the game between Algeria and Burkina Faso. I saw that game live, and I think that penalty, big questions in that one. The referee didn't even bother looking at the VAR, but it was so painful for the Burkina Faso side, who even complained after 90 minutes of that game. Though Riyad Mahrez converted the penalty, Algeria is a big name, but Burkina Faso are no pushovers as far as the AFCON is concerned. But 1-0 in favor of Riyad Mahrez, Algeria, where Zidane was in the stands and watching his son play for Algeria as the goalkeeper.
Well, I think if you look at the Algerian side, yes, they have a lot of names, they have a lot of big players in coach now, but the Algerian team as a team, they are not that kind of team that can go, that can play scintillating, that can play flawlessly and dispatch them flawlessly. Even the first game that they won, they struggled in that particular game. How to been a bit below par. The penalty against Nigeria, I don't understand that was given to Algeria. It was so soft, and the referee refused to go to the VAR. Some calls in this particular Nations Cup has been so poor, and I hope this will not reflect on African referees going to the to next year World Cup. As far as I'm concerned, if Algeria continue to play the way they are playing, they might not go for it. They meet a team, that can stand toe to toe with, that can, go all out and be clinical in front of goal. I think they might not survive it. If the Burkinabes were a bit clinical in front of goal, I think they will probably drawn that game or even probably win that particular game. Algeria should be thanking their stars that they were able to win that particular game. The Burkinabes played them, and I was a bit sad that they couldn't get a draw. I would not be surprised if they end up making that of the group because of the way they've been playing so far.
All right, let's see how that pans out for the Algerians as well as Burkina Faso. Okay, Mahrez extended his record as Algeria's all-time leading scorer at the Cup of Nations with his 9th goal, and is also the leading scorer in this edition so far, having netted twice in the opening 3-0 win over Sudan. All right, talking about tonight's games, we have the regional rivals. South Africa and Zimbabwe will have a grudge match in their final Group B fixture at the 2025 African Cup of Nations later tonight. And of course, Zimbabwe bounced back from a heartbreaking 2-1 defeat to Egypt in their tournament opener with a 1-1 draw against Angola in Marrakesh on Friday afternoon. And the Warriors found themselves a goal down as Gelson Dallas strike, but hit back via veteran striker Knowledge Musona. I don't know. I didn't know that Musona was still playing. I think Knowledge Musona he has been forever a player for the Zimbabwe side. He should be 40 now, if I'm correct. I think I'll cross-check his age at the moment. And of course, he restored the team's. I'm talking about 1-1 draw in that one eventually, but I don't think they will have what it takes to stop South Africa, who are not really excited at the moment. Let's not forget they lost to Egypt after beating Angola by 2-1. They'll be going for the kill against Zimbabwe.
Oh, Jerry, it is football. You might actually be looking at South Africa actually coming all out to actually give the killer blow, and then you just find out that Knowledge Musuma will strike again, and Zimbabwe might just pick it all 3 points. But yes, bookmaker will always put South Africa ahead to actually pick up all 3 points. That's exactly what football is all about. But the truth is, this is not going to be played, anywhere around Moses Mabhida Stadium. This is not the World Cup qualifier where home and away is South Africa soil. It is going to be a very different ground. And if you look at South Africa, the way they've been playing in this AFCON, and look at the way they play in World Cup qualifiers, particularly in the games against Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and of course against Nigeria, right there at home, you know it's a different South Africa from what we've been seeing so far in this particular championship. So this is going to be a neutral ground. It's not going to be, they are not going to have any special treats in this particular one. So trust me, it's going to be an interesting game. Yes, we will definitely be looking at South Africa's quality to actually edge Zimbabwe, but I'm not going to call it. Zimbabwe's side under Mike has always shown that they're a side that it should be respected. They're tactical, they know how to actually get that equalizer when they really need it, and that's exactly what they showed in the last game. So I'm not going to say South Africa is going to win it. Yes, 60, for me it's going to be 55-45. That's exactly how I'm going to pit it in favor of South Africa, but it's going to be a very close call. And if South Africa is not careful, trust me, these guys might just pick up all 3 points.
All right, and of course, with what is going on, it looks like Zimbabwe is already giving the South Africans a run for their money. Meanwhile, South Africans are one of the favorites when coming into this competition, but the way things are going, it looks like it's going to be a difficult run for them, making it out of the group stage first.
Well, it's not very, very difficult. Completely following that game. I mean, after thought from Zimbabwe, the collapse of them became time messy. That's what the ball and that they pegged Africans back and Africa have been reaching Europe and defending very deep. South Africa does not improve. This game might just go the once. I think they are really good and like fire that was played in South Africa. Zimbabwe might just need it and it might probably see South Africa for best. Remember, like a fantastic job. I think probably to the second half if you want the chance in winning that game.
All right, and of course, half time already in that one. Zimbabwe pulling one back, and it's 1-1 between South Africa and Zimbabwe. That means South Africa will have to do more than extra to win this one. If it ends in a draw, it's going to be a very difficult one for South Africa.
Absolutely. If it ends in a draw, I think South Africa is definitely going to have a chance to actually make it through as one of the, I think they're going to be second, or if they don't make it to become second, they definitely as one of the best.
Egypt can do good for Angola and lose to Angola.
Then definitely is going to be, as one of the best losers. But definitely, South Africa, except they lose this game today, they definitely qualified all through to the next round of the particular championship. Because if they draw this game, I think they'll be one of the best losers. But if they lose this game, then of course, it's goodbye for them.
All right, of course, it's going to be a difficult one to look forward in the next 45 minutes of that game between Zimbabwe and South Africa. These guys are rivals. They understand each other very well. It's going to be a very killing contested affair in the next 45 minutes of that game. But let's talk about Egypt, who are looking good already, but they're playing goalless as far as the first 45 minutes of that game is concerned. Time really fast spent. We just have to go. I would have loved to talk about how Amorim is planning to make changes to this formation. The formation is no longer working. They are not teaching him his job, and he's going to be earning salary. I think the management will have to take consultancy fee from him, because how would they be paying so much and they'll be telling you information to use, and you are a coach? I think that's pretty sad. But the table is looking interesting already. Florian Wirtz getting the goal eventually. Quite a good, a world-class goal if you want to look at it. And that one, Liverpool on top of Chelsea. What a weekend it has been, and it will continue on to this. Tomorrow, when we come back on Locker, they look at the fixtures up for talking about the yellow tide season. My wife's been awesome having you. All right. It seems that my wife will need a new formation. I don't know whether you need a new formation or a new coach, or you need to sign a striker in the Jerry transfer.
At some point, I was lost. I was thinking, are we on a comedy show or something? But it's good. It's good. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. No problem. Enjoy yourself.
All right. Definitely, I like to use short words sometimes. Anyway. That's how we wrap it up on the locker room. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Sam, as well as Jeremiah, and of course Hassan. My name is Gerard Pelhar, saying thanks for being a part of the show. Until we meet again, stay safe, and if not for anything at all, to the Sportway. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworoshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget,
our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwu Marco and this is Voice of the People Television. Well, on the show today, Tinubu just out to Europe, UAE, amid US intervention in Nigeria. Investment potential, Nigeria not at war. Now, this is coming from the Minister of Finance, Bola Edu, and federal government writes off 8 trillion naira NNPCL debt. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo to help us make sense of these topics. Good evening, Barrister Darlington, and thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
Good to have you, sir.
Now,
by the way, in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV, channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. You are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. It's supposed to be an interactive conversation. Call in, let's hear what you think about the topic in discussion. And well, President Bola Tinubu has departed Lagos for Europe as part of his end-of-year break and ahead of an official visit to Abu Dhabi, that's the United Arab Emirates. Well, he will attend the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week Summit in early January. The summit focuses on sustainable development, innovation, finance, and global cooperation, after which the president is expected to return to Nigeria. The trip has drawn criticism, particularly from African Democratic Congress, ADC, which described the president's departure as insensitive. The party argued that Tinubu should have addressed the nation following a deadly bomb blast in Zamfara State and amid heightened security concerns linked to recent U.S.-Nigeria counter-terrorism operations. But meanwhile, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, condemned the Zamfara bomb explosion that killed 7 people, calling it a cowardly terrorist act. He reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to supporting security measures and legislative efforts to combat terrorism, banditry, and other threats to national security. Well, the Christmas gift to terrorists took place on December 25th, and on December 28th, the president jumped into an airplane and jetted off to Europe without telling Nigerians what hit the country 3 days earlier. Barrister Darlington, what's your reaction?
My reaction is that it showed that Tinubu is a visiting president to Nigeria, because most time when we are in crisis, this man just out of the country. I'm telling you, he is a visiting president. In fact, Tinubu have outsourced his responsibility to Donald Trump. That is the implication of what we are seeing now. How do you rationalize this type of behavior? A foreign power is sending bomb into your country. Are you not supposed to be on ground to monitor situation? As the commander-in-chief, it is that period that you remember to go on holidays. Can you just imagine? How can you explain this, for God's sake? How? And you know the iron. Donald Trump said that he's coming back. That means the bombing have not stopped. So what if there is another bomb now from Donald Trump in the absence of Tinubu? Please, how do you explain this, for God's sake? A president is out of the country while a foreign power is bombing his country. Is there any explanation to this? Anybody who thinks that he has extra wisdom, come and tell me the meaning of this. If not that Tinubu, it is either an act of cowardice or the man is tired of ruling this country. There is no other explanation. Tinubu is tired of ruling this country. Because for something like this to happen and this man is absent from the country, it's a very big shame, an embarrassment of, in fact, to say the least, it is disappointing. There is no other explanation. Remember when Osama bin Laden was taken down somewhere in Pakistan? Barack Obama was in the situation room watching the whole scenario. He was in the situation room throughout to see to the end of that matter. Now, somebody you claim to be collaborating with, is coming to your country with a bomb, and you now decided to leave the country completely.
But Barrister, we were told that this is his end of year vacation, which is not entirely.
There is no explanation, please. There is no. What are you? If it didn't happen immediately, what will happen? No, hold on. End of year what? End of year
vacation. Yes.
There is no. This is just an excuse. An excuse. Tinubu cleverly avoided being mentioned in this matter. I have told you that the federal government of Nigeria is complicit in this terrorism. He doesn't want the terrorists to accuse him of attacking them. That's why he cleverly avoided.
But the Nigerian government has put up a statement saying that, look, they acted in collaboration with the United States.
Leave Nigerian government.
So who represents the Nigerian government?
Listen,
is it not the president himself?
Is it not Donald Trump that is sending the bomb? Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief in his own country. He was one that ordered it. He was president. He ordered it. The precise time he ordered it, he was there. That's why he told those rascals that he wished them happy.
No, Barrister, Donald Trump is he acting at the personal level as Donald Trump or as the president of the United States of America?
Yes, he's the commander-in-chief of his country.
Exactly my point. Now, the federal government has issued a release, a statement saying, look, we even provided intelligence for all of this. So
it's a lie.
How will the president try to shield himself or absolve himself from responsibility?
Listen very well. I cannot be deceived again. I've been issued. The federal government of Nigeria have been shading and pampering the terrorists, true or false. If they had acted, will Donald Trump come in? Answer me. If this federal government have done what they needed to do, what they swore to do to protect life and property, please, will Donald Trump come in into the matter?
That is not in dispute. What is in dispute is the fact, the statement that you made that, look, the president could simply be avoiding, running away, and so that the terrorists will not blame him.
Exactly.
And I'm telling you that the federal government has issued a statement saying, look, we are collaborating with the United States. We even provided intelligence before the strike. Now, I should ask you, who is the federal government? Is it not Tinubu that represents Nigeria?
Listen very well. Anybody can issue a statement on behalf of anybody.
No, Barrister, no, don't tell me that. Anybody cannot issue.
I said,
now, the person issues, buy your issues for who? Who does buy your work for?
Hold on. Let me tell you, Mr. Oguru.
Okay.
In a matter like this, you don't understand what is going on. Is it true or false that this federal government have been pampering terrorists?
No, Barrister, that's your opinion. I don't know. I don't have an opinion.
Oh, you don't know, Abi?
No, I don't have an opinion.
What is on ground? Well, what is on ground? What is your own take on it?
No, Barrister, my take on it is that, look, if I should have a take, which I shouldn't, my take is that based on what you said, now the federal government has issued a statement, from one of the president's handlers that, look, we collaborated. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tuga, even said it like, look, we are aware, that the United States was coming. We even provided intelligence and all of that.
The Foreign Affairs Minister have no role to play here. It is the military hierarchy. And that military hierarchy should be commanded by the president of the country.
Barrister, I don't want us to get into this argument. When Donald Trump said, Pig Hegseth, war secretary, prepare for war, was he talking to the Joint Chief of Staff? He was talking to the Secretary of Defense.
Hold on. We have been hearing Donald Trump talking on this matter. Have you heard your president?
Exactly the point.
Have you heard him talk?
That's a different question.
Have you heard him talk?
And I asked
when this thing happened,
I asked you, is it proper that we have a president who, in the midst of all of this, has not spoken to Nigeria, and he jumps into an aircraft?
So when you know this, why are you trying to...
You act as if that the president or that Bayo Nonoga, that Yusuf Tuga, they are acting on behalf of themselves. No, they are acting on behalf of the federal government.
Why have you not heard it from your president? That's the
question I'm asking you.
I'm telling you now that he's trying to avoid being accused by the terrorists.
Okay, but he orders people to speak for him.
Who ordered who?
The president orders people to speak
No. He should be speaking for himself. He's the president.
He should be speaking
like
Donald
Trump.
To know that it is from the president.
Just like Donald Trump is speaking. Yes. You have heard all the statements from Donald Trump directly.
But we have also heard from Pig Hegseth.
So you have your president spoken on this matter?
Barrister, that is the question. That is the conversation. I'd like for you to help us make sense of it.
I'm trying to make sense out of it. I'm trying to tell you what happened. From the beginning, we have been saying that there is a collaboration between the federal government and the terrorists. Nobody wants to pay attention to that.
Okay.
From the body language, from the actions of this federal government, is it not obvious? Have you seen or have you heard when Tinubu made a direct and confrontational statement?
No, I like the word you used, direct, because Barry said, I wouldn't want us to misinform the public to say that somebody like Bayo Ononuga is acting on behalf of himself.
Oh God,
that is not acting on behalf of the
leave Bayo Ononuga alone, please. I don't want that. I said direct. I'm talking of Tinubu.
And I said I like the word you used, direct.
Why are you going back to it now? We are talking of a serious matter here. Okay. Where is your president in all this matter? Where is he?
No, that's the question.
Is it the best time for him to leave the country?
Okay.
From the beginning, has he ever heard or seen him talking tough to these terrorists? Please tell me one particular time the president of Nigeria has been talking tough like Donald Trump against the terrorists. Mention. Mention. Tell me now. Isn't that want to be at the forefront of this thing? He should be the one at the forefront.
No, well, Barrister, this is not a debate, but I also heard the president say during his Christmas Day message that look that he's going to protect people of all religions.
But please, I don't want that statement. That statement is not here. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you don't believe what the president
let him first protect his wife.
Okay.
You were here when they threatened his own wife. He didn't talk. He did not even ask the man, come and tell me, why did you talk to my wife like that?
But now, Barrister, Barrister, does it bother you that the president has traveled and we are told that he's going to Europe and we don't know his destination?
That is what we are talking about here.
We don't know the country he's going to and all of that.
That's what we are talking about here.
Okay.
He cleverly avoided being implicated. Maybe with the romance with the North, he doesn't want to offend them. He doesn't want them to say, so you sent America to come and bomb our boys, Abi, just like Gumi have been saying. If not, there is no explanation under this sun, under the earth, that somebody will leave the country when something like that happens.
In this instance, he's trying to avoid being implicated. And according to you, he doesn't want the North to say, oh, you went and brought Donald Trump
yes.
So if the North comes together now and say, oh, somebody went and brought Donald Trump to bomb us, who would they hold responsible?
Why would they say so? They will be accusing everybody that America came on their own.
Okay, America came on their own.
They came
violating Nigeria's sovereignty.
The terrorists that came in here, didn't they violate your sovereignty?
Okay.
The terrorists that these people went to bring, didn't they violate your
sovereignty?
Okay, so
my implication, what you're saying is that the president has simply, abdicated responsibility.
Of course. That is the simple.
So that the North will not say you went and brought Donald Trump.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Unless somebody come and contradict me. That means if the bomb now mistakenly go astray and then maybe drop in Aso Rock or elsewhere, they will call it collateral damage, Abi. Or the bomb now went and dropped in the wrong place. How will you explain it when you are not in the country? Is it not what you are told that you will go to?
If we see the president, according to you, trying to abdicate responsibility, avoiding responsibility. Now, do you think that this effort by the United States might eventually lead to regime change? Regime change in the sense of, not in the sense of using the guns, but probably to incite internal dissent.
Nothing will happen because the people are in charge. He left people in control. He's not even bothered about all those things.
Oh, he left people in control?
Yes, he left his people in control so that all those things you are thinking will not happen.
Okay.
What is happening here is that what do I say? They want to allow America so that they will not say America will not have the impression that they are blocking them from taking action. That's what I'm seeing here.
So apparently the man is still in charge if he left his people in control.
No. Being in charge is different from having your people in charge. There are things his people cannot do. There are things. In fact, Donald Trump cannot even talk to anybody here except him if he wants to talk to anybody.
Okay.
But right now, the man is acting on his own. Donald Trump is acting on his own. That's why he said he's coming back. Okay. Didn't you hear him? He said this is the first phase that he's coming back again. That means Donald Trump will bomb these people again without the president in the country. Who does that?
You recall that Barrister, sometime early this year, our president went to France, and we had an official of the American government go to France to discuss official business.
Yes.
So if Trump wants to reach him now, he will simply go to Europe to reach him.
So while he was there, the man left France and went to Egypt. Look, this visit, what is he bringing to us in the first place? At least whenever you are visiting or you are going to bring, what has he brought to us, Mr. Okoro? Over 40 visits into going to 3 years now. 40 international travels. Look at the amount of money that we have spent. What did he bring to us? Where are the investors? Mr. Okoro, where are the investors that they told us that they are coming? It's just a jamboree.
Okay, but Barrister, I would like for us to hold on that because that's our second topic of discussion. We'll talk about the environment climate in the midst of this insecurity. Now, some people have also argued, that it is immaterial whether the president is at home or not because he has an avalanche of aides. The vice president is there, the chief of defense staff is there, personal assistants are there, the Senate president that they don't have to, that the president, doesn't have to. Now, Barrister, does it look like in the absence of the president that the country can run? By the way, we've always had an absent president, and Nigeria has been, like Atiku Abubakar said, on autopilot because our president is not always available. So do you agree or disagree with those people?
I disagree with them. When people are talking like this, they want to excuse the bad behavior. You are a presidential government. Is that not true?
Okay.
Good. All the powers are residing in you. You don't give it out to anybody except those that the Constitution allow. Right now, you are the commander-in-chief. In a matter like this, you should be on ground. Forget about all these things they are saying, this and that. When he sues them, they will find a way to excuse it. When things now go sour, they will look for somebody to blame, either the opposition. This particular thing that happened now is uncalled for. Tinubu should have waited and see to the end of this matter. That's what, if he's not trying to avoid anything, if he's not trying to avoid anything, because that is what he looks like. First, he left Abuja for Eyo. In the midst of a dirty December that Sowolu organized for the people of Lagos. Then the Eyo Festival suppressed the event. From there, he now left for Europe. Without making a statement concerning what happened. Can you just imagine? How do you explain it? When a serious matter like this, it is the president that's supposed to speak on it. To tell you that, yes, he's on the know, he knows what happened, he's aware. Is that not what happens here? But right now, everybody is talking right, left, and center. At the end of the day, whom are you going to believe? Because when the chiefs are down now, they will tell you that the man that spoke
was not authorized.
He spoke on his own. He spoke on it. They will not ask you, did you hear from the president?
Okay, so this silence is more like a decoy.
It is a decoy, complete decoy, deliberate. For him to leave this country at this hour,
I like the fact that you talked about the dirty December organized by Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and it brings me, it brought to me what I saw. Anytime the president is traveling, you always see Sanwo-Olu, you always see a governor, Hope Uzodinma, either whether he's in Abuja or in Lagos, he's always around the president, waving goodbye and all of that. And a couple of other governors. What has governors reduced to in this country, where we have a sitting governor at the snap of a finger, he's at the airport to wave goodbye to the president and all of that. Meanwhile, these are the people that are supposed to tell the president, look, Mr. President, we are in dire situation here. You need to step back and take care of Nigeria. But you see these people smile at him, wave at him, and when he's coming back, they will converge at the airport, they will congregate at the airport to still welcome him. What's the value of governance as far as they're concerned in all of this?
It is sycophancy. Errand boy situation, master-servant relationship. These are constituent states being headed by governors right now. These governors are now serving the president, not their state. That's just the simple explanation, nothing else. The president have a retinue of aides and ministers who should see him off at the airport. Is that not true? What is the role of the governors in this matter? To show allegiance, abi? To show that you are subservient, abi? To show that you worship him, Abi. Is that what democracy and the presidential democracy is all about? Please tell me. Is that what it means? Tomorrow now, somebody will try to explain it to me that it shows that the president is in charge. This don't have to be in charge. This is not how to be in charge. You have reduced this governor to your servants. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Your ministers, are they not supposed to be doing this thing that they are doing? Your ministers. They are the direct people you appointed. These governors were elected by their own people. Now they left their states and the people they suppose, and they are now in Abuja to worship you, to say, what kind of thing is that?
Sir, let's start comparing notes, because I'm trying to recall the number of times. Anytime Donald Trump jumps into Air Force One, I wonder the number of people that surround him
Have you seen
to say goodbye, or if he's leaving Camp David, or if he's going to Andrews Air Force Base and all of that. He just stands on the aircraft and waves and
no, let them come and explain this to me. Those who know how to defend the president, let them come and explain this aberration. Let them come and explain it to me.
But sir, is it an African thing, Is it an African thing that we like?
No, it's
the
not
humanity of Africa. the Ubuntu. You are because I am because of what you are, and you are because of what I am.
It's not an African thing. This is what happens when you put a square peg in a round hole. Some people are just in government by a stroke of luck. They don't know what is governance. They don't. They are just there by a stroke of luck or by appointment. There's somebody don't look at it and say, okay, this one, yeah, you'll be a good boy. Yeah, go and occupy this place. That is what happened. Look at some governors who know their onions, who have respect for themselves. Will they do that? Please, can they ever do that? I want to mention some governors who will never try this, but I will not.
Okay.
They know themselves. They will never try this sycophancy, even though they are in APC.
But Barrister, you think that there are governors that if the president calls on them to come and
call him for
because
what?
at times he travels with some of these governors.
The governor will tell him I'm busy, and what will happen? Yes? The governor will tell him, I know a governor who will tell I am busy, and that's it. APC
now,
governor.
But Barrister, let's still compare notes. There are countries in full war situations. Our own is that, look, we are battling insecurity. Everybody understands. Nigeria is not in a full-blown war. But look at a country like Ukraine, that has been at war for the past 3 years or so. But we also see Zelensky travel to the United States. He travels to Europe, to hold court with other world leaders to see how they can help themselves. You recall that even Benjamin Netanyahu, in the midst of the Israel-Hamas crisis in Gaza, also traveled to the United States of America. Now, if we are in this situation, our president jumps into an airplane and goes to Europe to seek for help, should it bother us?
Hey, Mr. Okoro.
Barrister, we are trying to compare notes.
Mr. Okoro, please. Did the president tell you that he went to Europe to go and seek for help? He said he's going on vacation. You just told me here an end of year vacation.
Working vacation. The president is always on a working vacation.
No, it's always. This one, they told you he's going for vacation. Leave this. You are trying to input what is unputable. Where did he say he's on working?
I don't work for the president.
Why are you entitled?
This is a release
you are looking for a way to give him a soft landing. It's not
soft landing? I'm just asking you. I'm saying comparing notes.
Did you tell him, this note you are comparing, this note you are comparing does not exist. So
okay,
there is no as a matter of fact, we are not at war. It is America that came to help us.
Okay.
The federal government of Nigeria
we are in a desperate situation.
The federal government of Nigeria have not accepted that there is even any war. The man who went on holiday in the midst of this crisis, that is my concern. That should be the concern of any patriotic Nigerian.
Okay, so you don't think that he went to Europe to look for assistance?
Assistance to do what? The one America is doing, has they finished?
Added assistance. Oh, we don't need it at this moment.
Look, America is not tired though.
Okay.
As to say they need help.
Now, Donald Trump says this is just the beginning. Do you think he will come again?
Why not? Has the matter ended? Has it ended? That's my question. Has it ended?
I can't recall discussing this heat with you. Now, before Trump came, did you expect that it was going to happen? Because a lot of people had wished it away. Oh, well, it's just sound bites and all of. I'm just asking you. Did you expect that?
I know it will happen. Were you not here when I was telling that if you did not come, then you lose respect? I said it on this platform here.
Okay.
I said I know that you must come. I know. When the Congress have approved, Didn't you hear when they approve of it? So they cannot approve of something and Donald Trump will refuse to implement it. Meanwhile, this is something that is very dear to him. I know that he is coming. And the Nigerian government started sending emissaries, started holding meeting just to slow him down, just to water it down. And I was complaining here.
Don't you think it was part of the collaboration?
I was even telling you that maybe these people, they have hypnotized America. That's why this thing is becoming very cold and very slow. I said it here. Meanwhile, Donald Trump got angry. They moved his ambassador here for no justifiable reason. He didn't tell us. And you are telling me he will not come. He was preparing.
No, I didn't say he will not come. I just asked a question.
But I told you I knew I will come. I knew he will come.
Okay.
It's Donald Trump.
And you know you think he will come again.
As long as the matter is not over, he will come again.
But
Donald Trump doesn't take prisoners.
Do you expect it to turn into a long-drawn war? You know,
with who and who?
Between United States.
That
and look at days after the Sokoto strike. You know, look at a bomb went off in Zamfara. Look at what happened the other day.
It is not left. Oh, Mr. Okoro, listen. They said heaven help those who help themselves.
Okay.
With what has happened now, it should be a booster for the Nigerian government and their military to move in. Rather, they were telling us how the terrorists escaped after the bomb attack. Are you not supposed to be on ground to mop up all these guys as they are coming out of their holes?
No, but we understand that Nigerian soldiers have cordoned that place.
Cordon waiting.
You know, to check
after these guys have escaped and entered into different villages and all that. Or you didn't hear that story, Abi? Cordon waiting. What did they cordon? Cordon where and where? Cordon there is a bomb blast in Zamfara. Look, the government of Nigeria is not serious about this matter. Mr. Okoro, from all indications, they are not serious. I keep saying it. Tojubele is still there, two of us.
No, but we had information that he was caught in the web, you know, that he was caught in the strike.
I said, is he still there or not?
I don't know.
So what are you telling me?
Why is
he holding court?
I'm telling you what I heard. Have you heard from him since
well, leave that thing. Let them show me the Tojubele. Let them show me. Then these guys that are in Plateau and Benue villages, what about them?
Okay.
Those ones with their sacred cow.
Now, is it the responsibility of America to take them out or that of the federal government? Because if they get into that fight,
the federal government.
There might be, because I understand too, we have residents of Sokoto State of that area say, look, scores of terrorists were killed, but no innocent life was lost. Now, if they go to Benue Plateau, where the terrorists have displaced natives and all of that, and do that, don't you think that there might be some form of collateral damage?
There won't be.
So do you expect the United States to do that, or the Nigerian government, the Nigerian military?
Mr. Okoro, in that of Benue and Plateau village where these people are, in fact, they are a sitting duck. They are a sitting duck because that village now is occupied by terrorists. The real indigenous and IDP camp. Those guys are a sitting duck. It is very easy to take them out.
Okay, so those villages have completely been taken over by.
Of course. The man and what do you call it? You have what he said that he went to the IDP camp and he saw.
No, Riley Moore. You're talking about Riley Moore.
Sorry, you know that he saw 600,000 of them. Is that not the report you get to the
the question I asked directly is. The Benue Plateau case now, do you expect America to intervene directly, or since they have made the place convenient for the Nigerian government, Nigerian military to move in and now flush out those people, which one will it be for you?
Now, this is an opportunity for the Nigerian government to tell American Donald Trump that look, this is where they are concentrated in this village now. They have sacked the villagers. And they are here. Help us remove them. That is what I expect the federal government.
Wouldn't that be an admission on the part of the federal government that, look, these people have overpowered us. We can't even do anything.
Oh my! Do you need anybody to tell you before? I told you here that from all indication, the federal government is not willing to give up these terrorists. There is a covenant between them. That is why they have pampered them to the extent that America has to
if they cannot, if there's a covenant between them, so how would they turn around and tell America, oh, please come and help us remove these people?
I said, you don't need to say it in the open. Now, like this one, they bomb now. It's something you do secretly. America, the man that came here have seen where these people are. He has seen the IDP camp. So it doesn't require you to come and start talking or you are not. No, you don't. This thing, you don't need to do it in the open. Because you have proved that you are not capable. Okay. You have proved it.
All right. And now, Barrister, House Speaker Tajudeen Abbas has condemned the Zamfara bomb that killed 7 people and called it cowardly. But it has, and by that, he has placed the National Assembly commitment supporting the war on terror. Now, my question is, how much of that support have you seen?
Leave that thing. They are talking to themselves. Leave that thing. This is the National Assembly that told us that there is a missing 210 trillion naira we are looking for in MP. Up to today, mention one probe that came to light.
As a matter of fact, whatever is going on in FPCL is our third topic of discussion.
Oh, really?
So you think that Abbas has not done enough?
They can't do. They just talk. They be self and Ababio. They can't do anything. Mr. Okoro, don't rely on this National Assembly. So they are there to see.
They are the people's representatives. So who should we rely on? We cannot rely on the executive. We cannot rely on the legislature. We cannot rely on the judiciary. So where are we?
They are representing Tinubu, the president of Nigeria. It is on his mandate that they are singing. That's why every time you see them, they will be saying, on your mandate, on your mandate. Is that not the only thing they do there?
Now, does that translate to state capture?
This is not just state capture. It's soul capture. You know, when your soul is captured, you are finished. Nigeria's soul has been captured. In fact, we have been hypnotized. That is why most people don't even know what is. They don't know when the day has broken. Most Nigerians have been hypnotized. They don't know their left or their right. They just wake up in the morning, yawn, brush their teeth, and begin to roam about. When the night to come, they will bath, eat, and sleep. In the morning, they wake up. You know, that is where we are now, like a zombie territory.
But Barrister, you've created a very scary picture. Now, let's move on. Nigeria's Finance Minister Wale Edu reassured investors and international partners that Nigeria is not at war, despite recent US strikes on terrorist camps in Sokoto. Well, he emphasized that the joint operation, between Nigeria and the US was targeted, intelligence-led, and aimed solely at combating terrorism, stressing that security actions support economic stability. He highlighted strong macroeconomic indicators, including steady GDP growth, declining inflation, stable markets, and recent credit rating upgrades. Well, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak urged stronger collaboration among security agencies while expressing solidarity with Nigerian troops fighting terrorism. Meanwhile, Speaker House of Representatives Tajudeen Abbas condemned the deadly IED attack in Zamfara, describing it as cowardly and reaffirming legislative support and all of that. Critics and analysts offered mixed reactions to the US-led strikes. Well, Benga Olawepo Hashim said the intervention exposed failures in Nigeria's security architecture, while the US-based CSIS warned that isolated airstrikes would not end terrorism without sustained efforts. The Youth Party welcomed US support against ISIS, but cautioned against framing terrorism along religious lines, urging unity, sovereignty, and protection of civilians. Barrister, if you were an investor, will you jump into Nigeria?
I will not.
In the midst of this crisis,
I will not. I will not. In fact,
why will you not?
Are you the only country?
Why?
Are you the only country in the world where I can invest? Tell me, are you the only country? I won't even try it. For what? Look at the environment.
Opportunities.
For what? I said, are you the only country that are opportunities?
Barrister, the kind of opportunities you have, other countries, do they have?
It's a pure lie.
You have population,
it's
you have
a pure
resources.
lie. Are you richer than
others? You have a very active, useful demography.
True talk. You are the only one that have you useful
demography. Very well educated.
I said, leave those things. Those are just rhetorics. At the end of the day, it amounts to nothing. The business atmosphere in Nigeria is too toxic for any investment. Why do you think 7.2 businesses close, 7.2 million businesses close shop?
Where did you get that figure from?
You have started again. You discussed this thing on this platform, for God's sake. Why are you asking me that question?
I'm asking because I've been trying to find out the 7.2 million.
You discuss it here. You discuss it here now.
No,
when MBC, LCCI or Lagos Chamber of Commerce and when they release those figures, we discuss it here, and you are still asking me now as if I'm talking something strange.
No, Barrister, I want to know because a lot of people are quarreling with that figure.
Are you serious? Quarreling? When they release, why didn't they quarrel with them? When they release, I was the one that released the figure.
Did they talk about 7,200 businesses?
7.2 million. 7.2 million. That was
located where?
That was what.
In Lagos or
that was
what
in the paper. It is all over the country. They collected data on all these things. It includes small businesses, all those small scale businesses that by the roadside, state, local government, and federal. All of them, they added all of them together. That is why they how they came about these figures. They have closed shop, Mr. Okoro. That is why unemployment rate have risen.
Okay.
So that one too, is it in doubt? Your so-called youthful population, what are they doing? Did they have a purchasing power? Some of them are already due for marriage, both the male and the female among them, but they can't. Is it not because there is no funds, no money? When you see all these data and statistics, you are still asking questions. Who will come here to do what? Where is the light? Even the enabling laws is now shrouded in controversy. With this tax law that is now fraudulent, you will come here to do business, Abi? There are so many things that is against doing business in Nigeria. Meanwhile, these people say they are wooing investors. Come on. If not that Dangote is you have a very strong backbone. He has a reservoir of funds. He would have closed shop since now. He would have closed shop since. At a point, this man was saying, somebody should come and buy my refinery. Is that not true? What does that tell you? At a point, he said somebody should come and buy so that he can rest. Because of what he was going through.
Did you think he would have sold at that time?
What are you telling me? People have sold things bigger than that and going to go and rest. When Elon Musk bought this social media, whatever, how much was it? People have done it in other countries.
Barrister, I would like for you to take away, let's take away attention from the strike, the air strike. Now, looking at the numbers like the GDP growth, increase in external reserves, problem-driven investment opportunities, will you still not come to Nigeria? Because in business school, they normally teach us that, look, problems need solutions, and those solutions are business opportunities. Will you still not come if you take away the strike?
See, don't compare apple and orange just because they are fruits. There are no situations that are the same. If you don't have the political will, if you don't have a leadership that is intentional, forget this thing you are saying. It can never happen. It can never happen. Country that meant well, I've seen them work. I've seen them work from nothing to something, from ground zero to high up there. Is that not true? Because the leadership is intentional. Not a country where you are looking for 210 trillion naira that is missing, Mr. Okoro. That country doesn't want to exist.
No, but I told you that we'll talk about the 210 trillion naira.
Tomorrow now you ask me, when did it happen? Are you sure of what you're saying?
My direct question is this. If you have problems, we don't have water, we don't have electricity, we don't have good roads, we don't even have quality education. Isn't it this problem-driven opportunities, are they not enough to even draw foreign investment into Nigeria?
When the environment is too toxic for you to operate, how can you? I just told you here. Yes, you go to a country where you have opportunities, and those opportunities you can now operate within the framework.
Is there any country where you go to and set up shop without paying taxes, even if you have moratorium on taxes?
Nobody is saying you cannot. I said the environment. The environment is too toxic. Is it a foreigner that will provide you with water? Is it a foreigner that will provide you with light? Because you are going to set up your own shop.
Yes, how about coming to build power stations, in collaboration with Nigeria?
Did you allow them? Did you allow them?
Why not? The opportunities are there.
Did you allow them? That's the question.
Have they come?
You remember when Aaron came here? Aaron, what happened to them? What happened to them, Mr. Okoro? And that's why I'm telling you that the laws governing this thing you are saying is not there. And the government always renege on their work, on their promises. That is why investors are not coming. Government...
When you say that investors are not coming, we were told that in 2024, by November last year, the federal government told us through NBS that they had raked in $30 billion in excess of, foreign direct investment. You don't believe them?
What do you expect? Have you ever seen any man who said the mother soup is not sweet? The thing is that where are they? Show us. Show us, because we have known this government to be a liar. And they can't deny that. The facts are there. Tomorrow now you ask me, when did they lie? Tell me one situation where they lied. Is this government not telling you lies from beginning till now? Are they not lying? You don't need to tell me, let me see it. You can only tell a blind man that there is no oil in the soup. You can't tell the same man that there is no salt in that soup because he will taste it. Is that not true?
Now, okay, Barrister, when people speak and caution against framing terrorism along religious lines, are they able to provide accounts where Christians have attacked Muslims unprovoked and killed them? So why do people keep living in denial, trying to say that, look, there is no religious angle to the issues of insecurity and all of that? And
who are the people saying it?
Now, I just read in my intro now.
That's what I'm saying. Who are the people saying it? The people that are saying, where are they from? Which religion do they profess?
It's youth party. They say youth party. It's a youth party. It's a new political party.
From where now? What religion do they profess?
But they are Nigerians.
No, it's not enough to say that. It's not enough. Please tell me. Where is
the state chairman? The state chairman of the youth party in Taraba State is one of our guests here, Honorable Pascal Felix Pulevo. He's a Christian.
That what?
You're asking me people that are members of the youth party, which religion? I'm saying they are mixed, both Christians, Muslims, and
they are saying that there is no genocide.
No, that we should stop framing insecurity along religious lines, that everybody is killed, both Muslims and
this youth, who sponsored them, who brought them up? So when they now go and sponsor some people to come and be talking to you, listen to them, Abi.
Okay.
What I want you to ask you and those people, those youth, whatever, can they show me one particular Christian group that have gone to a Muslim school, a mosque, and kidnapped all the people there and took them into the bush? Show me one, just one example where Christians have done this type of thing. But how many times have these people who profess a Muslim religion, how many times have they done it? Please tell me, from Chibok girl to Dapchi girl to this one that happened in Niger State. We are talking of scores of Christian students. Scores. So why have it not happened in Muslim schools too? Where they went to go and kidnap everybody, 200, 300 of them, and carry them inside the bush. No. Is that not how to compare notes? To say that yes. I am telling you that the Christians are bearing the brunt here. The burden is heavily on the Christian side. Leah Sharibu, our little girl, where is she today? Is it not because of religion that she is now in terrorist den? That girl, if it were a Muslim country, that girl is enough to cause a war. Because the other side will say, no, you can't take our girl. You either bring it or go to war. Okay. But because of our nature, we kept quiet.
Okay, all right, Barrister, we are almost out of time.
That thing is an affront.
Let's talk about the 210 trillion naira that you have been mentioning. Now, President Bola Tinubu has approved the cancellation of most legacy debts owed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to the Federation account, amounting to about $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira. The decision followed a reconciliation by the Stakeholders Alignment Committee and was implemented by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPCR, wiping out roughly 96% of dollar-denominated and 88% of naira-denominated obligations recorded up to December 31, 2024. Despite this write-off, new debts incurred in 2025 remain, with outstanding obligations of about $1.8 million and 1.02 trillion naira after partial recovery. Meanwhile, NUPRC is facing serious revenue shortfalls as collections for November 2025 fell far below targets, contributing to a cumulative revenue gap of about 5.56 trillion naira for the year. The development comes amid renewed disputes over alleged $42.37 billion under remittance by NNPC between 2011 and 2017, which NNPC denies, but audit firm Periscope Consulting insists remains unresolved. FAC has ordered further reconciliation, while experts and the World Bank continue to warn about transparency and revenue leakages in Nigeria's oil sector. Barrister, about 8 trillion naira reaching off for NNPCL. How did this hit you when you got the news?
For a company that is, oh my God, for a country that could not account for 210 trillion naira, Mr. Okoro, are you supposed to give them this type of privilege? Why not ask them to account for that money first? Look at how that money has just gone like that. Nobody talking about it again. Humongous amount of money, Mr. Okoro. And now, upon that, you are still giving them 8 trillion to... How did the money disappear? How did they become debt to Nigeria? What happened? As you say, is it the crude oil? Because that's the only business they do in that NNPCL. So, what happened to the money or the product? As to say, this is why we cannot remit. Is it that there is no more crude or the oil they imported, it fell inside the sea or they could not sell? These are things, explanation that I need to hear. How did that debt come about? How did it come about?
Now, Barrister, the date is as of December 31, 2024, mind you.
How did
and
it
we are
come
told
about?
that fresh debts have also accumulated for 2025.
How did it come about?
And in all of this, no one's career is damaged, nobody is arrested, nobody is prosecuted.
So,
what's up? We still hear that every day the Port Harcourt refineries, Nigerian refineries, still get the allocation of crude oil.
Okay.
So what do they do with the crude oil?
That's what I'm asking. How did this thing come into debt? Because there must be explanation. If you are owing a bank or you run into a business problem, you will tell the bank, this is what happened, this is what happened. There was fire, this, the goods. You tell them, they will see it, they now begin to say, okay, let us restructure your debt based on what happened. Abi? In this case now, what excuse did the NNPC give to Nigeria as to why they are owing them that kind of money?
Barrister, let me give you the twist in this thing. A committee was set up by the federal government. And the committee, at the instance of NUPRC, and they made this recommendation for the monies to be written off, the debt to be written off. Now, this NUPRC, you recall that about 2 weeks ago, the former CEO, Benga Komolafe, was pushed aside by the president. And we understand that at a point, he operated 23 bank accounts. Now, this same committee, under the watch of NUPRC, is the one making a recommendation for 8 trillion naira to be written off. And our president goes ahead to order, to approve for debt cancellation. What does that tell you?
It tells you that something is on to us here. That is the reason why this man had to resign without anybody asking him. He knew that the probe is coming close home. That was why he resigned. And then his brother, who is the Minister of Petroleum, now approved it because of affinity. Is that not what happened here? The brother knew what happened. That was why they said, okay, instead of probing this, let us write it off. And that's the end of it. True or false?
Barrister, we are out of time. You're concluding
the man that resigned or they asked to go, is there no reason why it happened? He just left like that, Abi? There is a reason. When Farouk left, nobody told the Benga. He just on his own. Is that not true? So why did he resign? Mr. Okoro, why did he resign? People that are fighting corruption. Look at corruption staring at you and me in the face. Yet nobody is arresting it. Then they want to go and collect tax again. The one we paid, we have not seen the end. We have not seen where he went to. You want to collect another one from Nigerians. And you are telling me that you have not been hypnotized, Abi?
Barrister, we are out of time.
Our Mumu never do.
Barrister, your concluding thoughts.
My concluding thought is that Tinubu must come back He must come back and face the problem in Nigeria because it is APC that created it. You cannot run away from the problem you created. You cannot come and face it because when we are telling them, yeah, they didn't listen to us. Do the right thing, give us governor. They say no. They will do whatever they like. Now it has boomerang and they are running away from it. No, he must come back. He must come back and face the problem they created. Because if they have routed these terrorists the same way they pursued that pop of Nnamdi Kanu and ESN, it wouldn't have gotten to this level. But they were pampering them. The facts are there. They were giving Gumi Tinubu, Sheikh Gumi, all the privileges to be talking with these people, going to meet them. You know, when they captured them in Sokoro, they rehabilitated them into the military. They rehabilitated them into our military. And then they will not do more damage. Sabotaging the effort of the Nigerian military. Giving their people in the bush information about the military. Come on!
Okay. All right then. Now, this is where we have to draw the curtain. We must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwu Maokoro. Up next is issues with Nnenna Ndemjuto. On top of the hour of 7 o'clock, do join us again. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Osasobonwa Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. The name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. You know, it has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. You know, this thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, okay, like 12 years now. And again, about fitness it has to do with, you know, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to, like, you know, put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I train you, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat, like you just rush it back. You don't understand. It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do, you eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. somebody that wants to lose weight, one, it has to be disciplined and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavyweight when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all those kind of things. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming, who will help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot. I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime as the spirit leads. And basically, you know, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my 2nd year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85, but even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. Leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts. Because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like eating bread. Started taking watermelon, vegetables, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that won't help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you're the Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now, so you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out for my secondary school days, but yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100% in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues at work, that they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system. All this fatigue, normal body pains gone, and all that. So it's interesting. So I've burned so many fats. I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before, because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest like they said, but eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. You don't even need to advise them; they should just start working out. It makes it overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for 1 year. Great Life Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then it has been all sweet. So I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee.
You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up.
It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time. Just start. Just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Chiropractic care is a non-invasive drug-free approach to health care that emphasizes the body's innate ability to heal itself. It is based on the principle that proper alignment of the spine is essential for optimal nervous system function, which in turn supports overall health and well-being.
Chiropractic is about the alignment of the body.
Once your body is aligned, your blood flows well, your oxygen flows well, you move well, you sleep well, you eat well, you run well, you have sex well, you do everything you're doing well, you sit and you don't feel pain. And that is what everybody wants. Yeah, that's what nobody wants to sit down and feel pain. Nobody wants to drive and feel discomfort. Nobody wants to have headache every now and then. Nobody wants to go to bed and not sleep well. Yeah, that's the basic thing that chiropractic is about. It just helps you. Now, it's not as if there are other things that medicine and other things cannot fix here. But once you are aligned and then you're taking drugs, it just helps.
Chiropractic care is highly effective in managing acute and chronic pain, particularly in the back, neck, joints, and throughout the body, promoting overall wellness and preventing future health problems. Through spinal adjustment and other techniques, chiropractors can enhance mobility and range of motion, facilitating better movement and flexibility.
Body has what we call synapses. That's it's a system in your body, right? So it takes waves to your system. So that's the reason why I can actually pinch her here, and then she's feeling it without her even knowing. Yeah, I can touch her, and then she's like, somebody touched me. So it's that synapses that sends the waves, the current to your brain. That somebody just touched me now, right? And they are like nets in your system. They're like nets. And you know how window net is. So blood and oxygen and passes through it. Yeah. So that is what I just corrected now, because so that if it's not compressed, yeah, you would find that there's no pain around the body. Like there are different things that can cause pain in your system. Compression can cause pain. Tiredness can cause pain. Fatigue. When you're fatigued, you can feel discomfort and all that. So these are the things that goes on in your system. So that's what I just, and what controls that in terms of information receiver here is your C2, C1, C2, C3. Yeah, that's what controls the amount of pressure that pumps into the body. So that is what I just corrected. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
Chiropractic care offers a safe, natural, and effective approach to health and wellness. By addressing the root cause of health issues and supporting the body's innate healing abilities, chiropractors empower patients to live healthier and more vibrant lives.
For every part of your body, you have what we call body pressure, right? So this body pressure is the amount of pressure that your system sends or your brain sends to that part of the body to make you feel comfortable. If the pressure is +1, let me say for example, right? If it's supposed to be 60 and it's 61, you feel discomforting. You will not be able to do things the way you like doing it, or you just not feel comfortable. So when you start feeling those kind of pressure, maybe you're having headache, you're having bloatedness, and it just shows that there's just something that is compressed in your system. Yeah, and then once we align the spine, it just helps you relax. In the system, there's what we call the lymph tube here. So what that does is it regulates the excess fluids in your system. Yeah, so that the lymph system is the sewage system in your body, right? So it just helps takes off excess that did not go through digestive measures, right? It just goes through your system. It goes through your marrow and bone marrows. It goes through your tissues. It goes through your bloodstream and take off excess, so that you will not feel bloated. You will not feel as if your body is swollen unnecessarily. So it just helps you feel relaxed every time you wake up in the morning. And then the another way that we can measure this is you find that in the morning you have smelling breath, you have smelling armpit, and between your legs you feel discomfort here.
As awareness of the benefits of chiropractic care continues to grow, its role in integrative healthcare is becoming increasingly recognized and valued so much, so that chiropractors are currently often hired by sports teams to help their athletes with injury recovery and physical fitness maintenance, especially for physically demanding games like football, lacrosse, and volleyball.
Chiropractors can almost do everything, especially when you are properly trained. Yeah, but for some people, they are based on sports, some are mobility. Yeah, but for me, I did an intense training, so I almost can do everything, because what it is about is for your client not to feel pain, for your client to be able to move and do everything you need to do, for your client to be able to assess their body whenever they want to.
Would you like to explore the world of chiropractic care further? Whether you are seeking relief from chronic pain, looking to enhance your athletic performance, or simply striving for better health and vitality. Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People TV.
The rebirth of a nation. The rebirth of a nation. The choices of the people, the core of the matter. Now, stay close with me because we are going a little bit deeper. So allow this word serve as the gills for you to navigate through these deep waters and bringing you into. Listen, there was an idea whereby the Trinitarian tribunal sat, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and said, let us make man in our own image and likeness. Listen, not let us make an ape and let him develop to become a man. No, hear me carefully. Let us make man and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, the fowl of the air, and over every single thing that creeps. But I want to show you that the end point of that conversation was actually a nation that Daddy God was speaking about. It was about to birth a nation. That was the desire in the deepest recesses of our Lord. Now hear me carefully. I know your head right now is fighting and saying, what exactly is this saying? Where are we going to? I need you to follow me closely because I'm about to bring you into the fullness of this nation that you have actually been seeking for, the rebirth of the nation. But right now, when Daddy God created man, he set a couple of boundaries. Remember, the just judge of the universe. Listen, justice and foundation, justice and righteousness, rather at the foundation of his throne. So every single thing that was done in that discourse was done on the firm foundation of justice. And he said, listen, you can either go to the tree of life and not to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But pause, let's take a little bit of reference point and understand that there is actually an enemy that hates you, and we are trapped in this fight of the ages, this fight of the century that has been going on for so long, and the enemy hates you. So when Daddy God said, don't take up the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he was actually saying that you don't have the capacity, right, to always choose good when placed with the issue of good and evil. Let's now reverse engineer to our day and age, and trust me, look at the entire civilization of man right now and tell me the person that when eventually good and evil is placed before with your own motivation and moral fibers, will you always choose good all the time? Is because it takes life for you to always choose the place of good. But hear me, we are getting to the core part of this nation I'm about to bring you into. Because at the end point of man, you see, it starts off with either we are trying to build our physical, then at the end point trying to build our mental capacity, our intellect. But at the end of it, we all notice that there is a void missing. It's because life is missing on our inside. Now we are getting to the core part of it, because when man took of that tree of knowledge of good and evil, he broke the core, he broke the status, he broke the very foundation that held man in that utopia. Now don't give me the idea of saying I don't actually need this, I'm doing well for myself. Hear me closely. Adam, the first man, he had the garden with him, so he was actually doing very well, but what he needed was actually life. So when he partook of it, he tried to cover it up with fig leaves, as you are doing right now with your seeming accomplishment, but you know deep down on your inside that there is a void, that you've tried and used everything you can think of. You've tried amassing intellect and knowledge, but still, you can still feel that void. There is that emptiness. There is that thinking that no matter the amount of wealth you amass, you can't fill up that void, or if it's you saying, no, I actually want all that wealth, I'm broke right now, what you're actually still seeking for, right? I'm taking you to the end point of this spectrum is still this very same life of God. This nation I'm speaking of, let me give you a little bit of more context. At the end point of man trying and going is where it always leads to death and destructions, because life is missing on his inside. Now let's backtrack a bit and let me introduce you to this nation I speak of. This nation I speak of is where a people gathered together carried the very lives away of God. This very life, but right now at the end point of this life, you see that man, it always leads to destruction, because there is a nation. Because what is crying out on our inside is actually who man was designed to be from the very start. Because when the Trinitarian Tribunal made that call and said, let us make man, the end point of it was for man to partake of the tree of life. That is where this nation that I'm speaking of would come from. Hear me closely. This nation that is not held by any of the jurisdiction of the national intercontinental rules and jurisdiction, meaning like we see of Isaac when he sowed in the land that there was famine, we see he reaped 100 folds. Hear me carefully. That means the very laws of nature that bound and holds man to defeat does not hold the man that is in this nation. Hear me closely. This nation whereby the Lord God himself becomes our walls. But listen, man broke the code. Man partook of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Man fell. But hear me carefully. For God to say, let us just sweep that under the carpet, boys will be boys, right? And let man just still partake of the tree of knowledge of good, the tree of life. Where would the justice be? Right? That would be a travesty of justice. There needs to be a payment. So Daddy God sends from above. Kaya. He took us, he drew us out of the waters of confusion and defeat in the person of his son Jesus Christ at the cross. And when he came, he paid the ultimate price for you and I to receive this life, this very life of God. That is why in 10:10 of the book of John, he said, the thief comes to steal, to kill and destroy, but I've come that you should have life and have it more abundantly. So we see a trace back, a reverse engineering to the very beginning, that what we are seeking for is actually this life of God on our inside. And hear me carefully, all your trying and struggling and trying to fill up that void is actually found in the person of Christ Jesus. I know right now you might be saying, where are we going to with all of this? I'm trying to show you that all you are seeking for, right, is found in the person of Christ Jesus. Your sins are forgiven, because to him all the prophets give witness that whoever believes in him will receive remission of sins, forgiveness of sins. See, your good works cannot save you. I want that to stay so clear in your heart. Your good works, you're trying, you're navigating, trying to do things by yourself, trying to come out of that pain, that addiction, that hurt by yourself, is actually you crying out. For this nation I'm speaking of is actually you crying out and seeking this redemption I'm bringing to you, because in him, Christ Jesus, you have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of his grace. Your good works is too fickle, too little for you to receive and dominate over all areas of weakness and to feel that emptiness that you're seeking for. So don't be like men that will go at the end of their life and say, was this all? Was this worth it? But be like those that have come into this nation, that have seen the fullness of all they can receive in the person of Christ Jesus, and let your soul be anchored on him. Your sins are forgiven because Christ Jesus paid the ultimate price for you to receive this life. Shall a nation be born in one day? I say to you, as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. The same way when Christ at the cross, he took the ultimate beating He took the ultimate scourging. He brought the full weight of our sins that caused that void, that emptiness on our inside, right? And he cried, finished, signifying that what was once lost, what man had no opportunity again to get, Christ paid the price. Because see, the wages of sin is death, not just the part on the hand, right? It is death, and Christ died your death. So today I put it to you, it is in receiving these gifts, this Christ, this blessing, that void you've been trying to fill will be full, and you will start living from the inside out, not the outside in. I'm not talking about behavior modification right now. I'm talking about the true inward transformation that only Christ gives. We are on a journey. I've shown you how this nation is rebirthed, and we're going to go deeper into the power, into the pillars, the structure, the infrastructure that makes this nation triumph over any and all other nations. The rebirth of the nation, God's right plan for you from the very beginning. Grace and peace.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip, and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Isolo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been that from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a facilitator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to like empower people. I've empowered people a lot, you know, like gain financial independence and be able to like help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to like wear my own, you know, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. So the government has been helping because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to like get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2 Kayode Adebandi Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza, Jakande Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania_Hub_renters.
My name is Promise Nkwachuku Kalu. Well, I'm from Abia State, Bende local government, Item, to be precise. I'm able Item. Well, it has always been my joy to do music technology. When I talk about music technology, the aspect of repairing, sound installation, and sound programming, and also singing. As early as 8 years old, I joined the choir in the church to enable me enhance my voice and do more when it comes to the music aspect. Like I do the secular music, I do the classical music, and I also do, when you come about the spiritual gospel music. So I'm working as a sound engineer in Eroka Online Limited, a company where I want to grow more into technicalities. When I talk about technicalities, I'm talking about doing repairs, doing installation in churches, in lounge, in mosques, in anywhere that requires me going to install, I will ever install. Audio installation is a thing of joy because for me it's all about working with passion. Now when you talk about audio generally, it has to do with the implementation of gadgets like the mixer, the amplifiers, and the speaker management, installing, having to climb the roof. And it's not easy because most times being scared of falling and a situation whereby the ceiling of where you're installing is not firm, you can be endangering your life. So it's something that we are very, very careful. But we work with perfection, and everything I do by the grace of God is 100% perfect. For a layman, the first thing you need to know to become an audio engineer is music. I studied music in school, then I went into the technicalities of music. For you to become an engineer, you must know what sound is. Basically, so sound, which is a practical thing, you must have the ears to identify good sound, and if you are capable and able to identify good sound, that means you can as well tag yourself an upcoming audio engineer, because that's a basic point for you to start from. when it comes to my profession, I put a limit to it in terms of working duration. Like for each day, I map out time and say, this is what I want to achieve. This is what I want to get done today, and make sure it doesn't collide with going out with the family, going out to, with my wife, and also enjoying myself, because work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's where I could make Promise a dull boy also. So I make sure combine both of them. One isn't taking the other one's time. Most times, as an engineer, audio engineer, we get most of our perfect sound during night, where you have most people asleep already, because you need the calmness of everywhere, of any particular place you are, and you need to concentrate, because wherever you are that you're mixing, especially when you come into the live mixing and you start getting any little noise, it could interfere in what you're doing, because if your ear is not well trained, I think you'll be battling with more than one problem, because unable to identify that. So the night is very, very precious, and it's not easy installing sound in Lagos and doing the mixing and mastering when it comes to the audio production part of it. There are a lot of guys, there are a lot of professionals who are yet to be recognized in this industry. For the ones who are there now, I would say they are doing fine, but there's always room for improvement, because when you talk about what they are doing, for every movie I watch, for every music video I watch, the first thing I put into consideration is the sound. I listen to the sound, I talk more about the production, I venture myself into categorizing every aspect of it, what is not properly done there, because I love criticizing things a lot. So the more you criticize, the more you have room to improve, and you see possibility of doing it in a better way. When it comes to audio, I'm very, very comfortable with everything, but like for the mixers, the speaker, the amplifier, digital mixers and analog mixers, microphones, yes, and speaker management. Why I'm very, very comfortable with them is because it's something that I like taxing myself. So anytime that I have difficulties, I make sure that I see myself overcoming those difficulties, and I like those tough gadgets, so they give me more time to improve. My favorite color, well, I like all shouty colors, yes. Anything bright, everything glowing, I like it. I don't have any particular one. So let me say yellow and pink. And my favorite food, I would say, I have two, yam and egg sauce and okra soup. Yes, with Gary. So hey guys, it's Promise Nkwachukalu. I'm a professional sound engineer. Keep watching VOP TV.
Ambo Chika Iro Manihe Jimarambo Adibo Wana Voice of the People. Narona Voice of the People 90.3 FM Diko Denta Kuko. Abukwani Monyo Mama Dinguru. Nkede na Bombise, Imo State. Ibukwani onye nta akụkọ. Echem na ngasi na obi ihe dị n'ime. Mgbe nne m mụrụ m ya bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, ọ bụghị ihe m mụrụ amụ. Ọ nọ n'ime m n'ihi na oge m na-etolite m ga-echeta otu ụbọchị m gwara nne m na ọ ga-amasịkwanụ m ka m bụrụ onye na-ekwu okwu na redio, n'ihi na nne m na onwe ya bụ onye hụrụ ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Oge abụ n'oge kwa ụbọchị ka ọ na-agbanye redio, anya na-amara ihe ndị na-emegasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. M ga-echeta na BCA redio Ụmụahịa bụ ya bụ redio nne m na-egekarị, nke emezie nwee ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Ngwa nne m na m ga-abụkwanụ onye ga na-ekwu okwu na redio. Mana ya bụ ihe bidoro ọbụladị mgbe m n'ụlọ akwụkwọ praịmarị secondary na mahadum abịara na-ede akụkọ ụgha nke bụ eziokwu ọ bụrụ na m dechaa ya ebe a gụpụta ya ị ga-ajụ sị kedu ihe kpaliri nwata ime ihe ọ bụghịkwa nke ahụ ebidoro m ọsịsọ banye na lay reader bụrụ onye na-agụ ihe ọgụgụ na parish m St. Charles Ezugwu na Amadi bụkwa nke dị na Abombise Imo steeti eche m na ihe a bụ ihe nọ m n'ime bụkwa nke mere na na-eme ya na-ekwu okwu mgbe ụfọdụ mana redio mana TV maka na ọ bụghị na redio ka m bidosiri were mewe ihe ọ bụghịkwadị na redio ka m bidokwa n'ọrụ a n'oge m gụchara praịmarị abanyere m sekọndịrị gụchaa sekọndịrị banye ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum mahadum ala anyị dị na Nsụka University of Nigeria Nsụka bụ ebe m gụrụ mahadum ebe ahụ agụrụ m linguistics na Igbo bụkwa nke nyere aka kwado m maka ya bụ ihe m chọrọ ịbụ dịka m siri gwa gị na mbụ n'oge nka dị obere amadị m ihe ụwa na-ekwu agwara m nne m na m ga-achọ ikwu okwu na redio mana dịka m gụchara akwụkwọ mahadum fee ala nna anyị abịaziri m nweta ọrụ na isi mbido TV ebe a ka m bidoro ya bụ ihe n'uju arụrụ m n'isi mbido TV afọ 3 na ụma mgbe arụkwaghị m hapụ ebe ahụ sizie isi mbido TV bata na Voice of the People 90.3 FM ịjụọ m ihe gbasara ihe m na-arụ taa dịka onye nta akụkọ m ga-asị gị na ọ bụ ihe nọ m n'ime nne m mụrụ m mụọ ịgbasa ozi ọkachasị na redio na TV ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ e nwere ọtụtụ ihe kwesịrị ịma ọ dịrọkwa dị mfe o maka na anyị na-ekwu ya anyị nọrọ na redio mgbe ụfọdụ na-ekwu okwu maọbụ na TV ọ na-atọ ụtọ na ntị ọ na-atọ gịrị kpọọ mana ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị na-agabiga tupu ịhụ anyị anyapụta ebe a na-ekwu ihe niile ọ na-adaba adaba ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ maọbụ na redio maọbụ na TV nke mbụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe ekwe na-akụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe na-eme na gburugburu gị kedu ka ihe si afịatụ na gburugburu gị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ngalaba dị iche iche ngalaba na-ahụ maka agụmakwụkwọ ime njem ahụ isi ike ngalaba dị iche iche ị ga-ama ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụghị naanị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ị ga-amakwa ka ihe si afịatụ na mba ofesi dịka onye nta akụkọ nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụgodị na ị na-arahụ ụra akpọọ gị ị mara ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ dịka m bụ onye nta akụkọ na-eji asụsụ Igbo eme mgbasa ozi nke m ị ga-amarịla asụsụ Igbo nke ọma Igbo gị ga-eghe eghe nke bụ onye nụ ya ọ mara na ịmakwa na ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụrụkwa Igbo ma mama si ya bụ Igbo ọ bụ Igbo ghere eghe Igbo izugbe ọ bụghị olu ndị ọ bụ eziokwu na mgbe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-eji olu ndị eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi mana ọ bụ Igbo izugbe bụ asụsụ kacha mma iji were mee ihe mgbasa ozi nke ga-abụ na ebe ọ bụla isi n'ala Igbo isi steeti Abịa Enugu Delta Imo Anambra Ebonyi steeti ọ bụla isi n'ala Igbo ọ bụrụ na ị na-asụ ya bụ Igbo ị ga-aghọtarịla ihe onye ahụ na-ekwu mana gị were olu ndị mgbe ụfọdụ ndị steeti ndị ọzọ agaghị enwechi ike ghọtacha ihe ị na-ekwu ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ n'asụsụ Igbo nke mbụ mara ihe ekwe na-akụ n'asụsụ ahụ iji eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi ya bụ asụsụ Igbo mara ihe ekwe na-akụ ị ga-abụ onye ga na-agụsị akwụkwọ ike ị ga na-agụ ị gaa n'ịntanetị na-achọ ọtụtụ ihe ị na-amụta na-etinye na nke ịma nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-ekwu okwu amara na onye amakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụkwanụ mkpu ka anyị na-eti kwa ụbọchị o maka onye dị ka m mgbe m dị obere ka m bidoro ndị mmadụ na-asị na adị m very outspoken ana m ekwugbo okwu ekwusi ya ike mgbe ụfọdụ ka o si wee dịrị eche m na ndị na-arụ ọrụ na redio na-enye aka n'otu ụzọ maọbụ ịbụọ ịhụ na ihe gara nke ọma ọkachasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa maka na mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ndị gọọmenti na-eme ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-eme ọ bụkwanụ ndị anọ na redio na-eti ya bụ mkpu mgbe ụfọdụ gọọmenti nwere ike ime ya chee na ihe ha mere dị mma mana ọ bụ ndị na-arụ na redio ga-abịa sị gị na gọọmenti ihe anyị mekwanụrụ adịghị mma eche m na ọ bụ na ndị na-arụ na redio na ụlọ nta akụkọ dị iche iche bụkwana ndị na-agba gọọmenti okwu ewezụga ndị nta akụkọ maọbụ nke redio maọbụ akwụkwọ akụkọ maọbụ nke telivishọn ewepụ ha n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa gọọmenti ga na-eme ihe ọ bụla ọ sọrọ ha mana ndị nta akụkọ bụ ndị bụ ị na-elekwa anya n'azụ maka na e nwere ndị na-ele gị ime emejọ ndị nta akụkọ enyere gị aka ya bụ ihe adịrọkwa n'izi dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya ọ dịghị mfe ọ bụghị ofe nracha ihe gbasara ezinụlọ m ịchịkọba ya na ọrụ mkwanụ nke ọbụla nwere oge ya enwere m oge m ji akwado maka ọrụ m enwere m oge m ji aga ọrụ m rụchakwa ọrụ m alawa m ngazie nke ezinụlọ ngazie nlenye anya na nke ezinụlọ iji mee na ihe niile dabara adaba enye ndị ebe a enye ndị ebe a
ihe niile wee na-aga nke ọma. Ahụkwana m ọtụtụ nri Igbo n'anya, ọtụtụ nri ndị Igbo na-amasị m n'ebe o buru ibu, mana nri ndị Igbo m kacha ahụ n'anya bụ ụkwa. Ị hụrụ ụkwa? Hey, ejikwala ụkwa etiri m epele o. Ị na-egwusa m egwuregwu, eji n'ụkwa egwu m egwuregwu. Ahụrụ m nri ụkwa n'anya n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ya bụrụ ihe olilo. Ahụrụ m ofe ụgụ vegetable, ofe ụhakwa na ofe onugbu. Ihe ndị a niile na-atọcha m ụtọ n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ede n'anya. Ọ bụrụ na isi chee ede, ịba were mmanụ iri gwọọ ya, gị na ụtazi maọbụ nchụanwụ were ya gwọọ ya. Nri ndị a niile na-amasịcha m n'ihi na ha bụ nri ndị na-edozi ahụ. Ndị Igbo nwere ọtụtụ nri dị iche iche, bụkwa ndị nke na-edozi ahụ. Ndị nkwado adị Igbo, ọ nọ n'ụlọ na ọ nọ n'ụzọ ije. Ọ bụkwa na unu mere m ihe mgbu. Ewezuga unu, enweghị onye dịka adị Igbo. Ndị nkwado m ndị nke nọ na Naịjirịa na mba ofesi, ana m ekele unu. Sikwa unu gaa n'iru na nkwado unu na-enye m. Ewezuga unu, enweghịkwana onye dịka adị Igbo. Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ, aha m bụ Chika Iro, Adigbo Nwanna, Voice of the People. Abụ m onye nta akụkọ mgbasa ozi ngalaba asụsụ Igbo na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Nke a bụkwana ọrụ aka m, ọ bụ ya bụ ihe m na-arụ. Ọ bụ my hustle dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya.
My name is Tunde Eson. I'm the organizer. Now the worker they use it to hustle. Sometimes, if I don't carry, if I get work, if I do the work where they do now, any amount where I carry go house, I go use manage my wife, manage my children, that they go school. I will pay school fees money. I dey do ajo, I dey wetin that they call ajo. I dey do ajo every day. For like 15 years now. The business dey okay now. Me too, I like the business, I like it. Anytime where I come here, I go see, go out. If I calculate down to, a day, they see like 6,000, 5,000. If the person want to learn the work, first, we go dey look how I dey do the tire. I want to get the tire. If person want to travel now, the air I want to put for the tire, maybe 35 or 32. If you want to travel, if you did me Lagos State, maybe 40. If I no do the organizer work, I go find money, go buy bus. I go dey do transfer, do transport. If I no do the organizer job, I no fit do salary work. Don't say my mouth don wide. I'm organizer. This is my hustle.
everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are gonna live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. NANT demands suspension and review of tax law.
Tinubu sympathizes with Joshua over Ogun fatal crash.
Military source says US-led airstrikes neutralized terror camps.
Finance Ministry dismisses market fears over US terror strikes.
OT Soludo Adeleke signed 2026 budget into law.
Wike denies alleged plot to destroy PDP for Tinubu.
On the foreign scene, Trump pledges $2 billion for UN aid with warning.
And in business news, presidency allays fears of tax laws hurting airlines.
In sport, South Africa in last 16 with late penalty versus Zimbabwe.
While in entertainment news, Akindele's behind the scene passes 1 billion naira.
Now the news and details. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has demanded the immediate suspension of the planned implementation of the newly introduced tax reform laws over alleged alteration to the version passed by the National Assembly, as well as what it's called poor public enlightenment. In a statement by its national president, Olushola Oladoja, NANS told the federal government that though the tax reforms are important to national development, the current implementation process is fundamentally flawed, poorly communicated, and constitutionally questionable. According to the national undergraduate body, Nigerians are grossly poorly informed and insufficiently enlightened about the content, scope, breadth, impact, and long-term implications of the new tax reform law. Beyond that, the association said the revelations by the House of Representatives about an alteration to the gazetted tax law raises serious constitutional and legislative integrity concerns, stating that a law which authenticity is under investigation cannot, in good conscience, be implemented.
And away from that report, President Bola Tinubu has sympathized with world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua over the fatal road accident that claimed 2 lives and in which he sustained injuries and is currently receiving medical attention. Reacting to the incident, President Tinubu conveyed his condolences to Joshua and the families of the victims, describing the development as a tragic loss. He added that the incident had cast a shadow over the season, noting the emotional burden it placed on the boxer and his family. Meanwhile, the president also commended Joshua's contributions to sports and his representation of Nigeria on the global stage, noting that the heavyweight boxer has always shown courage, discipline, and unwavering love for Nigeria. Describing these as qualities that have made Joshua a source of national pride, Tinubu called for unity and support at such difficult times, while he prayed for strength and healing for the boxer.
May the souls of the dead rest in peace. Meanwhile, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has
the injuries and is currently receiving medical attention. Reacting to the incident, President Tinubu conveyed his condolences to Joshua and the families of the victims, describing the development as a tragic loss. He added that the incident had cast a shadow over the season, noting the emotional burden it placed on the boxer and his family. Meanwhile, the president also commended Joshua's contributions to sports and his representation of Nigeria on the global stage, noting that the heavyweight boxer has always shown courage, discipline, and unwavering love for Nigeria. Describing these as qualities that have made Joshua a source of national pride, Tinubu called for unity and support at such difficult times, while he prayed for strength and healing for the boxer.
May the souls of the dead rest in peace. Meanwhile, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has blamed excessive speed and wrongful overtaking as the main causes of the road traffic crash that involved world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua at the Ogun State axis of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. In a statement by the Assistant Corps Marshal and Corps Public Education Officer Olusegun Ogungbemide, the FRSC said the crash involved a black Lexus Jeep, which Joshua was traveling in, and a stationary commercial Sino truck parked on the roadside. According to the statements, 5 adult males were involved in the accident, 2 of whom died at the scene, and 1 sustained injuries, while the 2 others escaped unhurt. The FRSC added that Joshua was rescued alive with minor injuries by its operatives during a swift rescue, evacuation, and traffic control operations. According to the statement, preliminary findings revealed that the Lexus Jeep was traveling beyond the legally prescribed speed limit and lost control while attempting an overtaking maneuver, resulting in the collision.
Well, in another development, Vice President Kashim Shettima has appealed to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, and Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia to reconcile and end their prolonged discord. He warned that the dispute, if not ended, could have grave consequences for Benue State, the North Central region, and the nation at large. Speaking during the wedding reception for Akume's son in Makurdi, Shettima described Benue as much more than the heartbeat of the nation, but a critical pillar of Nigeria's unity and progress, as well as a trend setter. Describing Akume as a leader whose tone and conduct reflect accommodation and large-heartedness, Shettima warned against political divisions. He stressed that Akume's rift with Alia must not be allowed to deepen and fester in order to avoid dire consequences of a broken relationship.
An informed Nigerian Army source has disclosed that follow-up patrols on December 26 confirmed extensive destruction of terrorist positions and significantly degraded the operational capability of the Lakurawa terrorists after the United States-led airstrike in Tangaza local government area of Sokoto State. According to a credible Army headquarters source, the action formed part of ongoing operations in the 8th Division Sector 2 area of responsibility under Operation Fatsan Yama. Speaking on condition of anonymity, the source said the troops of Combat Intelligence Battalion 7, acting on credible intelligence about terrorist movement along the Karua axis, coordinated with the U.S. African forces to target camps in the Bauni forest near Wari and Alkasim villages on December 25.
In the meantime, the federal government has reassured investors and international partners that Nigeria remains stable and focused on economic growth, notwithstanding the recent joint security operations with the United States targeting terrorists in Sokoto State. In a statement, the Ministry of Finance said the airstrikes carried out on Christmas Day were part of a targeted and intelligence-led operation aimed solely at terrorist elements threatening national security and economic activity. According to the statement, Nigeria remains firmly on a path of peace, stability, and economic progress, and is not at war with itself or any other nation. The ministry said the operation was conducted in collaboration with the U.S. military and exclusively against terrorism, noting that the distinction was critical for understanding its economic implications.
Away from that, Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has signed into law the state's 2026 appropriation bill of 1.016 trillion naira as recently passed by the House of Assembly. Speaking at a brief ceremony at Nvosi in Isiala South Council, Oti pledged judicious and disciplined implementation of the budget to advance the state's development. Commending the teams that worked on the successful production and passage of the bill, including the lawmakers, the governor assured that it would be brought back to the lawmakers for justification if adjustments become unavoidable in future. In a similar development, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State also signed into law the 2026 appropriation bill, 766 billion naira, after it was increased from 757.5 billion naira by the House of Assembly. Soludo described the budget as a strategic plan focused on delivering the administration's promises and prioritizing the people's needs. He commended the lawmakers for their diligence and collaboration, reaffirming his administration's commitment to transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance. And in Oshogbo, Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke also signed into law the 2026 appropriation bill of 723 billion naira recently passed by the House of Assembly. In a statement by his media aide, Olawale Rashid Adeleke reaffirmed his administration's commitment to fully implementing the budget. According to Adeleke, the bill aims to consolidate and expand governance and service delivery in line with his administration's 5-point agenda as it launches into its first final 4-year term.
Well, away from that story, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, says the People's Democratic Party will not win the territory in the next general election in view of what he called President Bola Tinubu's performance and his own open support for the administration. In his end-of-year media chat in Port Harcourt, Wike stated that with what the president is doing in Abuja, there is no way the PDP will win the FCT in the next election. He also took a swipe at the Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara for defecting to the All Progressives Congress APC, describing the move as belated and that Fubara lacks political structure. He noted that before the governor's defection, about 22 local government chairmen and nearly half of the members of the Rivers State House of Assembly had already dumped the PDP for the ruling party.
In another development, media entrepreneur Dr. Pedro Baseki has vowed legal action following his alleged assault on Sunday. Also, the Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has condemned the incident. Obaseki said, though he abhors violence and does not wish to escalate tensions in Benin Kingdom, he is determined to seek justice through lawful means, adding that everybody that beat him, as well as those who arrested and accosted him, will pay. He added that he intends to file both civil and criminal charges against those involved, but stressed that he does not want any destruction of property or retaliatory violence. In a related development, the Edo State chapter of the PDP described the incident as a violation of Obaseki's fundamental human rights. In a statement by the State Publicity Secretary, Dan Osa Ogbege, the PDP urged security agencies to immediately apprehend and prosecute those responsible.
Staying with Edo State, the police command has begun investigations following a brutal attack on Don Pedro Baseki in Benin City. The assault, which had sparked outrage on social media, reportedly involved youths beating and dragging him toward the palace over alleged remarks perceived as insulting to the Benin monarch. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has details.
The Edo State Police Command has launched a full investigation into the recent attack on Don Pedro Obaseki in Benin City. The incident, which has gone viral on social media, involves some youths reportedly assaulting Don Pedro over alleged remarks perceived as insulting to the palace of the Benin monarch. Reports indicate that the attack was linked to statements allegedly made by Don Pedro during a meet and greet event in London for former Governor Godwin Obaseki.
Dr. Pedro Obaseki was assaulted and he was rescued, was taken to the Oba Palace and was rescued by the officers at the palace, who then brought him to the police station. The CP, Commissioner of Police, CP Monday Agbonika, FDC, personally went to the division and the case and has ordered thorough investigation into the matter. We've seen the videos and of course the command is investigating the matter.
The Edo State Police Command confirmed that they have reviewed the videos circulating online and are investigating both the circumstances of the attack and the identities of those involved. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, GOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Joining us virtually to analyze the news is House of Assembly candidate of Ikorodu Constituency 1, Lagos State, Sunday Oladapo. Thank you very much for joining us, Sunday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, Lagosians, Nigerians, and compliment of the season.
Yeah, compliment of the season as well. Okay, let's start with this. Of course, the tax reforms law that has been on the news for quite some time. National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has demanded immediate suspension of the planned implementation of the newly introduced tax reform laws over alleged alteration to the version passed by National Assembly, as well as what it called poor public enlightenment. And we know that, of course, the chairman of the tax reform has said that the date, January 1, 2026, remains sacrosanct. What do you make of this new development? Of course, many groups and persons as well have called for the suspension. Now, NANS is joining their voice to this call. What do you make of this?
Yes, any action against that is late now. It's late. In the last interview, I said the same thing. I said the action will have made sense if it has happened 4, 5, 6 months ago. But it's just less than 5 days to the new year. And to me, it is late. The NANS has just come up as it's supposed to do, but it's a belated, it's a late information or late action or late pressure. So to me, I believe the government will go ahead.
But Sonny, if I can bring you back to Friday, when the National Assembly said that the tax law will be reviewed and re-gazetted, right? So if that is going to be what's happening, if that's what the National Assembly is recommending, don't you think the law actually should be suspended until the review and re-gazetting?
For me as an opposition, I want it not only suspended, but thrown out. But the truth is that even the National Assembly that was alleged to have spoken, I think also denied it that they are on recess. So we don't even know where the truth is coming that they want to review it. So I think that objection then that there was alteration. So I believe that for me as an ADC member, we want it to be stopped because Nigerians are going through a lot at this time for this new tax policy to be added to our burdens. The subsidy was removed on petroleum. Many people paying electricity are not even being subsidized anymore. And now when government is putting all those burdens on us, taking away what we enjoy in the nation, and now you are now overtaxing us again. So for me as an opposition, I believe it should have been thrown out. But the truth of the matter is that every noise, every cry now, the government has shown they are not ready to listen to us. So, and I'm very objective in my own thinking, because this is a government that have succeeded in buying over the entire political scene. Almost all the governors are decamping into APC. Almost all the assembly members. So they are having their ways. So the only thing I as an opposition is looking at is that 2027 is supposed to come very fast so that we can have a decision that will now remove people that don't want the masses to be. So for me to, that's just the objective view from my point.
Okay, I'll still stay on that particular story. If many Nigerians have called for the suspension of this, and the chairman and the president still goes ahead to implement this, what do you think would happen? What does this portend? Don't you think that Nigerians might actually revolt?
Well, like being objective, nobody will revolt against it. And I have my reason for saying the number one, apart from few news media like yourself, and that are still very, very independent of themselves, the government has succeeded in winning majority of the news media to their side. And presently, outside that, one of the reasons why the government at the center is interested or in having interest in winning all the states is for reasons like this. Imagine a protest trying to hold in Lagos, and the government of Lagos will do all it can to suffocate that. Imagine a protest trying to hold in River State. So they are winning. The government at the center know what it's doing. Are in their core fights.
Okay, Sunday, before we let you go, especially regarding this matter, you said that yourself as an opposition member, being a member of the ADC, is in opposition to the implementation of this tax law.
Yes.
Now, why most Nigerians are calling for it to be suspended is because Honorable Member Dasuki from Sokoto had blown the whistle to say that, look, what the National Assembly had signed wasn't what was gazetted. But like Unena said earlier on, my colleague Unena said, the chairman of the tax reform, the president of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reform and all of that, Taiwo Oyedele, came out to say that, look, this is just being politicized, that this new tax law will benefit the vulnerable and make it more difficult for the elite. So would you say, this is just me, because you're very objective, would you say your party is actually playing politics by calling for it to be suspended? Or are you really on the side of the masses?
Now, my party is on the side of the masses because from time immemorial, the government at the center has shown to always give us Greek gifts. When they give us ₦1 forward, they will collect 10 naira back from the back. So that is why presently we are with the masses, because we know that whatever Oyedele says that is for the masses, we know that it is not truly for the masses. Because at the end of the day, the government has shown that we cannot really trust them at this point. And it is not now that we want to start trusting them. A lot of things have been announced that it never comes to be. So now the government had announced reduction in cement price. They've announced a lot of policies that never comes to fruition. So now it is difficult for us to believe and trust them. So that's why my party is standing with the masses, because we know that the masses will be needed to make a good and bold decision come 2027.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunday. Let's move on to a story that has an incident that has shook the entire nation, because it's actually involved somebody who is an internationally acclaimed a world heavyweight champion, Anthony Joshua. Of course, he was involved in an accident, and the FRSC, I beg your pardon, has blamed excessive speed and wrongful overtaking as the main causes of the road traffic crash that happened. And what do you make of this? As in saying that this is, of course, every life is actually important. And we've seen many accidents on our roads, not just about him. We've seen so many accidents as a result of this excessive speed. How do you think that the FRSC can actually can actually correct this and actually help Nigerians understand the need not to have excessive speed?
Okay, thank you. I think first I want to just pray that the soul of the victims, especially those that lost their lives, the two guys, that will rest in peace. And God will also grant the others, with Anthony Joshua and the rest, a speedy recovery. Now, FRSC stands for Federal Road Safety Commission, or COPS. But unfortunately, FRS has bordered itself with the art of generating revenue or making money instead of ensuring safety of the road. Imagine a vehicle running at an overspeed, let's say 180 km per hour on that express when it is free. And we have our road safety, even like they do in some Francophone African countries, just to blow a whistle, to alert this overspeeding vehicle that this is actually, that will have correct a lot of things, because some of these guys who drives and move that fast, either youthful exorbitance or some are under influence, but having known that you will see road safety, that are now interested in your safety by giving alert on overspeed. I believe that will caution a lot of people that you will see road safety on the road. But most times when we see road safety, they will just want to stop you, ask for your this, just ensure you will pay money. Just ensure, they are not really particular about issue of safety of the drivers of the vehicle and of the road. So I think road safety, apart from telling us overspeed kill this, overspeed cause this, they need to now tell us what they can do to ensure that people are put at alert when people are going out of control.
Very well said, Sunday. According to the cable online, it said that one of the cars involved in the accident rammed into a stationary truck, meaning that a truck was parked and one of the cars rammed into it. So this now makes you want to think, was there no caution sign? And if there wasn't, what then is the role of the FRSC in cases like this?
Exactly. If you look at, for example, Ogere, part of that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, I don't know if that's where the accident happened. Before the reconstruction of that road, it used to be a terrible spot for trailer parking. And now that the road has been reconstructed, we expect that there will be no trailer there. Right, left, center, everywhere you see trailer parked. And we have road safety there. We have police station around that place. And the sanity on that, on the express is not there. And this is, like I've said, that is part of the real function of this safety FRSC, and not generating income, generating revenue. So I think the Nigeria needs to relook and rework that department, that agency. That agency needs to be concerned. You will see this agency will go and stand at the back portion of the road, instead of trying to see which palliative they can use to improve that portion. But they want to be there just to arrest people so that people don't move fast. So they are not even concerned about that road is bad. Because until now, I said that road safety should be at a loggerhead with Ministry of Works. That the road at which we are overseeing is bad. Can Ministry of Works fix it? That they will be dragging it among themselves that you must fix it. But they even want the bad portion of the road to be, so that they can be there and extort motorists. So all these things need to be reworked and be refixed.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunday. The federal government has reassured investors and international partners that Nigeria remains stable and focused on economic growth, notwithstanding the recent airstrike that happened just on Thursday, which is December 25. Do you really think that this statement by the Ministry of Finance, does it hold water? Would this statement actually allay the fears of investors?
Well, as a Nigerian, I will. I want more investment in Nigeria, more investors to come, because by the time we take over government in 2027, it will be a good foundation to start with. And if investors are driven away by the act of the federal government now, then it means that we will be starting on ground zero in 2027. So I will also appeal as a Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian, that investors should not run away. I believe that everything will be under control, and Nigeria need them and will protect them then.
All right. Can we quickly move on to the tug of war between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and his party, the PDP? So for context, Sunday, Nyesom Wike says that the People's Democratic Party, PDP, will not win the territory, talking about his territory, the FCT, in the next general election in view of what he called President Bola Tinubu's performance and his own open support for the administration. Now, wouldn't you say this lends credence to what Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State said last week, that the PDP had offered to hold, that Wike had offered to hold the PDP down for President Tinubu in 2027, even though the FCT minister has come to deny that? But would you say what he just said really is glaringly, saying Seyi Makinde is right?
Well, I would not want to tell you Seyi is right or Wike is wrong. All I can tell Seyi is that, and the PDP, this time PDP is collapsing into ADC. Because any move or anything from Seyi Makinde is still going to divide the opposition vote further. So it's not time to blame either Seyi or Wike, but it's the time to have a united opposition against APC. So I want to advise Governor Seyi Makinde and the remaining PDP members. This is inviting you. Since the umbrella has been torn, because now either you hate it or not, through the recent INEC pronouncement, INEC is recognizing the Ibadan Convention. And with that, it may be a loss for the Seyi Makinde faction. So instead of them going forth and back again, and then rigmarole in the circle, I want to invite them to ADC. Let Seyi Makinde and the entire remaining PDP structure come into ADC. Let us fight a common enemy. Let us have a common front. So at that time, then it will be needless, so that Wike can then carry the remaining carcass and then go and meet the APC. So I think that is the only thing we can do now. Thank you.
Okay, aside from what Wike said about the PDP, about the president, he actually took a swipe at the Rivers State Governor, Simi Fubara, for defecting to the All Progressive Congress, and he said that that move is actually very belated and that Fubara lacks political structure. What do you make of this? Do you think that the move by Fubara to move away from PDP to APC is a good one?
Well, it's not a good one. It's not a good one to me. Fubara would have been better at ADC. Though Wike said, I think the governor is only G3 because he doesn't have that structure. Wike is a clever politician. He ensured the governor won the election, but he held on to the structure. And the governor being G3, I believe he was just trying to move in the passive direction effect Wike is moving. So to me, the governor is truly G3, but will have been better in ADC. It will have had more strength, more followership, and more energy to even tame Wike in Rivers State. But as it is now, he has even come ahead of Wike to APC, and Wike is still claiming to be in PDP. So it's just a funny game we are having in Rivers State.
Sunday, I heard you say that Wike is a very brilliant politician. So I want to pick your brains a little bit. So, for example, someone is in your party, the ADC, and they are playing ball with the opposition, like Wike is doing. He's in the PDP, but he's playing ball with the APC. Would your party tolerate such antics, or would you define it as anti-party activity?
Well, ADC is a different political party entirely. Apart from the people joining us now, you see that ADC has been a party that we don't decamp. We don't just move up and down by the winds. So that makes us a little bit different. Now, when you are talking about smart and brilliant politician, of which I qualify Wike, it's only a smart politician that can do that. He's using one hand to hold down PDP and another hand to be in APC. And every move by PDP to do the right thing, which is to have expelled him, and not work. Now, PDP tried to expel him in Ibadan. That convention has been thrown out back according to INEC. Because according to some legal luminaries, if Federal High Court cannot stop a case, why an Ibadan High Court will now tell them they can go ahead? So that already is a lacuna that Wike, being a lawyer and a smart politician, has set for them. And what is PDP, mind you, is that he head on to the engine room, which is the secretary. So no matter what you are doing, he's holding on to that one. And that one is his loyalist 100%. So he's a very smart man. Because if he's not smart, by now he would have been expelled. So may we in ADC not see that type of man, please.
Okay, but let me ask you this question, because what you said about may ADC not see such a person. But if you are asking for the PDP members to move to ADC, don't you think that is another way of inviting crisis into your party? Because these persons are not coming with very clean slate, sort of, if I could use that.
Well, thank you for that. As we are speaking now, we have received a lot of influx from Labour, Omolu Group, PDP. A lot of groups, Rainbow, have been joining us. And one principle we have been laying down as they come is just our beliefs and what we believe they should also invite. And one thing, fantastic thing I have to do to those that have been joining us is that when they come, we love the way you have run this party, and we have not come to struggle power with you. We have come to work so that we can win, which is the most important message, so that we can win. So then, politics is a game. It's not a short-shit thing, and it's not a mosque thing that you have to put in the moral church matters or the moral mosque matters. So politics is meant to bring crisis. So it depends on how those crises are managed. So I believe the leadership that have moved from all the political journals have shown a lot of maturity, which is working for all of us now.
All right. Can we quickly move on to another story now? This time, we are taking you to Edo State now, Sunday. Dr. Pedro Baseki, a media entrepreneur, has vowed a legal action following his alleged assault on Sunday. Also, the Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party has condemned the incident. I don't know if you've seen the video online Sunday. It is gory. I can tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I saw it.
What do you make of this whole thing, though?
Yeah, it's barbaric. It's bad. It's not good. And sincerely speaking, I also join to condemn it. People should learn to respect the dignity of human beings, and making him go through that is not best at all. It's not best. It was stripped. It wasn't having his top on, and I don't think the Oba of Benin should. I think the Oba of Benin should condemn that also, because it will also dissuade the perpetrator from trying that the next time, because he was taken to the palace. So if the palace now come out now and say that what you have done is not good, and I believe that next time those perpetrators want to do that, they won't go that way anymore. I support Obaseki's resolve to seek redress.
Okay, he actually said he was going to file both civil and criminal charges against those involved. Yes. But do you think anything would come out of? Do you think anything will come out of these charges with the kind of judiciary we have in Nigeria today?
Well, it's not about, sincerely, it's not only about the type of judiciary we have, number one. Most times, the time wasting, the time to prosecute any case is always one factor. Because if you are pushing the case and you never attended the hearing for a matter of time, for some times, it may be struck out. So most times it has to do with the timing of prosecution. So which I believe the National Assembly should be working on timely. For example, if you are looking at criminal case, maybe you can have it should not exceed 6 months, it should not exceed 3 months, it should not exceed this, so that all those time we can make prosecution better. Then it's also depend on our culture. Naturally, Nigerians are not known to press cases. By the time this case starts, you just know that the Oba of the will use influence in like him, the other party, and say let us settle out of court. And in the legal profession, when that become an issue, and the owner of the case tell the judge, "Oh, sir, I take case out." So our culture is a lot to play. I mean, of the cases was a lot.
All right. I think that's a safe place for us to land. Sunday, you have been brilliant as usual. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have been speaking.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you, you too. We've been speaking with Sunday Oladapo. He is House of Assembly candidate of Ikorodu Constituency 1, Lagos State. You're still watching News Hour on Voice of the People TV. When we return, we'll take a look at the federal government revalidating Ondo Deep Sea Port. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. And now the federal government has formally presented the revalidated certificate for the Ondo Deep Seaport to the governor of Ondo State, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, marking a major milestone in the state's industrial and maritime aspirations. Presenting the certificate in Abuja, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, said the revalidation was a federal government strategic intervention to unlock the state's vast maritime and blue economy potential, according to a statement by the special advisor to the minister. The minister noted that the deep sea port would serve as a catalyst for trade, industrialization, and regional economic integration as it aligns squarely with government's agenda to diversify the economy through maritime infrastructure, logistics, and coastal development. According to Oyetola, the Ondo Deep Sea Port is not just a project for Ondo State, it is a national asset that will strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in global shipping, reduce pressure on existing ports, and create a new hub for exports, manufacturing, and job creation.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has declined an application by ASO Savings and Loans PLC and Union Home Savings and Loans PLC, seeking to stop the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) and the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation (NDIC) from further actions on the recent revocation of the licenses. Ruling on the plaintiff's ex parte motion moved by their lawyer, Joseph Silas, Justice Emeka Nwite held that the interest of justice would be better met by putting the defendant on notice. Sitting as the vacation judge, Justice Nwite ordered that the defendant be put on notice to come forward and show cause, while the relief should not be granted. He then adjourned the matter until January 5, 2026 for the defendants to show cause. The plaintiffs had sought an order of the court restraining the defendants from taking further steps on the purported revocation of their operational licenses, pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice.
Well, time for another break, and right after the break will be World Report, business, sports, and entertainment stories. Stay with us. Well, on the foreign scene, Washington on Monday pledged an initial $2 billion for United Nations humanitarian aid in 2026, far less than it had provided in recent years, and warned UN agencies to adapt, shrink, or die. With this pledge, announced at the United States mission in Geneva alongside UN aid chief Tom Fletcher, the U.S. is pursuing a dramatic overhaul of how it funds UN humanitarian work. Instead of handing funds to individual agencies, it will funnel its contributions through the UN Aid Agency, OCHA, headed by Fletcher, which earlier this year launched a so-called humanitarian reset to improve efficiency and accountability. The U.S. funds will then be distributed to 17 selected countries, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, Myanmar, Sudan, and Ukraine. The UN's Central Emergency Response Fund, which provides swift aid as new emergencies erupt or when existing crises rapidly deteriorate, would also receive a tranche of money. According to Jeremy Lewin, the senior U.S. official for foreign assistance, humanitarian affairs and religious freedom, it is an initial anchor commitment. There are other countries that will be added as the U.S. continues to get more funding into this mechanism.
We now move on to business. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Yedele, has dismissed claims that Nigeria's new tax laws will hurt the aviation industry, insisting rather that the reforms are designed to ease the long-standing financial challenges facing airline operators. In a statement, the committee acknowledged the genuine difficulties confronting the aviation sector, particularly the burden of multiple taxes, levies, and regulatory charges. However, it said it has engaged extensively with airline operators and other industry stakeholders, adding that consultations were ongoing. According to the committee, contrary to concerns in some quarters, the new tax laws form a critical part of the solution to the industry's problems, as several long-standing cost drivers have either been reserved or are being structurally addressed. On withholding tax on aircraft leases, it described the existing 10% rate as the single biggest tax burden on airlines, explaining that under the new tax framework, the withholding tax has been removed